such a simple process, and you cannot become a witness. You become unconscious in it. How can you become a witness while making love? The process is so deep. You will fall unconscious. You fall unconscious while walking on the road. Try it. Even for a few seconds you will not be able to remember. Try it. Walking on the road. Just try. I will remember I am walking. I am walking. I am walking. After a few seconds you have forgotten. Something else has popped into the mind. You have followed some other direction. You have completely forgotten. And suddenly you remember, I have forgotten. So if such a small act like walking cannot be made conscious, it is going to be difficult to make love a conscious meditation. So try with simple things, simple activities. While eating, try it. While walking, try it. While talking, listening, try it. Try from everywhere. Make it a constant hammering inside. Let your whole body and mind know that you are making an effort to be alert. My way, the way of the white clouds. 57. Osho. Chapter 6. Are you still carrying her? Only then someday in love the witnessing will happen. And when it happens, ecstasy has happened to you. The first glimpse of the divine has descended upon you. From that moment onwards sex will not be sex at all. And sooner or later sex will disappear. This disappearance gives you brahmacharya. Then you become celibate. Monks in the Catholic monasteries, or monks following traditional Jainism, or other types of monks, are only celibates for the name's sake, because their mind goes on making love, more so than your mind. For them, sex becomes cerebral, which is the worst possible thing that can happen, because it is a perversion. If you think about sex, it is a perversion. Making love is natural. Thinking about it, constantly being involved inside in the mind, is a perversion. The so-called monks are perverted beings, not because they are monks, but because they have chosen the path of suppression, which is a wrong path, which leads nowhere. Jesus, Mahatma, or Buddha, they are following the path of witnessing. Then brahmacharya happens. This word brahmacharya is very beautiful. The very word means, the way the divine behaves. The way the divine behaves, brahmacharya. It has nothing to say against sex. It is not against sex at all. The word simply says this is how the divine acts, behaves, moves, walks. Once you have known the satora that is possible by witnessing the sex act, your whole life will be transformed. You will start behaving like a god. What are the characteristics of the behavior of a god? How does the divine behave? One thing, he is not dependent. He is absolutely independent. He gives his love to you, but this is not a need. He gives out of his abundance. He has too much. You simply unburden him if you take it, but this is not a need. And the God is a creator. Whenever sex has become a transformed force, your life becomes creative. Sex is creative force. Right now it moves into biology. It creates new beings. It gives birth. When there is no sex and the energy is transforming, it moves into a new world of creativity. Then many new dimensions of creativity become open to you. It is not that you will start painting, or making poetry, or doing something else. not that. It may happen, it may not happen, but whatsoever you do will become the creative act. Whatsoever you do will become artistic. Even Buddha sitting under his Bodhi tree, not doing anything, is creative. The way he is sitting, the very way he is sitting there, he is creating a force, an energy, vibrations all around him. Much research has been done recently on Egyptian pyramids, and they have come to know many mysterious facts. One of the facts is that the shape of the pyramid, the very shape, is mysterious. Suddenly scientists became aware that if you put the dead body in a pyramid it will be preserved without any chemicals, just the shape helps preservation. Then one scientist in Germany thought, if the shape can do so much that the body is preserved automatically, just by the shape, just the pressure of the shape. So he tried it on his razor blade. He made a small pyramid, a cardboard pyramid, and tried it with his used razor blade. Within hours the razor blade was again ready to be used. The shape had given sharpness again to the blade. Then he patented it. One razor blade can be used for your whole life. You just put it in the pyramid. Nothing is to be done, just the shape gives sharpness again and again. Now scientists say that every shape creates a particular value. A Buddha is sitting under a Bodhi tree. The way he sits, the posture, the gesture, the very phenomenon of his being there without any ego, is creating millions of vibrations around. They will go on spreading. Even when this Buddha has disappeared from this tree, those vibrations will go on and on and on. They will touch other planets and other stars. Wherever the Buddha vibration touches it is creative. It gives you a thrill. It gives you a new breeze. When sex energy is transformed, your whole life becomes creative, independent, free, creative. Whatsoever you do, you create through it. Even if you do not do anything, non-doing becomes creative. Just your very being creates much that is beautiful, that is true, that is good. Now the story. The old monk who says to the younger, "This is against the rules. You should not have touched the girl," is not only saying so because of the rules. Many things are implied. He is rationalizing. He is feeling jealous. And this is how the human mind works. You cannot say directly that you are feeling jealous. The girl, the beautiful girl, was standing near the river. The sun was setting, down and down, and the girl was afraid. Then came this old monk who was going to his monastery. He looked at the girl, because it is very difficult for a monk to miss a girl and not to look at her. Very difficult for a monk. He is so obsessed with women. He is fighting hard. He is constantly aware that the enemy is there in the woman. You can miss a friend but you cannot miss an enemy. You have to see him. If you pass down the street and the enemy is there, it is impossible not to see him. Friends can be passed without even becoming aware that they are there. But enemies? No, because with the enemy is fear. And a beautiful girl, standing lonely, nobody else. The girl wanted somebody to help her. The river was unknown and she was afraid to cross it. This old man must have tried to close his eyes, must have tried to close his heart, must have tried to close his sex center, because that is the only protection against the enemy. He must have hurried, he must have avoided looking back. But when you avoid, you look. When you try not to look, you are looking. His whole mind was filled with the girl. His whole being was around the girl. He was passing the river, but he was not aware of the river now. He could not be. He was going to the monastery, but he was not interested in the monastery now. The whole interest was left behind. Then suddenly he remembers that his colleague, another young monk, is coming. They had been on a begging tour. He looks back, and not only is the young monk there, but the young monk is carrying the girl on his shoulders. This must have created a deep jealousy in the old man. This is what he would like to have done. Because of the rules he couldn't do it. But he must take revenge. They walked in silence for miles, and at the monastery gate the old man suddenly said, "This was not good. This is against the rules." That silence was false. For all those miles the old man was thinking how to take revenge, how to condemn this young man. He was continuously obsessed, otherwise nothing happens so suddenly. Mind is a continuity. For these 2 or 3 miles he was continuously thinking what to do, and only now he speaks. It is not sudden. Inside there has been a current, a running current. And he says, "This is not good. It is against the rules, and I will have to report it to the abbot, to the chief of the monastery, to the master. You have broken the rule, the very basic rule, that no monk should touch a woman. You have not only touched her, you have carried her on your shoulders." The young monk must have felt amazed. So sudden ... because there was no girl now, no river, nobody carrying her. The whole thing has happened in the past. For 3 miles they have been completely silent. And the young monk said, "I left that girl on the bank of the river, but you are still carrying her." This is a deep insight. You can carry things which you are not carrying. You may be burdened by things which are not there. You may be crushed by things which don't exist. The old monk is on the path of repression. The young monk is a symbol of an effort towards transformation, because transformation accepts the woman, the man, the other. Because transformation has to happen through the other will participate in it. Suppression, repression, rejects the other, is against the other. The other has to be destroyed. This story is beautiful. The new monk is the way. Don't become the old monks. Become the new. Accept life as it is and try to be alert. This young monk must have remained alert while carrying the girl on his shoulders. And if you are alert, what can a girl do? There is a small anecdote. One monk is leaving Buddha. He is going on a tour to spread the message. So he asks Buddha, "What should I do about women?" That is always the problem with monks. Buddha says, "Don't look at them. This is the simplest way. Just close yourself." Don't look at them means just close yourself. Forget that they are. Alas, the problem is not so easy. Had it been so easy, then all those who know how to close themselves would have been transformed. One of Buddha's disciples, Ananda, who knows the problem is not so easy. For Buddha it may look easy. This is a problem. You come with a problem to me. It may be easy for me, but that is not going to help. Ananda knows Buddha has replied casually, "Don't look at them." So easy for Buddha. Ananda says, But it is not so easy. And, Bhagwan, he asks, if there is a situation where we have to look, if we cannot avoid looking, then what is to be done? Buddha says, don't touch. A look is also a touch, through the eyes. You reach through the eyes and touch. That's why if you stare at a woman for more than 3 seconds, she will become uneasy. 3 seconds is the maximum limit allowed. It is allowed because in life we have to look at each other. But more than 3 seconds and the woman will become uneasy because you are touching her. Now you are using your eyes as hands. So Buddha says, don't touch. But Ananda is persistent. Ananda has done such great work for the whole of humanity because he would always persist. He said, sometimes there are even situations when we have to touch. What do you say then? If the woman is ill or the woman has fallen in the street and there is nobody else to help and we have to touch. If the situation is such, then what should we do? Buddha laughs and he says, then be alert. The last thing Buddha says is the first. Closing the eyes won't help. Non-touching won't help. Because you can't touch in imagination. You can see in imagination. The real woman is not needed. The real man is not needed. Just close your eyes ... and you can have an imaginary world of women and men. And you can touch and you can see. Finally, only one thing can help you. Be alert. This old monk cannot have heard the whole story, all Buddha's 3 answers. He remained with the first 2. The young monk has understood the thing, be alert. He must have come near the girl ... desire arises ... be alert that the desire has risen. The problem is not the girl, because how can a girl be your problem? She is her problem, not your problem. The desire arises in you, the desire for woman, that is the problem. The girl is not at all the question. Any girl, any woman would do the same. She is just a point of reference. Seeing the girl, the desire has risen. To be alert means to be alert to this desire, that the desire has come to me. Now, a man who is on the path of repression will suppress this desire, close his eyes towards the object and run away. That is a runaway method. But where can you run? Because you are running from yourself. You can run from the woman who is standing on the riverbank, but you cannot run from the desire that is arising within you. Wherever you go, the desire will be there. Be alert that the desire has risen. Don't really do anything with the woman. If she asks, help me, help her. If she says, I am afraid and I cannot cross this river, carry me on your shoulders, carry her. She is giving you a golden opportunity to be alert. And be thankful towards her. Just be alert. Feel what is arising in you. What is happening in you? You are carrying the girl. What is happening in you? If you are alert, then there is no woman, only a little weight on your shoulders, that's all. If you are not alert, then there is a woman. If you are alert, then it is just bones, pressing, weight. If you are not alert, then it is all that desire can create, the fantasy, the maya, the illusion. Carrying a girl on your shoulders, both are possible. If you lose alertness for a single moment, suddenly the maya is sitting on your shoulders. If you are alert, just a little weight, That's all. Carrying a weight. This young man crossing the river was passing through a great discipline. Not avoiding the situation that is life. Not avoiding life. Passing through it with an alert mind. Many times he may have missed. Many times he may have completely forgotten. Then the whole illusion and the Maya was there. Many times he may have recaptured his alertness again when suddenly there is light and darkness disappears. But it must have been beautiful to experience this alertness. Then he dropped the girl on the other bank and started walking towards his monastery, still alert. Because it is not a question of whether the woman is there or not. The memory can follow. He may not have enjoyed the woman, her touch, while crossing the river, but he may enjoy it now in the memory. He must have remained alert. He was silent. His silence was true. True silence always comes through alertness. That's why he says, I have left the girl there, back at the river. I am not carrying her at all. You are still carrying her. In the old monk's mind things are continuing. And he has not done anything. He has not even touched the girl. So doing is not the question. It is mind. How your mind is functioning. Be alert. And by energies are transformed. The old dies and the new is born. Enough for today. My way. The way of the white clouds. 62. Osho. Chapter 7. The Mystery of Relationship. May 16, 1974. In Buddha Hall. Question 1. Beloved Osho, would you talk to us about our living partners, our wives, husbands and lovers? When should we persevere with a partner, and when should we abandon a relationship as hopeless, or even destructive? And are our relationships influenced by previous lives? Relationship is one of the mysteries. And because it exists between two persons, it depends on both. Whenever two persons meet, a new world is created. Just by their meeting, a new phenomenon comes into existence, which was not before, which never existed before. And through that new phenomenon, both persons are changed and transformed. Unrelated, you are one thing. Related, immediately you become something else. A new thing has happened. A woman when she becomes a lover is no longer the same woman. A man when he becomes a father is no longer the same man. A child is born, but we miss one point completely. The moment the child is born, the mother is also born. This never existed before. The woman existed, but the mother never. And the mother is something absolutely new. 63. Chapter 7. The Mystery of Relationship. Relationship is created by you, but then, in its turn, relationship creates you. Two persons meet, that means two worlds meet. It is not a simple thing but very complex, the most complex. Each person is a world unto himself or herself, a complex mystery with a long past and an eternal future. In the beginning only Prithvis meet. But if the relationship grows intimate, becomes closer, becomes deeper, then by and by centers start meeting. When centers meet, it is called love. When Prithvis meet, it is acquaintance. You touch the person from the without, just from the boundary, then it is acquaintance. Many times you start calling your acquaintance your love. Then you are in a fallacy. Acquaintance is not love. Love is very rare. to meet the person at his center is to pass through a revolution yourself. Because if you want to meet the person at his center, you will have to allow that person to reach to your center also. You will have to become vulnerable, absolutely vulnerable, open. It is risky. To allow somebody to reach your center is risky, dangerous, because you never know what that person will do to you. And once all your secrets are known, once your hiddenness has become unhidden, once you are exposed completely, what that other person will do, you never know. The fear is there. That's why we never open. Just acquaintance. And we think that love has happened. Peripheries meet, and we think we have met. You are not your periphery. Really, the periphery is the boundary where you end, just the fencing around you. It is not you. The periphery is the place where you end and the world begins. Even husbands and wives who may have lived together for many years may be just acquaintances. They may not have known each other. And the more you live with someone, the more you forget completely that the centers have remained unknown. So the first thing to be understood is, don't take acquaintance as love. You may be making love, you may be sexually related, but sex is also peripheral. Unless centers meet, sex is just a meeting of two bodies. And a meeting of two bodies is not your meeting. Sex also remains acquaintance, physical, bodily, but still acquaintance. You can allow somebody to enter to your center only when you are not afraid, when you are not fearful. So I say to you that there are two types of living. 1. Fear-oriented. 1. Love-oriented. Fear-oriented living can't never lead you into deep relationship. You remain afraid, and the other cannot be allowed to penetrate you to your very core. To an extent you allow the other, and then the wall comes and everything stops. The love-oriented person is the religious person. The love-oriented person means one who is not afraid of the future, one who is not afraid of the result and the consequence, who lives here and now. That's what Krishna says to Arjuna in the Gita. Don't be bothered about the result. That is the fear-oriented mind. Don't think about what will happen out of it. Just be here, and act totally. Don't calculate. The fear-oriented man is always calculating, planning, arranging, safeguarding. His whole life is lost in this way. My way, the way of the white clouds. 64. Osho. Chapter 7. The Mystery of Relationship. I have heard about an old Zen monk. He was on his deathbed. The last day had come, and he declared that that evening he would be no more. So followers, disciples, friends started coming. He had many lovers. They all started coming. From far and wide people gathered. One of his old disciples, when he heard that the master was going to die, ran to the market. Somebody asked, "The master is dying in his hut, why are you going to the market?" The old disciple said, "I know that my master loves a particular type of cake, so I am going to purchase the cake." It was difficult to find the cake, because now it had gone out of fashion, but by the evening somehow he managed. He came running with the cake, and everybody was worried. It was as if the master was waiting for someone. He would open his eyes and look, and close his eyes again. And when this disciple came, he said, "Okay, so you have come." Where is the cake?" The disciple produced the cake, and he was very happy that the master asked about the cake. Dying, the master took the cake in his hand, but his hand was not trembling. He was very old, but his hand was not trembling. So somebody asked, "You are so old and just on the verge of dying. The last breath is soon to leave you, but your hand is not trembling." The master said, "I never trembled, because there is no fear. My body has become old, but I am still young, and I will remain young even when the body is gone." Then he took a bite, started munching the cake. And then somebody asked, "What is your last message, Master? You will be leaving us soon. What do you want us to remember?" The master smiled and said, "Ah, this cake is delicious. This is a man who lives in the here and now. This cake is delicious. Even death is irrelevant. The next moment is meaningless. This moment, this cake is delicious. If you can be in this moment, this present moment, this presentness, the plenitude, then only can you love. Love is a rare flowering. It happens only sometimes. Millions and millions of people live in the false attitude that they are lovers. They believe that they love, but that is their belief only. Love is a rare flowering. Sometimes it happens. It is rare because it can happen only when there is no fear, never before. That means love can happen only to a very deeply spiritual, religious person. Sex is possible for all. Acquaintance is possible for all. Not love. When you are not afraid, then there is nothing to hide. Then you can be open. Then you can withdraw all boundaries. And then you can invite the other to penetrate you to the very core. And remember, if you allow somebody to penetrate you deeply, the other will allow you to penetrate into himself or herself. Because when you allow somebody to penetrate you, trust is created. When you are not afraid, the other becomes fearless. In your life, fear is always there. The husband is afraid of the wife is afraid of the husband. Lovers are always afraid. Then it is not love. Then it is just an arrangement of two fearful persons, depending on each other, fighting, exploiting, manipulating, controlling, dominating, possessing, but it is not love. If you can't allow love to happen, there is no need for prayer, there is no need for meditation, there is no need for any church, any temple. You can completely forget God if you can't love, because through love, everything will have happened to you. Meditation, prayer, God. Everything will have happened to you. That's what Jesus means when he says, "Love is God." But love is difficult. Fear has to be dropped. And this is the strange thing, that you are so afraid and you have nothing to lose. Kabir has said somewhere, "I look into people. They are so much afraid, but I can't see why, because they have nothing to lose." Says Kabir, they are like a person who is naked, but never goes to take a bath in the river because he is afraid. Where will he dry his clothes? This is the situation you are in. Naked, with no clothes, but always afraid about the clothes. What have you got to lose? Nothing. This body will be taken by death. Before it is taken by death, give it to life. Whatsoever you have will be taken away. Before it is taken away, why not share it? That is the only way of possessing it. If you can't share and give, you are the master. It is going to be taken away. There is nothing which you can retain forever. Death will destroy everything. So, if you follow me rightly, the struggle is between death and love. If you can't give, there will be no death. Before anything can be taken away from you, you will have already given it. You will have made it a gift. There can be no death. For a lover there is no death. For a non-lover, every moment is a death, because every moment something is being snatched away from him. The body is disappearing. He is losing every moment. And then there will be death, and everything will be annihilated. What is the fear? Why are you so afraid? Even if everything is known about you and you are an open book, why fear? How can it harm you? Just false conceptions, just conditionings given by the society, that you have to hide, that you have to protect yourself, that you have to be constantly in the fighting mood, that everybody is an enemy, that everybody is against you. Nobody is against you. Even if you feel somebody is against you, he too is not against you, because everybody is concerned with himself, not with you. There is nothing to fear. This has to be realized before a real relationship can happen. There is nothing to fear. Meditate on it. And then allow the other to enter you. Invite the other to enter you. Don't create any barrier anywhere. Become a passage always open. No locks. No doors on you. No closed doors on you. Then love is possible. When two centers meet, there is love. And love is an alchemical phenomenon. Just like hydrogen and oxygen meet and a new thing, water, is created. You can have hydrogen. You can have oxygen. But if you are thirsty, they will be useless. You can have as much oxygen as you want, as much hydrogen as you like, but the thirst will not go. My way, the way of the white clouds. 66. Osho. Chapter 7. The mystery of relationship. When two centers meet, the new thing is created. That new thing is love. And it is just like water. The thirst of many lives is satisfied. Suddenly you become content. That is the visible sign of love. You become content, as if you have achieved everything. There is nothing to achieve now. You have reached the goal. There is no further goal. Destiny is fulfilled. The seed has become a flower, has come to its total flowering. Deep contentment is the visible sign of love. Whenever a person is in love, he is in deep contentment. Love cannot be seen, but contentment, the deep satisfaction around him. His every breath, his every movement, his very being, content. You may be surprised when I say to you that love makes you desireless, but desire is with discontent. You desire because you don't have. You desire because you think if you have something it will give you contentment. Desire is out of discontent. When there is love and two centers have met and dissolved and merged, and a new alchemical quality is born, contentment is there. It is as if the whole existence has stopped. No movement. Then the present moment is the only moment. And then you can say, ah, this cake is delicious. Even death doesn't mean anything to a man who is in love. So I say to you, love will make you desireless. Be fearless. Drop fears. Be open. Allow some center to meet the center within you. You will be reborn through it. a new quality of being will be created. This quality of being says, "This is God." God is not an argument, it is a fulfillment, the feeling of fulfillment. You may have observed that whenever you are discontent, you want to deny God. Whenever you are dissatisfied, your whole being wants to say, "There is no God." Atheism is not out of logic, it is out of discontent. You may rationalize it, that's another thing. You may not say you are an atheist because you are discontent. You may say, "There is no God and I have got proofs." But that is not the true thing. If you are satisfied, suddenly your whole being says, "There is God." Suddenly you feel it. The whole existence becomes divine. If love is there, you will be really for the first time in the feeling that existence is divine and everything is a blessing. But much has to be done before this can happen. Much has to be destroyed before this can happen. You have to destroy all that creates barriers in you. Make love sadhana an inner discipline. Don't allow it just to be a frivolous thing. Don't allow it just to be an occupation of the mind. Don't allow it just to be a bodily satisfaction. Make it an inner search, and take the other as a help, as a friend. If you have heard anything about Tantra, you will know that Tantra says, if you can't find a consort, a friend, a woman or a man, who is ready to move with you towards the inner center, who is ready to move with you to the highest peak of relationship, then this relationship will become meditative. Then through this relationship you will achieve the ultimate relationship. Then the other becomes just a door. Let me explain it. If you love a person, by and by first the periphery of the person disappears. The form of the person disappears. You come more and more in contact with the formless, the inner. The form becomes, by and by, vague and disappears. And if you go deeper, then even this formless individual starts disappearing and melting. Then the beyond opens. Then that particular individual was just a door, an opening. And through your lover, you find the divine. Because we cannot love, we need so many religious rituals. They are substitutes, and very poor substitutes. A Mira needs no temple to go to. The whole existence is her temple. She can dance before a tree and the tree becomes Krishna. She can sing before a bird and the bird becomes Krishna. She creates her Krishna around her everywhere. Her love is such that wherever she looks the door opens and the Krishna is revealed, the beloved is revealed. But the first glimpse will always come through an individual. It is difficult to be in contact with the universal. It is so big, so vast, so beginningless, endless. From where to start? From where to move into it? The individual is the door. Fall in love, and don't make it a struggle. Make it a deep allowance for the other, just an invitation. And allow the other to penetrate you without any conditions. And suddenly the other disappears and God is there. If your lover or beloved cannot become divine, then nothing in this world can become divine. Then all your religious talk is just nonsense. This can happen with a child. This can happen with an animal, your dog. If you can't be in deep relationship with a dog, it can happen. The dog becomes divine. So it is not a question of man and woman only. That is one of the deepest sources of the divine and it reaches you naturally. but it can happen from anywhere. The basic key is this: you should allow the other to penetrate you to your very deepest core, to the very ground of your being. But we go on deceiving ourselves. We think we love. And if you think that you love, then there is no possibility for love to happen, because if this is love, then everything is closed. Make fresh efforts. Try to find in the other the real being that is hidden. Don't take anybody for granted. Every individual is such a mystery that if you go on and on into him, it is endless. But we get bored with the other, because just the periphery, and always the periphery. I was reading a story. A man was very ill and he tried all types of pathies, but nothing would help. Then he went to a hypnotist and the hypnotist gave him a mantra to repeat continuously: I am not ill. For at least 15 minutes in the morning and 15 minutes at night. I am not ill, I am healthy. And the whole day, whenever you remember, repeat it. Within a few days he started getting better. And within weeks he was absolutely okay. Then he told his wife, this has been a miracle. Should I go to this hypnotist for another miracle also? Because lately I am feeling no sexual appetite and the sexual relationship has almost stopped. There is no desire. The wife was happy. She said, you go, because she was feeling very frustrated. The man went to the hypnotist. He came back. His wife asked, what mantra, what suggestion now has he given? The man wouldn't tell her. But within weeks his sexual appetite started returning. He started feeling desire again. So the wife was very much puzzled. She continuously persisted in asking, but the man would laugh and would not say anything. So one day she tried, when he was in the bathroom in the morning doing his meditation, that 15-minute mantra. She tried to hear what he was saying. And he was saying, she is not my wife. She is not my wife. She is not my wife. We take persons for granted. Somebody is your wife. Relationship is finished. Somebody is your husband. Relationship is finished. Now there is no adventure. The other has become a thing, a commodity. The other is not now a mystery to be searched. The other is no more new. Remember, everything goes dead with age. The periphery is always old, and the center is always new. The periphery cannot remain new, because every moment it is getting old, stale. The center is always fresh and young. Your soul is neither a child, nor a young man, nor an old man. Your soul is simply eternally fresh. It has no age. You can experiment with it. You may be young, you may be old. Just close your eyes and find out. Try to feel how your center is, old, young. You will feel that the center is neither. It is always new, it never gets old. Why? Because the center doesn't belong to time. In the process of time, everything becomes old. A man is born. The body is started becoming old already. When we say that a child is 1 week old, it means 1 week of oldness has penetrated into the child. The child has already passed 7 days towards death. He has completed 7 days of dying. He is moving towards death. Sooner or later he will be dead. Whatsoever comes in time becomes old. The moment it enters time, it is already becoming old. Your body is old. Your periphery is old. You cannot be eternally in love with it. But your center is always fresh. It is eternally young. Once you are in contact with it, love is an every moment discovery. And then the honeymoon never ends. If it ends, it was not a honeymoon at all. It was just an acquaintance. And the last thing to remember is, in the relationship of love, you always blame the other if something goes wrong. If something is not happening as it should, the other is responsible. This will destroy the whole possibility of future growth. Remember, you are always responsible, and change yourself. Drop those qualities which create trouble. Make love a self-transformation. As they say in salesmen's courses, the customer is always right. I would like to say to you, in the world of relationship and love, you are always in the wrong, the other is always right. And this is how lovers always feel. If there is love, they always feel, something is wrong with me if things are not happening as they should. And both feel the same way. Then things grow, then centers open, then boundaries merge. But if you think that the other is wrong, you are closing yourself and the other also thinks that you are wrong. Thoughts are infectious. If you think the other is wrong, even if you have not said it, even if you are smiling and showing that you don't think the other is wrong, the other has got the point, through your eyes, through your gestures, through your face. Even if you are an actor, a great actor, and you can just arrange your face, your gestures as you like, then to the unconscious is continuously sending signals. You are wrong. And when you say that the other is wrong, the other starts feeling that you are wrong. Relationship is destroyed on this rock, and then people become closed. If you say somebody is wrong, somebody starts protecting, safeguarding. Then closure happens. Remember always, in love, you are always wrong. And then the possibility will open and the other will also feel the same. We create the feeling in the other. When lovers are close, immediately thoughts go jumping from one to the other. Even if they are not saying anything, they are silent. They communicate. Language is for non-lovers, those who are not in love. For lovers, silence is enough language. Without saying anything, they go on speaking. If you take love as sadhana, then don't say the other is wrong. Just try to find out, somewhere, something must be wrong in you, and drop that wrongness. It is going to be difficult because it is going to be against the ego. It is going to be difficult because it will hurt your pride. It is going to be difficult because this will not be dominating, possessing. You will not be more powerful through possessing the other. This will destroy your ego. That's why it is going to be difficult. But destruction of the ego is the point, the goal. From wherever you like to approach the inner world, from love, from meditation, from yoga, from prayer, whatsoever the path you choose, the goal is the same, the destruction of the ego, throwing the ego away. Through love it can be done very easily, and it is so natural. Love is the natural religion. Anything else is going to be more and more unnatural. If you cannot work through love, it will be difficult for you to work through anything else. Don't think much about past lives, and don't think much about the future. The present is enough. Don't think that relationship is coming from the past. It is coming from the past. but don't think about it because then you will get more complicated. Make things easier. It is going on. From your past lives things have a continuity, so I don't deny the fact, but don't get burdened by it. It will continue in the future, but don't think about it. The present is more than enough. Munch the cake and say, "This cake is delicious." Don't think of the past and don't think of the future. They will take care of themselves. Nothing is discontinuous. You have been in relationships in the past. You have loved. You have hated. You have made friends and you have made enemies. That continues. Known. Unknown to you. It is always there. But if you start brooding about it, you will miss the present moment. So think as if there is no past, and think as if there is no future. This moment is all that is given to you. Work it out, as if this moment is all. Behave as if this moment is all and work out how you can transform your energies into a loving phenomenon, this very moment. My way, the way of the white clouds. 70. Osho. Chapter 7. The mystery of relationship. People come to me and they want to know about their past lives. They had past lives, but it is irrelevant. Why this inquiry? What are you going to do about the past? Nothing can be done now. The past is past and it cannot be undone. You cannot change it. You cannot go back. That's why nature, in its wisdom, doesn't allow you to remember past lives. Otherwise you would go mad. You may be in love with a girl. If you suddenly become aware that that girl was your mother in your past life, things will become very complicated. Then what to do? And when that girl has been your mother in a past life, making love to her now will create guilt. Not making love to her will also create guilt, because you love her. That's why I say nature in its wisdom never allows you to remember your past lives, unless you come to a point where it can be allowed. When you become so meditative that nothing disturbs you, then the gates open and all your past lives are before you. It is an automatic mechanism, though sometimes the mechanism doesn't work. Through accidents some children are born who can remember, but their lives are destroyed. One girl was brought to me a few years ago. She remembered her past 2 lives. She was only 13 at that time, but if you looked in her eyes they looked near about 70, because she remembered 70 years, 2 past lives. Her body was 13 years old, but her mind was 70 years old. She couldn't play with other children, because how can an old woman of 70 play with children? She would talk and behave like an old woman, and she was burdened, the worries of all those years in her mind. She remembered so accurately that her 2 past families could be found. One was in Assam, the other in Madhya Pradesh. And when she came in contact with her old families, she became so much attached to them that it became a problem. Where should she live now? I told the parents, leave the girl with me for at least 3 weeks. I will make an effort to help her forget, because this girl's life will be a perversion. She cannot fall in love with somebody, she is so old. Your oldness is concerned with your memory. If the memory span is of 70 years, then you feel like 70. And she seemed so tortured, her face, the features, all tortured. She seemed so ill at her center, uneasy, uncomfortable. Everything seemed to be wrong. but the parents were enjoying the whole thing, because people started coming and the newspapers started giving the report. They were enjoying the whole thing. They wouldn't listen to me, and I told them, "This girl will go mad." They never brought the girl to me again. But after 7 years, they came. The girl had gone mad. They said, "Now do something." I said, "It is now impossible to do anything. Now only death will be a help to her. You don't remember because it would be difficult for you to manage. Even in this life you are making such a mess. Many lives remembered. You would simply go mad. Don't think about it. It is irrelevant also. The relevant point is, be here and now, and work out your way. If you can't work it out through relationship, beautiful. If you cannot work it out through relationship, then work it out in your loneliness. These are the two paths. Love means working out your path through relationship, and meditation, working it out in your loneliness. Love and meditation. These are the two paths. Feel which will suit you. Then bring your total energies to it, and move on that path. Question to beloved Osho: your words are so beautiful, yet we feel there is also another communication happening when you are talking to us. Would you talk to us about silent communication, and how we can become more open to it? It is always there. While I am talking to you, I am also being to you. Talking is relating to you through the intellect, and being is relating to you with my totality. While you are listening to me, if you are really listening, then it is not only listening to the words. Listening to me, your mind stops. Listening to me, you are not thinking. When you are not thinking, you are open. And when you are not thinking and your mind is not functioning, you start feeling. Then I can overwhelm you. I can move and fill you. Words are used only as a device. I myself am not interested much in words. But I have to speak, because this has been my feeling. While I am speaking, you become silent. If I am not speaking, then you are speaking within and you are not silent. If you are silent without my speaking, then there will be no need to speak. I am waiting for that moment when you can't just sit by my side, just sit near me, not thinking. Then there is no need to talk, because talk is partial. Then I can come in my totality to you, directly, no need for any mediating words. But if I tell you to sit silently near me, you will not be able to sit silently. You will go on chattering, you will go on talking within. And inner talk will continue. To stop your inner talk, I have to talk to you. So while I am talking, you are engaged. My talking is just like a toy given to a child. He goes and plays with the toy, and becomes silent, absorbed. I give you my words as toys. You play with them, and while you are playing with them you are so absorbed that you become silent. Whenever silence happens, I can't flow into you. Words can be beautiful, but they can never be true. Beauty is an aesthetic value. You can enjoy it, just like a beautiful painting, but nothing much will happen out of that enjoyment. It is good as far as it goes, but words are never true. They cannot be by their very nature. Truth can be communicated only in silence. But this is the paradox. All those who have insisted that truth can be communicated only in silence have all used words. This is a shame, but nothing can be done about it. Words have to be used to make you silent. While listening to me you become silent. That silence is significant, and that silence will give you glimpses of truth. Even if you have glimpses of truth through my words, that glimpse comes through your silence, not through my words. Even if you feel absolutely certain that whatsoever I am saying is true, that feeling of absolute certainty comes through your silence, not through my words. Whenever you are silent, truth is there. Whenever you are chattering inside, the monkey chatter goes on inside, you miss the truth which is always present. Whatsoever I do, talk to you, help you to meditate with me, force you into a catharsis, or persuade you to dance, to celebrate, whatsoever I do, there is only one aim, somehow to help you to become silent. Because whenever you are silent, doors are open, you are in the temple. How you become silent is not relevant. You become silent and then I am within you. You are within me. Silence knows no boundaries. In silence, love is happening. I have become the lover to you. You have become the lover to me. In silence, all that is significant happens. But to bring silence is a problem, arduous. So I am not much interested in what I say to you. I am interested in what happens to you while I am saying anything. X, Y, Z. Sometimes I go on contradicting myself. Today I say something, tomorrow I will say something else because what I say is not the point. My talking is just like poetry. I am not a philosopher. I may be a poet, but I am not a philosopher. Tomorrow I will say something else, the day after tomorrow something else. That is not the point. My sayings may contradict, but I am not contradictory. Because today I say something and you become silent. Tomorrow I say something absolutely contradictory and you become silent. The day after tomorrow I again say something absolutely contradictory. All that I have said contradicts it, but you become silent. Your silence is my consistency. I am consistent, constantly consistent, contradicting on the surface, but the inner current remains the same. And remember, if I say the same thing every day to you, you will not be silent. Then you will get bored and your inner talk will start. If I go on saying the same thing, it will become old. When it is old you need not listen to it, or even without listening you know what I am saying, so you can continue your inner talk. I have to be inventive, saying things, shocking you sometimes, but one inner consistency remains, that is to create silence in you, because then I can be with you and you can be with me. The love, the truth can flower there. Whenever there is silence, truth flowers. Truth is a flowering of silence. Enough for today. My way, the way of the white clouds. 73. Osho. Chapter 8. Only a ripe fruit falls. May 17, 1974. In Buddha Hall. Question 1. Beloved Osho, I feel that through developing an attitude of endurance towards difficulties, I have become resigned to much of life. This resignation feels like a weight pushing against my effort to become more alive in meditation. Does this mean that I have suppressed my ego, and that I must find it again before I can really lose it? one of the greatest problems. It will appear very paradoxical, but this is true. Before you can lose your ego, you must attain it. Only a ripe fruit falls to the ground. Ripeness is all. An unripe ego cannot be thrown, cannot be destroyed. And if you struggle with an unripe ego to destroy and dissolve it, the whole effort is going to be a failure. Rather than destroying it, you will find it more strengthened in new subtle ways. This is something basic to be understood. The ego must come to a peak. It must be strong. It must have attained an integrity. Only then can you dissolve it. The weak ego cannot be dissolved, and this becomes a problem. 74. Chapter 8. Only a ripe fruit falls. In the East, all the religions preach egolessness. So in the East, everybody is against the ego from the very beginning. Because of this anti-attitude, ego never becomes strong, never comes to a point of integration from where it can be thrown. It is never ripe. So in the East it is very difficult to dissolve the ego, almost impossible. In the West, the whole Western tradition of religion and psychology propounds, preaches, persuades people to have strong egos, because unless you have a strong ego, how can you survive? Life is a struggle. If you are egoless, you will be destroyed. Then who will resist? Who will fight? Who will compete? And life is a continuous competition. Western psychology says, attain to the ego, be strong in it. But in the West it is very easy to dissolve the ego. So whenever the Western seeker reaches to an understanding that ego is the problem, he can easily dissolve it, more easily than any Eastern seeker. This is the paradox. In the West ego is taught, in the East egolessness is taught. But in the West it is easy to dissolve the ego, in the East it is very difficult. This is going to be a hard task for you, first to attain and then to lose, because you can lose only something which you possess. If you don't possess it, how can you lose it? You can be poor only if you are rich. If you are not rich, your poverty cannot have that beauty which Jesus goes on preaching. Be poor in spirit. Your poverty cannot have that significance which Gautam Buddha has when he becomes a beggar. Only a rich man can become poor, because you can lose only that which you have. If you have never been rich, how can you be poor? Your poverty will be just on the surface. It can't never be in the spirit. On the surface you will be poor, and deep down you will be hankering after riches. Your spirit will hanker towards riches. It will be an ambition. It will be a constant desire to attain riches. Only on the surface will you be poor. And you may even console yourself by saying that poverty is good. But you cannot be poor. Only a rich man, a really rich man, can be poor. Just to have riches is not enough to be really rich. You may still be poor. If the ambition is still there, you are poor. What you have is not the point. If you have enough, then the desire disappears. When you have enough riches, the desire disappears. Disappearance of the desire is the criterion of enoughness. Then you are rich. You can drop it. You can become poor. You can become a beggar like Buddha. And then your poverty is rich. Then your poverty has a kingdom of its own. And the same happens with everything. Upanishads or Lao Tzu or Jesus or Buddha, they all teach that knowledge is useless. Just getting more and more knowledgeable is not much help. Not only is it not much help, it can become a barrier. Knowledge is not needed, but that doesn't mean you should remain ignorant. Your ignorance will not be real. When you have gathered enough knowledge and you throw it, then ignorance is attained. Then you really become ignorant. Like Socrates, who can say, "I know only one thing, that I don't know anything." My way, the way of the white clouds. 75 Osho. Chapter 8. Only a ripe fruit falls. This knowledge, or this ignorance, you can call it whatever you like, is totally different. The quality is different. The dimension has changed. If you are simply ignorant because you never attained to any knowledge, your ignorance cannot be wise. It cannot be wisdom. It is simply absence of knowledge. And the hankering will be inside. How to gain more knowledge? How to gain more information? When you know too much, you have known the scriptures, you have known the past, the tradition, you have known all that can be known, then suddenly you become aware of the futility of it all. Suddenly you become aware that this is not knowledge. This is borrowed. This is not your own existential experience. This is not what you have come to know. Others may have known it. You have simply gathered it. Your gathering is mechanical. It has not arisen out of you. It is not a growth. It is just rubbish gathered from other doors, borrowed, dead. Remember, knowing is alive only when you know, when it is your immediate, direct experience. But when you know from others, it is just memory, not knowledge. Memory is dead. When you gather much, the riches of knowledge, scriptures, all around you, libraries condense in your mind, and suddenly you become aware that you are just carrying the burden of others. Nothing belongs to you. You have not known. Then you can't drop it. You can drop all. This knowledge. In that dropping, a new type of ignorance arises within you. This ignorance is not the ignorance of the ignorant. This is how the wise man is. How wisdom is. Only a wise man can say, "I don't know." But in saying, "I don't know," he is not hankering after knowledge. He is simply stating a fact. And when you can say with your total heart, "I don't know," in the very moment your eyes become open, the doors of knowing are open. In the very moment when you can say with your totality, "I don't know," you have become capable of knowledge. This ignorance is beautiful, but it is attained through knowledge. It is poverty attained through richness. And the same happens with ego. You can lose it if you have it. When Buddha comes down from his throne, becomes a beggar. What is the necessity for Buddha? He was a king, enthroned, at the peak of his ego. Why this extreme, moving down from his palace to the streets, becoming a beggar? But Buddha has a beauty in his begging. The earth has never known such a beautiful beggar, such a rich beggar, such a kingly beggar, such an emperor. What happened when he stepped down from his throne? He stepped down from his ego. Thrones are nothing but symbols, symbols of the ego, of power, prestige, status. He stepped down and then egolessness happened. This egolessness is not humbleness. This egolessness is not humility. You may find many humble people, but under their humility, subtle egos are functioning. It is said that once Diogenes came to visit Socrates. He lived like a beggar. He always wore dirty clothes with many patches and holes. Even if you presented him with a new dress, he would not use it. First he would make it dirty, old, torn, and then he would use it. My way, the way of the white clouds. 76. Osho. Chapter 8. Only a ripe fruit falls. He came to visit Socrates, and he started talking about egolessness. But Socrates' penetrating eyes must have come to realize that this man was not an egoless man. The way he was talking about humility was very egoistic. Socrates is reported to have said, "Through your dirty clothes, through the holes in your clothes, I cannot see anything else but the ego." You talk of humility, but that talk comes from a deep center of the ego. This will happen. This is how hypocrisy happens. You have the ego. You hide it through the opposite. You become humble on the surface. This surface humbleness cannot deceive anyone. It may deceive you, but it cannot deceive anyone else. From the holes of the dirty dresses, your ego goes on peeping. It is always there. This is a self-deception and nothing more. Nobody else is deceived. This happens if you start throwing the unripe ego. What I teach will look contradictory, but it is true to life. Contradiction is inherent in life. I teach you to be egoists so that you can become egoless. I teach you to be perfect egoists. Don't hide it, otherwise hypocrisy will be born. And don't struggle with the unripe phenomenon. Let it ripen, and help it. Bring it to a peak. Don't be afraid. There is nothing to be afraid of. This is how you will come to realize the agony of the ego. When it comes to its peak, then you will not need a Buddha or me to tell you that the ego is hell. You will know it, because the peak of the ego will be the peak of your hellish experiences. It will be a nightmare. And then there is no need for anybody to tell you, drop it. It will be difficult to carry it on. One reaches to knowledge only through suffering. You cannot throw anything just by logical argument. You can't throw something only when it has become so painful that it cannot be carried any further. Your ego has not become that painful yet, hence you carry it. It is natural. I cannot persuade you to drop it. Even if you feel persuaded, you will hide it, that's all. Nothing unripe can be thrown. Unripe fruit clings to the tree and the tree clings to the unripe fruit. If you force it to separate, a wound is left behind. That scar will continue. The wound will always remain green and you will always feel hurt. Remember, everything has a time to grow, to be ripe, to fall down into the earth and dissolve. Your ego also has a time. It needs maturity. So don't be afraid of being egoists. You are. Otherwise you would have disappeared long ago. This is the mechanism of life. You have to be egoists. You have to fight your way. You have to fight with so many millions of desires around you. You have to struggle. You have to survive. Ego is a survival measure. If a child is born without the ego, he will die. He cannot survive. It is impossible, because if he feels hunger he will not feel, "I am hungry." He will feel there is hunger, but not related to him. The moment hunger is felt, the child feels, "I am hungry." he starts crying and making efforts to be fed. The child grows through the growth of his ego. So to me, ego is part of natural growth. But that doesn't mean that you have to remain with it forever. It is a natural growth, and then there is a second step when it has to be dropped. That too is natural. My way, the way of the white clouds. 77 Osho. Chapter 8. Only a ripe fruit falls. But the second step can be taken only when the first has come to its crescendo, its climax, when the first has reached its peak. So I teach both. I teach egoness and I teach egolessness. First be egoists, perfect egoists, absolute egoists, as if the whole of existence exists for you and you are the center. All the stars revolve around you and the sun rises for you. Everything exists for you, just to help you to be here. Be the center. And don't be afraid, because if you are afraid then you will never be ripe. Accept it. It is part of growth. Enjoy it and bring it to a peak. When it comes to a peak, suddenly you will become aware that you are not the center. This has been a fallacy. This has been a childish attitude. But you were a child, so nothing is wrong in it. Now you have become mature, and now you see that you are not the center. Really, when you see that you are not the center, you also see there is no center in existence, or everywhere is the center. Either there is no center and existence exists as a totality, a wholeness without any center as a control point, or every single atom is a center. Jacob Homa has said that the whole world is filled with centers. Every atom is a center, and there is no circumference. Centers everywhere and circumference nowhere. These two are the possibilities. Both mean the same, only the wording is different and contradictory. But first become the center. It is like this. You are in the dream. If the dream comes to a peak, it will be broken. Always it happens. Whenever the dream comes to a climax, it is broken. And what is the climax of a dream? The climax of a dream is the feeling that this is real. You feel this is real, not a dream. And you go on and on and on and on to a higher peak, and the dream becomes almost real. It can never become real. It becomes almost real. It comes so close to reality that now you cannot go further, because one step more and the dream will become real. And it cannot become real because it is a dream. When it comes so close to reality, sleep is broken. The dream is shattered. You are fully awake. The same happens with all types of fallacies. Ego is the greatest dream. It has its beauty, its agony. It has its ecstasy, its agony. It has its heavens and hells, both are there. Dreams sometimes are beautiful and sometimes nightmares, but both are dreams. So I don't tell you to come out of your dream before the time has come. No, never do anything before the time. Allow things to grow. Allow things to have their time, so that everything happens naturally. Ego will drop. It can drop of its own accord also. If you simply allow it to grow and help it to grow, there will be no need to drop it. This is very deep. If you drop it, ego has remained inside. Who will drop it? If you think you will drop it, you are the ego. So whatsoever you drop will not be the real thing. The real thing will be preserved and you will have thrown something else. You cannot make yourself egoless. Who will do it? It happens. It is not a doing. You grow into ego, and a point comes when the whole thing becomes so hellish that the dream is broken. Suddenly you see the goose is out. It has never been in the bottle. You have never been an ego. It was just a dream around you. A necessary dream, I say, so I don't condemn it. A necessary part of growth. In life everything is necessary. Nothing is unnecessary. Nothing can be unnecessary. Whatsoever has happened had to happen. Whatsoever is happening because of certain deep causes. You need it so you can remain in the fallacy. It is just a cocoon that helps you, protects you, helps you to survive. One need not be in the cocoon forever. When you are ready, break the cocoon, come out. The ego is the shell of the egg. It protects you. But when you are ready, break the shell, come out of the egg. The ego is the shell. But wait. Hurry will not be of much help. Haste will not help. It may hinder. Allow time, and don't condemn it, because who will condemn it? Go to the so-called saints. They talk of humbleness, humility, and look into their eyes. You will not find such refined egos anywhere else. Now their egos have taken the garb of religion, yoga, sainthood, but the ego is there. They may not be collecting riches. They may be collecting followers. The coins have changed and they go on counting how many followers. They may not be after the things of this world. They are after the things of that world. But this or that, both are worlds. And they may be even more greedy, because they say these temporary things, momentary things of this world, consist of momentary pleasures, and they want eternal pleasures. Their greed is supreme. They cannot be satisfied by momentary pleasures. They want eternal pleasures. Unless something is eternal, they are not gratified. Their greed is deep. Their greed is absolute, and greed belongs to the ego. Greed is the hunger of the ego. So it happens sometimes that saints are more egoistic than sinners, and then they are far away from the divine. And sometimes sinners can attain to the God more easily than those so-called saints, because ego is the barrier. This has been my experience, that sinners can drop their egos more easily than saints, because sinners have never been against the ego. They have been feeding it. They have been enjoying it. They have lived with it totally. And saints have always been fighting the ego, so they never allowed it to become ripe. So this is my attitude. Ego has to be dropped, but it may take a long waiting, and you can drop it only if you cultivate it. This is the arduousness of the whole phenomenon, because the mind says, if we have to drop it, then why cultivate it? The mind says, when we have to destroy it, then why create it? If you listen to the mind, you will be in trouble. Mind is always logical and life is always illogical, so they never meet. This is simple logic, ordinary mathematics, that if you are to destroy this house, then why build it? Why this whole trouble? Why this effort and waste of time and energy? The house is not there, so why build it and then destroy it? The house is not the point really, you are the point. Building the house, you will change, and then destroying the house you will change completely. You will not be the same, because creating the house, the whole process of it, will prove a growth to you. Then, When the house is ready, you pull it down. That will be a mutation. Mind is logical and life is dialectical. Mind moves in a simple line, and life moves always jumping from one pole to another, from one thing to the very opposite. Life is dialectical. Create, and then life says, destroy. Be born, and then life says, die. Attain, and then life says, lose. Be rich, and then life says, become poor. Be a peak, an Everest of the ego, and then become an abyss of egolessness. Then you have known both, the illusory and the real, the Maya and the Brahma. Almost every day it happens. Somebody comes to be initiated into sannyas, and then his mind starts functioning and he says to me, wearing orange will make me more egoistic, because then I will feel that I am somebody different, distinct. I am a sannyasin, one who has renounced. So wearing orange will make me more egoistic, he says. And I say to him, become egoistic, but consciously. Ego is a disease if you are unconscious about it. If you hide it in the unconscious. Ego is a game if you are conscious about it. You can enjoy it. You can play it. Be conscious, mindful, and play the game. The game is not bad, but when you forget that it is a game and become too serious, then problems arise. So I say sannyas is not serious. It is a game, a religious game, of course. It has its own rules, because every game must have rules. Without rules no game can be played. Life can be without rules, but games cannot be. If somebody says, I am not going to follow this rule, then you cannot play the game. You play cards, then you follow rules. And you never say, these rules are just arbitrary, artificial, why can't we change them? You can change them, but then the game will be difficult. And if every individual follows his own rules, then the game is impossible. Life is possible. You can play as you like because life never believes in rules. It is beyond rules. But games have rules. Remember, wherever you see rules, know immediately this is a game. This is the criterion. Wherever you see rules, immediately know this is a game, because games exist through rules. So if I say, wear orange, have the mela, this is a game, obviously. Play it as well as you can and don't be serious about it. Otherwise you miss the point. Be egoists. Perfect. Cultivated. Refined. Go on working on your ego and make it a beautiful statue, because before you give it back to the God, it must be something worth giving. It must be a present. Beloved Osho, question 2. You have said that much energy is needed to achieve the inner alchemy. My way, the way of the white clouds. 80 Osho. Chapter 8. Only a ripe fruit falls. Would you talk to us about energy? How can we build IDEAP? And how can we retain IT? In what ways do we lose IT? And can we gain IT from outside sources? The first thing, you are part of an infinite energy, a wave in an infinite ocean. If you can't remember this, you never lose energy, because an infinite source is always available. You are just a wave, and deep down the ocean is hidden. You are born. Who gives you birth? Who gives energy to you to move into the body? Who gives energy to the body to become an automatic, delicate mechanism? an organism. For 70 years or 80 years, or even 100 years, the body continues being alive. And now scientists say that death is an accident. The body can continue infinitely. Scientists say there is no necessity for death to exist. It exists because we have not been able to use the infinite energy that is around us. So the first thing to remember is, you are part of an infinite energy. Continuously remember it and feel it. Moving, walking, eating, sleeping, feel you are infinite. This is what the Upanishads say, always feel you are the Brahman, the eternal. If you can't feel this more and more, you will become aware that you are not losing any energy. The source becomes available. You become the vehicle. Then do whatsoever you want to do. By doing, nobody loses energy. This is one of the fallacies of the human mind, that if you do something, you lose energy. No. If you have this idea that doing something I am losing energy, you lose energy, not by doing, but by having the idea. Otherwise, through doing you can gain energy, if you have the idea. If you don't have any idea, then also no energy is lost. When people are retired, they start thinking that now they have less energy, so they must rest and relax more. They should not do anything, otherwise their energy is lost. And then they die sooner than they would have died. Statistics say that the lifespan is reduced by 10 years. The person who is working may have lived to 70. Retired, he will die at 60. Your body is a dynamo. The more you use it, the more energy from the infinite source is supplied. If you don't use it, there is no need for any new supply. Then by and by the supply stops. Be more active, and you will have more energy. Be less active, and you will lose much energy. Through activity, energy is not lost. Through activity you renew it. You use the energy. Then from the source more energy becomes available. Look at the trees. The sun rises and from the leaves of the trees water starts evaporating. The moment a leaf starts evaporating water, from the roots new water circulates, because it is a long process. The leaf releases water, then just near the leaf dryness is created. That dryness immediately sucks water from the twig. Then the twig is dry. The twig sucks water from its branch. This goes on down to the roots. Then the roots suck water from the earth. If the leaves think, if we evaporate water then we will die, we will feel thirsty, then this tree is going to die. Because the new sources will not be available, then the roots will not be able to function. You also have roots into the infinite. When you use energy, you suck energy from the infinite. Your roots start working. My way, the way of the white clouds. 81 Osho. Chapter 8. Only a ripe fruit falls. A very fallacious idea is in the human mind, that through activity we lose energy. No. The more active, the more energy you will have. The less active, the less energy. And this is true of activity in all directions of life. Love more and you will have more love to give. Become a miser and think, if I love more, then my love will be dissipated, and sooner or later I will not have any love anymore, so it is better to preserve it. Then your love will die and you will not be able to love. Love, and more love becomes available. Use more and you have more. This is the law of life. You can eat the cake and have it also. Compassion, love, activity, whatsoever the dimension, the same rule applies. Whatsoever you want more of, do the same. If you want to become an infinite source of love, then go on sharing love as much as you can. Don't be a miser. Only misers lose energy. And we are all misers. That's why we always feel dissipated. But the idea can be dangerous, poisonous. If you have an idea, that idea works. Mind works through hypnosis. For example, just a few decades ago, all over the world it was taught that you have a limited quota of sexual energy. You make love, energy is lost. That idea created sexual misers all over the world. The whole idea is fallacious. But if you have the idea in your mind, then whenever you make love you are continuously hypnotizing yourself that you are losing energy. Then energy is wasted. This idea becomes imprinted in your mind. And when you make love you are so vulnerable, so receptive, you are so soft, so to speak, that whatsoever you are thinking goes deep into you. And then the consequences follow. You feel dissipated. You feel your energy is lost. And when you feel dissipated and energy is lost, the old idea is strengthened still more. This becomes a vicious circle. Now scientists, biologists say that sex is infinite energy. You cannot lose it, because every day it is being created by your food, by your breathing, by your activity. It is created. It is not a stored thing so that when you take a particular quantity out that much is lost. You now have less. It is not that way. It is not something stored there. It is being created every moment. If you don't use it, it goes stale and dead. If you don't use it, it will make you stale and dead. Then the flow has stopped. But if you go on flowing, more and more becomes available to you. Jesus says somewhere, one of the most foundational things, he says, if you try to cling to life, you will lose it, and if you are ready to lose it, you will have it in abundance. All over the world up to this century children were taught that any leakage of semen in any way is very destructive. You may go mad. You may become crippled. At least your intelligence will be less, and the possibility of becoming crazy and eccentric and weak will be more. This is absolutely false. But the teaching did make many people crazy, many people weak, many people stupid, mediocre, because the idea, and this is such a dangerous idea. When a child has grown up and become mature, at the age of 14 or 15, he starts losing semen. He cannot do anything about it. He will masturbate, or if morality is too much he will not masturbate. But nocturnal ejaculations will be there. In the night he will lose semen. And all around the propaganda is going on. If you lose semen, everything is lost. In India, they used to say, if you go to old saints and their followers, they still go on saying that one drop of semen means 40 days of work for the body. So for 40 days the body has to work. Then one drop of semen is created. So if one drop is lost, 40 days of life is wasted. Small children don't know anything, and they are very receptive. When the whole society teaches this, they become hypnotized by it. Then they cannot do anything because the semen flows when the body is ready. the semen is bound to go out. This teaching is all around and they cannot tell anybody that they are losing semen. They hide it. They suffer inside. They go through a constant torture. And they think they are the exceptions, because they can know that everybody else is going through the same thing, because nobody talks about it. Nobody speaks about it. And whosoever talks about it, talks against it. So every boy thinks that he is the exception, that only he is going through this. Soon he will start feeling disease. Soon he will start feeling that intelligence is waning. Soon he will start feeling that he is going crazy, that his life is wasted. Many people go on writing letters to me saying that their lives are wasted because they have lost so much semen, they have lost so much sex energy. That idea is very dangerous, and if an idea is there, the thing will happen. It happens through hypnosis. Any idea can become a help or a hindrance. It is difficult to live in the no idea. So before you can reach to a mind which is thoughtless, when everything becomes available spontaneously, before that, it is better to have this idea in the mind, that you are part of an infinite energy and by doing you are gaining, not losing. By giving you are attaining, not losing. Love, sex, activity, whatsoever. Always remember and be filled with the idea that whenever you give something, from the roots more becomes available to you. More is given to you. God is the giver, the unconditional giver. If you are also a giver, your hands will always be empty and the God can give you more. If you are a miser, your relationship with the divine is cut. Then you live as a small wave, always afraid of losing. Live as the ocean. Be oceanic. Never think of losing, about anything. Nothing is lost. Nothing can be lost. And you are not an individual. You only appear as an individual. The whole is joined to you. You are just a face of the whole, just a way the whole has happened. Don't be worried about it. It is never going to end. This existence is beginningless and endless. Enjoy, celebrate, be active, and always be a giver. To be a giver so totally that you never think of retaining or holding anything is the only real prayer. To give is to pray. To give is to life. And those who can give, they are always given more. Enough for today. My way, the way of the white clouds. 83. Osho. Chapter 9. Surrender and I will do the rest. May 18, 1974. In Buddha Hall. Question 1. Beloved Osho, you have said, not in thousands and thousands of years has such an opportunity come to this earth. And you have also said, this age is like any other. You have said, surrender to a stone and it will happen. And you have said, it is essential to tread this dangerous path only with the guidance of a true master. You have said, surrender and I will do the rest. And you've said, I do nothing. For us here and now, and for those in the West who will read these words, would you talk to us some more about the guru/disciple phenomenon? I contradict myself and do it knowingly. Truth is so infinite, so great, that no partial statement can contain it. The opposite has to be included immediately. The whole will always be contradictory. Only the part can be consistent, because the whole has to consider the opposite also. The opposite is there. It exists, Philosophers can be consistent because their understanding is partial. They can be neat and clean. They can afford to be logical. I cannot afford it, because if I try to be consistent, immediately the whole thing becomes untrue. The opposite has to be involved. The opposite has to be absorbed. 84. Chapter 9. Surrender and I will do the rest. For example, when I say, surrender and I will do the rest, this is one part. And why am I saying it? I am saying it so that you can surrender totally. If you can't feel this and trust this, that the remaining shall be done, your surrender can be complete. If you have a fear, a distrust, then even after surrender you will have to do something. The surrender cannot be complete. If after surrender you have also to do something, then you have to retain yourself. You have to hold back. Surrender cannot be total. And when surrender is not total, it is not surrender at all. Surrender can only be total. You cannot surrender in part. You cannot say, I surrender half, because the half that has been retained will be against the surrender. It can only be retained against it. So surrender can only be total. It is just like a circle, the geometric circle. It cannot be half. You cannot draw a half circle. If you draw it, you cannot call it a circle. A circle must be complete. Half, then it is something else, not a circle at all. Surrender can only be total. It is also a circle, a spiritual circle. You surrender from end to end. Nothing is left behind. To help this, I say, you surrender, and the remaining will be done by me. The emphasis that I shall do, you simply surrender, is to make your surrender total. But I know that if you have surrendered, there is no need for anything to be done, not even on my part. Surrender itself is the thing, nothing else is needed. The very phenomenon of surrendering is enough. No further help is needed. Everything will be done by surrender itself. Surrendering means you are no more. Surrendering means the ego has been dropped. Surrendering means now the center has been dispersed. You exist but without a center. If there is no center, there is nothing to protect. The walls drop by themselves. If there is no one, your whole structure of defense disappears by and by. It becomes futile. You become an open space. This open space will do everything. This openness will do everything. God will pass through you unhindered. God can move through you, in and out. There is nobody to create any barrier. Surrendered, you become open to the divine forces. Everything happens spontaneously after that. The problem is surrendering. After surrendering, there is no problem. So I am not needed to help you. Nothing is needed. That's why I go on contradicting myself and I say I don't do anything. There is no need. Now, you can look at the whole. If I say I will not do, I cannot do anything, there is no need. If I say only this, your surrendering will be impossible. You will be afraid, alone, moving into the unknown, nobody to help, nobody to guide. And this man says, I'm not going to do anything. How can you surrender totally? It will be difficult for you. If I say only that I will do everything without contradicting it, that will not be true, because, really, I am not going to do anything. So what to do now? How to say this whole There is only one way to contradict consistently. The relationship between a guru and a disciple is a very complex phenomenon. In a way very simple, otherwise very complex. It is simple because the relationship exists only on the part of the disciple. On the part of the master there is no relationship, because the master doesn't exist. He is there no more. He is a nobody. It appears to you that he is. This appearance will persist unless you surrender. Once you surrender, once you become a non-being, suddenly you will see that the master has never been there. The master is an absence. But the absence can be seen only when you have also become an absence. Only two absences meet. If you are present, you go on projecting on the master also that he is. It is your projection, because your ego cannot see non-ego. Only the similar can respond to the similar. Your ego can only see egos everywhere. That is a way to protect your own self. Wherever you look, immediately you project an ego. So even the master will look like somebody, some ego. And you will find ways and means to prove to yourself that he is also an ego. Your rationalizations may be perfectly logical, but I say they are absurd, because you cannot see the phenomenon of non-ego as you are. Surrendered, suddenly you will see that the master is not there. If you are surrendered right this moment you will see this chair is empty. This man who is talking to you is not there. This man is just an emptiness. But only absent will you be able to see this absence. Relationship cannot exist on the part of the master. If it exists he is not a master at all. He is still there. He cannot guide you. He can only misguide you. The teaching may be beautiful, but he will misguide you. Because whatsoever he does, I say whatsoever unconditionally, will be wrong. It is not a question of this thing being wrong and that thing being right. Whatsoever comes out of the ego is wrong. It may be virtue. It may be non-violence. It may be love. But whatsoever comes out of the ego is wrong. The ego perverts everything. The ego is the greatest perverter. If the master loves you and the ego is there, his love will become possessive. He will destroy you. He will kill you. The relationship will be poisonous. The ordinary relationship of love will be there. He won't allow you to move to another master. He will fight. He will create barriers so that you cannot move from him. Because he depends on you. His ego depends on you. The master, if with the ego, cannot exist without the followers. The followers are needed to feed. The greater the crowd, the better he will feel. If everybody leaves him he will simply be dead. Then the ego will be hurt. So-called masters go on fighting, competing with other so-called masters. It becomes a market. The whole competition of the market comes in. If the master has an ego, that means he is not really the master, just pretending. Then his compassion will be only in the name compassion. He will be cruel. He will torture you. Of course, in such a way that you will feel this torturing is a discipline. He will force you to do things which are painful and unnecessary. But he will enjoy that pain. He will rationalize it. He will say, fast, because without fasting you cannot reach. And when you fast and you are tortured, he will be happy. His compassion is just a hidden cruelty. In the name of compassion he is a sadist. Torturing, he will feel happy. Looking at you, seeing that you are sad, tortured, depressed, he will say, the AIRHEY has been won, you have become non-attached. My way, the way of the white clouds. 86. Osho. Chapter 9. Surrender and I will do the rest. The more you are sad, the happier he will be. If he sees a smile on your face, he will condemn it immediately. If he feels you are blissful, immediately he will find that something has gone wrong. Because how can you be blissful in this world, in this wrong world? How can you be happy? Life is misery. How can you be ecstatic? Then you must be enjoying the senses somewhere, somehow. If you look young and fresh and alive, then you are too much attached to the body. He will start destroying your body. He is a sadist and a very subtle sadist, more subtle than a Hitler or Mussolini, because they kill immediately. Their murdering is simple. This man will also murder you, but in installments, slowly, slowly. Go around this country, you will find many who have been murdering others. And remember, he can kill you only if he is also suicidal, otherwise not. If he enjoys good food, he cannot force fasting on you. Impossible. If he lives in the beautiful house, he cannot tell you to live in a hut, in a cottage. So this is absolutely logical. If he wants to destroy you, he will have to destroy himself. The more he tortures himself, the more he gets control to torture you. He will fast, he will destroy his body. And the more he destroys his body, the more he has got you around your neck. Now he can crush you completely and crush you with a good conscience. This is the phenomenon. With a wrong master, with an egoistic master, whatsoever happens goes wrong. His discipline becomes a sadism. His own life becomes masochistic. His whole being becomes destructive. Ego is destructive. Then relationship can exist. With a wrong master, relationship can exist, because on the part of the master also there is ego, and the ego wants to relate. The ego cannot exist without relating. But if there is a real master, relationship exists only on the part of the disciple. You love him. You obey him. He is not concerned with your obedience. He is not concerned with your love. That doesn't mean that he doesn't care. He cares infinitely, but there is no one who can't be related. His care is natural. Just as water flows downward, his care flows towards you. Even if you are not there, his care goes on flowing. Whatsoever I am here with you, when you are not here, I am the same. My being goes on flowing in the same way. When nobody is there, I remain the same. When you are there, I am the same. If I change, then the ego is there, because the ego exists in relationship. When you come there, the ego comes in, becomes active and alive. When you go, the ego becomes lazy, falls asleep. Then there is a change. With you or without you, my emptiness remains the same. The care goes on flowing. The love goes on flowing. There is no lover. I cannot choose to love or not to love. If I can choose, then I am there. Relationship exists on your part, and it will continue to exist until you surrender. So surrender is the greatest and deepest relationship. and the end of relationship also. If you surrender, you have come to the deepest relationship that is possible. Beyond that, relationship disappears. Surrendered, you are no more, and the master has never been there. Two empty spaces cannot be two. You cannot draw a line between two empty spaces. You cannot make boundaries around emptiness. Two emptinesses become one, and relationship cannot exist, because for relationship, two are needed. So at the last moment of surrender, try to understand this. At the last moment of surrender, the greatest relationship that is possible exists. The deepest, the most intimate relationship exists. Of course, on your part. The next moment, when you have surrendered, everything has disappeared. Now there is neither master nor disciple. And now the master and disciple both can laugh. They can have a belly laugh. They can have an uproarious laugh about the whole nonsense that was there just a moment before. The effort to help, the effort to get the help, the surrender, the constant struggle of the ego not to surrender, all the explanations, all the teachings, the whole thing becomes absurd. Your many, many lives become just like dreams. And now you can laugh, because you could have awakened any moment. You could have become enlightened. You could have come out of your dreaming at any moment in any life. Once you attain this enlightenment ... because surrender is one aspect, enlightenment is the other side of the coin. It is the same door. When you enter, on the door is written, surrender. When you have entered and you look back, on the door is written, enlightenment. It is the same door. From one side it is the entrance, from another side it is the exit. That's why there is so much insistence on surrender. SAMARPAN. The relationship is very complex, because only one exists. The other relator is not there. So all the games with the master are really your games. You are playing. It is a game of patience. The other is simply watching you play. You change tactics. You try this way and that way. You try in many ways, but unnecessarily, because the only effort which will be helpful is surrender. All else is just to prepare you to come to a moment of realization when you see the whole absurdity of all effort and simply drop. Many techniques are used. Those techniques are not really going to help. They are only going to help you to realize that you have to surrender. They will simply prove the futility of all effort. But you play the game. You go on changing your tactics. The ego employs every type of strategy. For the ego it is a life and death problem. It will deceive you. It will deceive you continuously. And the ego is a perfect rationalist. When it deceives it gives you reasons. You cannot argue with it. And if you try to argue you will be defeated. Hence, the supremacy of trust and faith. Only a faithful one can surrender. And only a faithful one can reach to the very peak of existence, to the climax of bliss. In the West, one of the deepest psychologists of this century was Abraham Maslow. His whole life he worked around the phenomenon of peak experience. His whole life he devoted to the phenomenon of certain experiences which he called the peak, the ultimate, the final, the enlightenment of Buddha, or the luminous unconsciousness of Ramakrishna, or the ecstasy of Mitra, Boma, Eckhart. The peak, the highest that can happen to human consciousness. Trying to probe into this phenomenon, Maslow became aware that there are two types of people. One he calls peakers, the other he calls non-peakers. Peakers are those who are ready and open and receptive. Non-peakers are those who are convinced that no peak experience is possible. In the non-peakers he includes scientists, rationalists, logicians, materialists, businessmen, politicians, practical types, so-called practical people, for whom the end is meaningless. They are means-oriented. These people create walls around them, and because of those walls they cannot have any ecstasy. When they cannot have any ecstasy, their original standpoint is confirmed. Then they create more walls, and that becomes a vicious circle. There are peakers, poets, dancers, musicians, madmen, impractical adventurers. These are peakers. They don't bother. They don't argue with their mind. They simply allow things to happen. And then even in ordinary life, sometimes certain peaks are achieved. I have heard about one psychoanalyst who was being analyzed by another psychoanalyst. This first psychoanalyst who was being analyzed went for a holiday. From the holiday spot he telegrammed the other, saying, "I am feeling very happy." Why? This type of person cannot accept even happiness. They will ask, "Why? Why am I feeling happy? There must be something wrong." They have the notion that happiness is not possible. The great psychologist, Freud, says that happiness is impossible for human beings. He says the very structure of the human mind is such that happiness is not possible. At the most you can be tolerably unhappy. If this is the attitude, and Freud has convinced himself, he has fortified himself with all types of arguments. If this is the concept, the notion, the idea, that happiness is impossible, then you are closed. Then happiness will not be possible for you. And when it is not possible, your original concept is strengthened, that you were right. Then there is less possibility for happiness. Then your original concept is strengthened still more, and there is even less possibility. Finally, the moment will come when you say that unhappiness is the only possibility. The disciple should be a peaker, and the greatest openness comes with surrender. But what should a peaker have? How should he structure his mind so he is open? Less reason, more trust. Less practicalness, more adventure. Less prose, more poetry. Be logical, otherwise happiness is not for you. Logic is the enemy. Logic will prove that life is misery. Logic will prove that there is no meaning. Logic will prove that there is no God. Logic will prove that there is no possibility of any ecstasy. Logic will prove that life is just an accident, and in this accident there is no possibility. Between birth and death, if you can at the most manage somehow to exist, that's enough. Logic is suicidal. If you go with it, finally it will give you the key to get out of life. Finally it will say that suicide is the most logical step to be taken, because life is meaningless. What are you doing here? Repeating the same routine. In the morning getting out of bed, unnecessarily, because you have been getting up every day and nothing has happened. So why get up today again? And then taking your breakfast. You have been taking it your whole life, and nothing has happened out of it. then reading your newspaper, going to the office, coming back again, and doing the same nonsensical things, and then eating your food, then going to sleep, then the morning again. A repetitious circle, leading nowhere, moving in a rut. If you are really logical, your mind will say, commit suicide. Why prolong this whole nonsense? Logic leads to suicide. Faith leads to supreme life. And faith is illogical. It doesn't ask. It doesn't argue. It simply enters into the unknown. It tries to experience. Experience is the only argument for a man who has faith. He will try to taste it. He will try to experience it. Without experiencing, he will not say anything. He will not decide. He will remain open. By one step, then another step, then another. Faith leads to surrender, because the more you try with faith, the more you know, the more you experience. Your life becomes intense. Every step says to you, go beyond it. Much more is hidden beyond. Beyond becomes the goal. Transcend everything and go beyond. And life becomes an adventure, a continuous discovery of the unknown. Then more trust is created. When every step taken into the unknown gives you a blissful glimpse, when every step taken into madness gives you a higher form of ecstasy, when every step taken into the unknown helps you to realize that life doesn't consist of the mind. It is a total organic phenomenon. Your whole being is needed and called. Then by and by your inner being becomes convinced. And it is not a logical conviction. It is your experience. It is experiential, or you can say it is existential, not intellectual. It is total. Then a moment comes when you can't surrender. Surrender is the greatest gamble. Surrender means putting the mind aside completely. Surrender means going mad. I say surrender means going mad, because all those who live in their logic and in their minds will think you have gone mad. To me it is not madness. To me madness, this type of madness, is the only courageous way of life. To me this madness is the deepest jump. To me this madness is all that a man is called to be. But to the logicians, your trust will look like madness. This is one of the phenomena that has to be penetrated very deeply. All the great religions are born around some madman. The Jesus is a madman, perfectly insane. A Buddha is a madman. But the people who gather around are not all mad. Many come who are not pickers, who are intellectuals. They are attracted to Jesus and to Buddha also. The very being of Buddha is so magnetic now, filled with so much infinite energy, that they are attracted. Their mind reasons that something has been attained by this man, but they are not pickers. They are non-pickers. Intellectually they become attracted. The very phenomenon of a Buddha and his being becomes a logical argument to them. They listen to Buddha. They rationalize his sayings. They create metaphysics around them. Then a religion is born. At the base is a madman, but in the structure are logicians. They are the contradictory people, absolutely contradictory, opposite to Buddha. They create the organization. They create Buddhism and the philosophies. Jesus is a madman. Saint Paul is not. He is a perfect logician. The Church is created by Saint Paul, not by Jesus. The whole of Christianity is created by Saint Paul, not by Jesus. And this is one of the dangerous things that has been happening. There is no way to prevent it. It is in the nature of things. If Jesus is born now, the church will deny him immediately. The church will not allow any madman. Eckhart or Boma. The church will deny them. They are madmen. They will be expelled from the organization. They will not be allowed because they can prove destructive. They say such things that if people listen to them and believe in them, they will destroy the whole structure, the whole organization. Religion is born at the base, madmen, and then taken over by the logicians who are the opposite. They create all organizations. Peakers give birth, and then the child is adopted by the non-peakers. So every religion at its birth source is beautiful, but never again. Then it becomes ugly. Then, really, it becomes anti-religious. Whatsoever I am saying to you, you are fortunate. You are at the source. That's why I say you are fortunate. And it happens only after thousands of years that you are near the source. It will not be so again. Even with my ideas, it will not be so again. Sooner or later, the logician will enter. The non-peaker will come. They are bound to come. They are already on the way. They will systematize everything. They will destroy everything. And then the opportunity will be missed. Then it will be a dead thing. Right now, it is alive. And you are near the source. That's why I say you are fortunate. In your mind also, both the possibilities are there, the peaker and the non-peaker. If you allow your peaker, then you will surrender. If you allow your non-peaker, then you will listen to me, argue about it, rationalize about it, philosophize about it. Then either you are convinced by me, or not convinced by me. If you are convinced, you hang around me. If you are not convinced, you leave. But in both the cases you miss. Whether you hang around me or leave is irrelevant. If you are trying to be convinced intellectually, you have missed. This can be done when I am dead. Right now, something else is possible and can be done, and that is, allow your peaker, allow your trusting soul to adventure. Don't make it a reasoning within you. Make it a jump. The source happens rarely, and very few people can take the advantage. This has always been so. This will be always so. Around Jesus there were only a few people. Around Buddha only a few people. And then for centuries they weep and they cry. When Buddha was dying, many were crying and weeping. Only a few were blissfully sitting around. Only a few. Those were the peakers who were sitting blissfully. They had become one with the source. They had become one with the Buddha. The disciple and the master had disappeared long before, and now there is going to be no death. Only a few, the Mahakashyapa, the Sariputta, were sitting silently, enjoying. Even Ananda, Buddha's chief disciple, was crying and weeping. Buddha opened his eyes and said, "Why are you weeping, Ananda?" Ananda said, "For many years I was with you and I missed the chance, and now you will be no more. What will happen to me now? You were here and I couldn't attain. Now you will not be here. What will happen to me? Now how many lives will I have to wander? Even if the source is available to you, you can miss. You can miss by no surrendering. Surrender, and the remaining I will do. Then I will be smiling continuously. Question to beloved Osho: before you start talking, you smile. When you start talking, your smile disappears and you don't smile again until you've finished. Can you tell us about that? It is relevant, because to speak is such a torture and such a useless activity. It has to be done because there is no other way to bring you towards the silence that exists in me. You won't listen to it. You can listen only to words. So I am smiling when I start talking, but while I am talking it is difficult to smile. It is such a torture and such a futile effort to say something which cannot be said, to talk about something which cannot be talked about, to go on continuously pointing with the fingers to the moon which cannot be fingered. But there is no other way, so I have to continue it. By and by, you will become able to listen to the non-verbal, to the wordless. By and by, you will become able to listen when I am not talking, then there will be no need ... then I will be smiling continuously. So when I finish, I smile again. The torture is no more. Enough for today. My way, the way of the white clouds. 92. Osho. Chapter 10. You are the way. May 19, 1974, in Buddha Hall. Question 1. Beloved Osho, as you know, the old Zen custom was that a monk should stay with his master for 10 years before he went out on his own teaching. There is a Zen story about a monk who had completed his 10 years in the monastery. One rainy day the monk visited his master, Nan-in. After Nan-in had greeted him, he said to the monk, "No doubt you have left your shoes in the vestibule. On which side of your umbrella did you leave your shoes?" For a moment the monk hesitated, and through that hesitation realized that he was not in every minute Zen. You have told us that life has a pulsation, in and out, yin and yang. Do we have to keep trying for every minute awareness? Or can we to pulsate with life, and at times let go our trying? The first thing to be understood, awareness should be moment to moment, but it can be only when it has become effortless. With effort you will lose contact again and again. With effort you will have to rest. Effort cannot be continuous. It is impossible. How can you make an effort continuously? You will get tired and then you will have to relax. Every effort needs relaxation. So if awareness is through effort, then awareness cannot be a constant, continuous flow. There will be moments when you will have to lose awareness. Those will be the moments of relaxation from the effort. Life pulsates. Life always moves to the opposite. Effort. Then you have to rest. Again you make the effort. Then you have to rest. But there is an awareness which goes beyond life, the transcendental. Then there is no pulsation. It is effortless. It is spontaneous. What happened to this monk, this disciple of Nan-in? The master asked, "Where have you left your shoes, on the right or on the left?" He hesitated, and he realized that in the moment of leaving the shoes he was not aware, otherwise he must have known where he had left them, on the left or on the right. His consciousness is not yet continuous. That shows only that his consciousness is not yet effortless. He is still to remember, consciously make effort. His mindfulness is still with attention. He has not yet become mindful. So sometimes he succeeds, sometimes he fails. Nan-in is asking only, Is your awareness now natural? You need not manipulate it. You need not do anything about it. It is there. Whatsoever you do, it is there. Or do you have to make an effort for it to be there? If the effort is there, it is a strained thing, and a strained thing is bound to be unnatural. An unnatural awareness is not really awareness. It exists only on the periphery, not in you. If it exists in you, there is no need to make any effort. What I am trying to say is, effort is always on the periphery. You cannot touch the center through effort. You can do something on the periphery. You can change your behavior. You can change your so-called character. On the periphery, with effort, you can become a good man from being bad. You can become virtuous from being a sinner. You can even become a saint. On the periphery, with effort. But the center can't never be touched and penetrated through effort, because no action can lead to you. You are already there. There is no need to do anything. You have to be simply silent, spontaneous, and then the center arises. It comes out of the clouds. There is a break, a gap. You suddenly realize your spontaneous awareness. You are awareness. It is nothing you do. It is nothing which has to be done. Your very nature is awareness. Hindus have called you Sadhana and the. They have used three words: Saturday, chip, they and the. Saturday means the existential, that which can't never go into non-existence. Saturday means the truth, which can never become untrue. Saturday means the eternal, which was, which is, which will be. Chip means awareness, consciousness. That is your nature. You have always been conscious. You are conscious. You will be conscious. That consciousness cannot be taken from you, but it exists at the very core of your being, not on the periphery. It is you, but you are not in contact with yourself. And Ananda means bliss, ecstasy. It is not that you have to achieve bliss, it is you. You have always been blissful. You cannot be otherwise. There is no possibility. You cannot change it. You will say this seems absolutely absurd, because we are in misery. You are in misery because you have become too much obsessed with the periphery. You have forgotten completely the center. You have become too much engaged with others, too much occupied with others, so that the whole attention is focused on the other, and you have fallen into the shade, into the darkness. Satchidananda you are. The Zen master, Nan-in, is asking the disciple, have you now become alert to who you are? Are you now rooted in your nature? If the disciple was really rooted in his nature, what would have been the case? The story is very difficult to understand. It is not a question of leaving the shoes on the left or on the right. That is not the point of the story. That seems to be the point, but it is not. The real point is, when Nan-in asked this, the disciple hesitated. That is the real point. And in that moment of hesitation he was not aware that he was hesitating. If he had been aware that there was hesitation, he would have been accepted. But at that very moment he lost awareness. And you cannot deceive Nan-in. If you go to see Nan-in you can remember very well where you have left your shoes. That is not difficult. If Nan-in asks you, where have you left your shoes, on the left or on the right? You can immediately answer, on the right. And still you will lose. That is not the point. That is just a deception. Nan-in is diverting the mind just to see right now what is happening in him. In the very moment when Nan-in asked, "Where are your shoes? On the right or on the left?" the disciple missed. In the very moment he hesitated, and he was not aware of the hesitation. He started thinking. In the very moment that he became unaware, Nan-in looked into him. That question was just to divert the mind. It was just a deception. The disciple failed, so he cannot be sent to teach others. He is not yet ready. He is not yet aware. How can one who is not aware teach others? Whatsoever he is going to teach will be false. There are many teachers who are not aware of their own selves. They can be good teachers, efficient, artful, but that is not the point. They cannot be of any help. I was traveling in a train once. One small boy was a great nuisance. All the passengers in the carriage were troubled. He was running from this corner to that, toppling glasses, falling on people, and the father was very much embarrassed. He tried many times to stop the boy, but he wouldn't listen. Finally the father said, "Willie, if you don't listen to me and if you don't stop, I am going to spank you." The boy still continued running. He went to the other end of the carriage and he said, "Okay, you spank me, but then I am going to tell the ticket collector how old I really am." This father cannot be a teacher. Even a child is not going to listen to him. The teacher who is unaware of his own self cannot be a teacher. He cannot teach others what he has not himself attained. Awareness is something like an infectious disease. When a master is alert, aware, you become infected with his awareness. Sometimes, just sitting by the side of the master, you suddenly become aware, as if the clouds have gone and you can see the open sky. Even for a moment. But that becomes a deep change in the very quality of your being. Even not making any effort on your part, just being near the master who is a pool of silent awareness. Suddenly you become silent. He touches you. The closed doors open, or as if in a dark night suddenly there is lightning, and you see the whole. It disappears because it cannot be retained by you. If it is not attained by you, you will lose it, but you will never be the same again. You have known something, something that was previously unknown. And now this knowing will remain a part of you. There will arise a desire, there will arise a new ambition, to attain this, to make this permanent, because even for a moment it was so blissful, it showered so much happiness on you, so much joy. But if the master, if the teacher, is not himself aware, he can teach about awareness but he cannot teach awareness. And teaching about awareness is useless. It is verbal. It is a theory. You can learn the theory from him, but you cannot learn the fact. Hence, before this disciple leaves Nan-in must look into him. And this is a very different phenomenon. In the world of education, a student is examined, but only his memory is examined, never he himself. Always his memory is examined, never he. Nan-in is not examining the memory of the disciple. He is not asking, "Where have you left your shoes? On the right or on the left?" He is not asking for a perfect memory, because where he left the shoes is now past. He is trying to see into the being of the disciple right now. He is not examining the memory, but trying to look into the consciousness this very moment. The past is not the question. The presentness is the question. Just imagine that disciple sitting before Nan-in. Nan-in asks, and the disciple is lost in the past. He tries to think where he has left the shoes. He tries to think whether he can remember or not. He tries to think whether he has missed awareness or not. Right now he has become a confusion. His whole consciousness has become cloudy. He is no longer here. He is not in the presence of Nan-in. He has gone into the past. He has gone into thinking. He is not meditative. The hesitation, the thinking, the effort to try ... You cannot escape Nan-in. He will see through you. He will see all the clouds. He will see you are not here and now. Then you cannot be allowed to teach. You cannot be sent out. Because what will you teach? That which you have not got you cannot teach. You can pretend, but that pretension will be dangerous. Because if you pretend that you are aware and you are not, that pretension will become infectious. The pseudo-master creates pseudo-disciples, and then like ripples that pseudo-nets goes on spreading. The most dangerous sin that a man can commit is to pretend awareness. Even if you murder a man, it is not such a great sin, because, really, you cannot murder. You can only destroy the body. The soul moves into another. You only destroy one game, another starts immediately. A murderer is not such a great sinner. But if you pretend that you are aware and you are not, if you pretend that you are the master and you are not, you are doing such harm, such infinite harm, that no sin can be compared to it, because others will get the pretension. They start pretending, and then it will go on and on, just like when you throw a stone into a silent lake. Ripples arise and they go on and on. One ripple creates another, pushes another, and it goes on and on to the very boundaries of the lake. The lake of consciousness has no boundaries. Once a ripple is created, it will go forever. Forever it will continue. You will not be here, but your pretensions, your falsity, will continue and many will be deluded by it. A false master is the greatest sinner in the world. That's why Nan-in won't allow anybody to go and teach unless he has become enlightened himself. Then the very light that burns within you helps others to be lit. The very fire that burns within you makes others warm. The very life that has happened to you helps others to come out of their deadness. But remember, alertness, awareness, or consciousness can be continuous only when it has become effortless. In the beginning, effort is bound to be there, because otherwise how are you going to start? You will make an effort. You will try to be mindful. You will try in every way to be conscious, but the effort will create a tension. And the more you make the effort, the more tense you will be. There will be tiny glimpses, but because of the tension the ecstasy will be missed. You have to pass through this state also, of making effort. One thing you will become aware of sooner or later, that whenever you make effort, awareness comes to you, but it is a very tortured awareness, nightmarish. It is very heavy. It sits just like a rock on your head. It is not joyful. It is not weightless. It is not dancing. But while making this effort, sometimes, suddenly you will become aware, when you were not making the effort. And that awareness will be light, joyful, dancing, ecstatic. This will happen only to those who are making efforts. While making efforts, sometimes, when you are not making effort, this glimpse will happen to you. And then you will become aware that through effort you cannot achieve that ultimate. Only through non-effort it happens. Too many meditators around me it happens. They come to tell me that while meditating in the morning, in the evening, nothing much is happening. But suddenly in the night or suddenly in the afternoon they are sitting, and something starts, and they were not doing anything. This will happen just as when you forget a name and you feel it is just on the tip of the tongue. You become very much strained. You make every effort to bring it to consciousness. It does not come, and the more you make an effort, the more you feel lost. You know that you know, continuously you know that you can remember. It is just around the corner, but some barrier, something like a block is there, and the name is not coming to you. It may be the name of a cherished friend. And then the whole effort becomes so futile you leave it. You start reading a newspaper, or go for a smoke, or you go in the garden for a walk, or you just start digging in the garden. And suddenly it pops up. Suddenly the name is there, the friend is standing there, the face is there. What happened? When you were making the effort you were so tense. That very tenseness became the block. The very tenseness narrowed down the passage. The name wanted to come, the memory was knocking on the door, but the very tenseness became the closedness. That's why you were feeling it was just on the tip of the tongue. It was. But because you were so tense, so worried about it, so anxious to bring it out, your anxiety became a lock. When a mind is very much anxious, it becomes closed. All that is beautiful and true happens only when you are not anxious about it. All that is lovely happens only when you are not even waiting for it, not asking, not demanding. Then the mind has no blocks. That's why it happens when you have forgotten it. Effort is needed. In the beginning, effort is a must. Futile, but still a must. The futility will be realized by and by. When you have glimpses, sudden glimpses, with the feeling that you were not making any effort and those glimpses have showered upon you, gifts from the divine, then you can leave the effort, and leaving the efforts, more and more gifts will come. In the East we have always believed, and believed rightly, that enlightenment is nothing like an achievement. It is like a grace. It is a gift. It is prasad. God gives it to you. You cannot snatch it away from His hand. For a Western seeker this is very difficult to realize, because in the West in the last few centuries, the whole human mind has been converted into a snatching thing. You have snatched everything from nature. Whatsoever secrets science knows, they are not given, they have been snatched. You have forced nature violently to open her doors of mysteries. Because you have succeeded with matter, you think that the same can happen with the divine also. That cannot happen. That is impossible. You cannot attack heaven and you cannot go there with bayonets. You cannot force the divine to open its heart to you because whenever you are forcing you are closed. That is the problem. Whenever you are forced you are closed, and if you are closed the divine cannot be revealed to you. When you are not forcing but floating like a white cloud, just roaming, not making any effort to reach anywhere, when there is no goal and no effort, when you don't want to achieve anything and there is no straining for it, when you are happy as you are, when you are happy as the world is, when you accept things as they are and you don't want to change anything, suddenly, you are transported into a different dimension of being. You realize the doors have always been open. They were never closed. They cannot be closed. The divine mystery has always been near you. It was never very far. It cannot be because you are part of the divine. Wherever you go, the mystery moves with you. It is not a question of searching and seeking. It is a question of remaining silent and allowing. When you seek you miss, because a seeker is always violent. When you search it will not come to you, because the mind that is searching is too preoccupied. It is not available. It is never here and now. It is always somewhere in the future, when the discovery will be made, when the research will be completed, when the seeking will come to an end. It is always somewhere in the end. It is not here. The divine is here, so you never meet. A seeker never reaches. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be a seeker. You will have to be in the beginning. There is no other way. In the beginning you have to be a seeker. You will have to seek and make all the efforts. Just by making all the efforts and becoming a mad seeker, you will realize that it happens only when you are in a non-seeking mind. Sometimes resting it will come to you. Sometimes sleeping it will descend on you. Sometimes just walking on the road it will be there. Sometimes just looking at the sun rising in the morning, not doing anything, just a passive awareness. Looking at the sun rising or the moon shimmering on a cold night in a lake or a flower opening its petals, and you are just a passive awareness. Nothing is needed on your part. When a flower is opening, no help is needed from you. There are foolish people who will try to help. They will destroy the whole beauty of the flower, and the flower will never really open then. Even if you force it to open, it will be a closed flower. The flowering has not happened. It is a forced thing. Anything forced never flowers. You are not needed to help the sun to rise. There are people who think that their help is needed. There are people who create much mischief, because they think their help is needed everywhere. In real life, wherever reality is happening, nobody's help is needed. But it is very difficult to resist the temptation because when you help you feel you are doing something. When you do something, you create the ego. When you don't do anything, the ego cannot exist. In a non-doing moment the ego disappears. Looking at the sun rising, looking at a flower opening, looking at the moon shimmering in a cold lake, not doing anything, suddenly, it will descend on you. You will find the whole existence is filled with the divine. Your every breath is divine. With effort, reach to effortlessness. With seeking, reach to a state of no seeking. With mind, arrive at no mind. There are two types of people. To one type, if I say to make an effort, they make an effort, but then they don't allow effortlessness. To the other type, if I say it will happen only in effortlessness, they leave all effort. Both have gone wrong. Both have gone off the way. This is the rhythm of life. Make effort so you can be effortless also. Strain to the very end so that you can achieve moments of non-strained consciousness. Run as fast as you can so that when you sit, you really sit. Be exhausted in effort so when you rest, it is a real rest. You can rest with restlessness inside you. You can lie down on the ground, but the restlessness goes on inside. So you are simply lying down, but it is not a rest. You may sit like the Buddha and inside the child is running, the mind is working and functioning. Inside you are going mad, outside you are sitting in a Buddha posture. You can be totally static outside, not moving, no activity, and inside, the turmoil goes on. This won't help. Finish the turmoil in effort. Run as fast as you can. Be exhausted. Hence, my emphasis on dynamic meditation. It is both effort and effortlessness. It is both activity and inactivity. It is both running and then zazen, just sitting. Nanyin is looking into the disciple. Has he transcended effort? Has he come to effortlessness? Has consciousness become a natural, spontaneous thing to him? Is he unconfused? Is he clear like a clear blue sky? Then he can be a master. He can be allowed to go and teach others. Remember this whenever the temptation comes to you to teach someone. If you want to say something to somebody, just say that it is about God, about awareness. Make the other aware that you have not achieved, you have heard. You have heard such beautiful things that you would like to share, but you have not achieved. Then you can be a help without any poisoning, without poisoning the other. Always remember, if you don't know, you don't know. Never pretend, not even negatively, because you can simply remain silent, not saying that you have not attained. Even that is not good, because in silence the other may carry the feeling that you have known. Make it clear that you have not known it, but you have known persons who do know. You have heard about it. In India, there exist two types of scripture. One is called Shruti, the other is called Smriti. Smriti means memory and Shruti means that which has been heard. The literature that is called Smriti belongs to those who have known themselves. It is their own. They have related their own memories. They have related their own experiences. Shruti is the second type of literature. It is from those who have been fortunate to be near those who have known. They have heard. Remember this always. If you have heard, then say that it is something you have heard. And it is so beautiful that even hearing it has become a treasure for you. Even hearing it has touched your heart, and you would like to share. But this is just friendliness. You are not becoming a master. It is just a loving gesture, just sharing your happiness, but you are not sharing awareness. Unless you attain, unless you realize, unless it becomes your own, don't try to guide anyone. That is violent. And when you have attained, your very being will become a guidance. The disciple who came to the Master, Nanyin, was from the very beginning taking a wrong step, because if he had been ready Nanyin would have called him. It was not his part to decide, 10 years are now complete and I should go and teach. The whole thing was wrong. The Master would know before the disciple when he was ready, because of course the Master can observe more than you ever can of your own self. The Master follows you even in your nights and in your dreams. He is like a shadow constantly watching what is happening, whether you are aware of his watching or not. And you will not be aware, because it is such a subtle thing. Whenever a disciple is ready, the Master will call him and tell him, Now you go. The disciple need not announce, and if the disciple decides to announce, that means he is not ready. The ego is there. This disciple wanted to be a master. Every disciple does. And the very wanting becomes the barrier. 10 years were completed. He must have been calculating. He must have been a very cunning fellow. Otherwise, who will remember? What is the use of living with a master if you cannot forget time? What else are you going to forget? What is the hurry? This disciple is not surrendered. He is just waiting, calculating. Arithmetic is there, logic is there, and a fixed attitude towards things. He knows the history of the monastery, that in 10 years' time a disciple is ready and then he goes. But it depends. Every disciple will not be ready in 10 years, some disciples will not be ready in 10 lives, and some disciples will be ready in 10 seconds. It is not a mechanical thing. It depends on the quality, the intensity, of the consciousness of the disciple. Sometimes it has happened. Just a look from the master and the disciple is ready. If he is open, if there is no barrier, if he is surrendered, then a single moment is enough. Even that is not needed. The thing happens timelessly. But if you are calculating, thinking, when is it going to happen? I have waited enough. 1 year is lost. 2 years are lost. 10 years are gone. And I am waiting and nothing is happening. You are calculating inside. Then you are wasting time. The disciple must drop time consciousness. Time belongs to the ego. Time belongs to the mind. Meditation is timeless. This disciple comes to the master just to announce, 10 years are complete now. Where am I supposed to go and where am I supposed to teach now? I am ready because 10 years have passed. Nobody ever gets ready that way. That's why the master had to ask a question, just to make the disciple appear foolish to himself. Zen masters are difficult people, very straight, penetrating, embarrassing. What a question to ask a great seeker who has been waiting for 10 years. Where have you left your shoes? On the right or on the left? What type of question and what type of man is this who asks such a question of a great seeker? This is not metaphysical at all. You cannot find a more trivial question. The more profane question you cannot find, asking about the shoes. He should have asked about God, and the disciple would have been ready. He should have asked about heaven and hell, and the disciple would have been ready. The disciple must have crammed everything, every answer. That's why he has wasted 10 years reading, studying. All the scriptures were with him, and he was ready. The master can ask any question. Remember, if you are near an enlightened man, he is never going to ask a question which you can answer. It is not a question of answering. It is a question of responding with the whole being. The master asks such a futile question, where have you left your shoes? The whole metaphysics of the disciple must have been shattered, and he must have thought, what type of man? Here I am, ready, bubbling with answers. Any type of question you raise and I will answer. Even questions which Buddha has not answered I will answer. I know all the books, all the scriptures. I have read everything. All the sutras are studied and memorized. He was ready and this man asks about shoes. But really he asks a question which cannot be answered. because you cannot be ready for it beforehand. It was absolutely unpredictable. The disciple feels hesitation, and the hesitation is the response. Hesitation says everything about the disciple. He is still not aware, otherwise there can be no hesitation. You act. He would have done something if he had been alert. He would have responded in a total way, but he became mind puzzled. Hesitation, confusion. The story is beautiful. When for the first time Zen became known in the West, they couldn't believe what these masters were doing and asking, questioning absurd things. You ask the master a question and he responds. No Zen master will give you the answer. He will respond. One seeker, a philosophical seeker of course, came to a Zen master, Bakuhu, and asked, "What is the way?" Bakuhu looked at the nearby hills and he said, "The hills are very beautiful." Seems absurd. He asks, "What is the way?" And Bakuhu says, "The hills are beautiful." Frustrated, the seeker left immediately. Then Bakuhu had a beautiful laugh. One disciple said, "Master, that man must have thought you are mad." Bakuhu said, "One of us is certainly mad. Either he is mad because you cannot ask about the way, you have to travel it. Through traveling the way is discovered. It is not there, ready-made, so I cannot say where it is. It is not like the superhighway, ready-made, waiting for you, come and travel. There is no way like that, otherwise all would have reached long before. If the way were ready-made, everyone would have traveled it. The way is created through your traveling. It is not there waiting for you. The moment you start traveling it is created. It comes out of you, just like a spider's web. It comes through you. You create it, then you travel it. As you travel it you create more of it. And remember, the way disappears with you. Nobody else can travel on it. It cannot be borrowed. So the master says, it cannot be asked. Only foolish people ask such questions as what is the way? You are the way. Then the disciple said, I understand that. But why did you talk about the hills? The master said, the master has to talk about the hills because unless you cross the hills there is no way to be found. The way is beyond the hills. And the hills are so beautiful nobody wants to cross them. They are so enchanting, so hypnotizing, that everybody is lost in the hills, and the way exists beyond. The master responds. He hits your real necessity. He is not worried about your question. Your question may be relevant or irrelevant. You are always relevant. He looks in you. He hits you. But intellectual people will always miss that type of answer. Enough for today. My way, the way of the white clouds. 102. Osho. Chapter 11. You are the meeting point. May 20, 1974. In Buddha Hall. Question 1. Beloved Osho, when we're sitting in front of you, hearing your words and feeling your presence, everything feels possible. But when we return to our daily living conditions, things do not seem so clear and we feel cut off from you. You have told us that we should not renounce the world, but be meditative within it. You have also said that we should be spontaneous and mad. How can we integrate the two without alienating our families and friends and the society around us? Once you start thinking in terms of two contradictions and how to make them meet, you will always be in difficulty. Then everything will be a compromise, and with compromise no one ever feels fulfilled. Something is always lacking, missing. If you do this, then on the other pole something has to be lost. If you do that, then on this pole something has to be lost, and whatsoever you lose goes on hovering in the mind. It will never allow you to be blissful. So the first thing is, never think in terms of compromise. If you think in terms of contradictions and how to make them meet, you are bound to think in terms of compromise. So what am I to suggest to you? The first thing is, always be integrated within, and don't think of any integration without, because you are the meeting point. Alone, you sit silently. In life, you have to be active, involved. Silence and involvement are contradictions, but they both meet in you. You are silent and you are involved. If you are integrated, your silence and your involvement will be integrated. Your being alone, and your being with your wife or your husband, your friends, are two things, contradictory, but you are in both. If you are integrated, you will be happy alone. If you are integrated, you will be happy with others. Happiness will be your quality. Happiness doesn't depend on being alone or with others. If it does depend, there will be problems. If you feel when you are alone you are happy and your happiness depends on being alone, then there will be difficulty. Then aloneness is a must. Then, when with others, you will feel unhappy and you will start thinking how to make these two opposites meet. The problem arises because you are dependent on your loneliness for your happiness. Don't be dependent. Be happy when alone. Let happiness be your quality. And when you move from aloneness into involvement, into communication, relationship, carry that quality of happiness which was in loneliness. Carry that. In the beginning it will be difficult, because you will almost always forget. It will be difficult because of forgetfulness, because of not being constantly aware, but by and by you can carry the quality. When living with somebody, you can still be as alone as you were in your loneliness. You remain an integrated soul. While not doing anything, you feel happy, at ease. This at-easeness should become a quality of you, not of inactivity. Carry this quality in activity and there will be no problem. In the beginning there is going to be difficulty, but the point is to remember that your happiness, your bliss, your ecstasy, should not be dependent on any condition without. If it is, then there is contradiction because it will be dependent. People feel that they are happy when they are with their friends. Then when they are alone they are bored, miserable, somebody is needed. These people are extroverts. The other type is the introvert. Whenever he is alone, he feels happy. Whenever he moves with someone, unhappiness enters. Both are in the bondage of their type. Type is a bondage. You should be free of the type. You should neither be extrovert, nor introvert, but both. Then you are free of the type. So what is to be done? Never get fixed with a situation. Always move to the opposite and carry the quality with you. Move as much as possible from one opposite to another and carry the quality. Soon you will become aware that the quality can be carried anywhere. Then you cannot be sent to hell. because even if you are sent you will carry your happiness there. Then you will never be afraid. Religious people are afraid of hell, and they seek and hanker for heaven. These people are not religious at all, because heaven and hell are both conditions without. They are not your own qualities. These are the worldly people. That's what worldly people are doing. They say, if this condition is fulfilled, then I will be happy. So happiness depends on the condition. If a palace is there, then I will be happy. So much money in the bank balance, then I will be happy. Such a beautiful wife, then I will be happy. Or such a good, loving husband, then I will be happy. You are happy only when something is fulfilled outside, and you say, if this is not fulfilled, I am unhappy. This is what an unreligious man is. And the so-called religious men also go on seeking heaven, avoiding hell. They are doing the same. For you, this is going to be the sadhana, the discipline. Move in opposites as much as possible and try to carry your inner integrity. Sitting silent, feel what the inner quality is. Then go into activity with that quality being retained inside. It will be lost many times, but don't be worried. If even once you can carry it into the opposite pole, you have become master of it. Then you know the knack of it. Sometimes move to the hills. They are beautiful. Then come back to the world. That too is beautiful. If hills are beautiful, why not persons? They are also hills in their own right. Sometimes be alone, sometimes be with others. And if you are alert, not only will there be no contradiction, help will be coming from the opposite. If you can't carry the quality of happiness from loneliness to society, suddenly you will become aware of a new phenomenon, a new happening within you. That society helps you to be alone, and aloneness helps you to be deeply related with people. A man who has never lived in loneliness cannot know the beauty of relationship, cannot know, I say, because he has never been alone. He has never been a person. How can he know the beauty of relationship? The person who has never lived in society cannot know the ecstasy of loneliness. The person who is born in a lonely place, is brought up in a lonely place, do you think he will be ecstatic? You think he will enjoy the loneliness? He will simply go dull and stupid. Go to the hills. Go to the Himalayas. People are living there. They have lived there for thousands of years. They are born there. But however much you feel the beauty of the Himalayas, they can't feel it. However much you enjoy the silence there, they cannot enjoy it. They are not even aware that the silence exists. When they come to the cities, they feel a thrill, the same thrill as you feel when you go to the hills. People living in Bombay, London and New York feel the thrill when they go to the Himalayas. People living in the Himalayas, when they can come to Bombay, New York or London, then feel how beautiful the world is. The opposite is needed to feel. It becomes a contrast. The day is beautiful because there is night. Life has such joy because there is death. Love becomes an inner dance because there is hate. Love leads you to a high peak of consciousness, because love can be lost. It is nothing that you can rely on. This moment it is there and the next moment it is not. The possibility of its absence gives depth to its presence. Silence becomes more silent when in the background there is noise. An airplane passed just a few moments ago. You can look at it in two ways. If you are a disturbed man inside, you will feel it as a disturbance of the silence. If you are integrated within, the noise of the airplane will deepen the silence here. The noise becomes a background. It gives shape, form to the silence. It gives a sharpness. The silence when the plane has passed is more than it was before. It depends on you. Always remember, don't get dependent on things, situations, conditions. Then you can move. Don't avoid movement, otherwise you will get fixed. Everybody is afraid of movement because you are dependent. You cannot come out of your hills, your solitariness, to the world of the market, because you know you will be disturbed. What type of silence is this which can be disturbed by the market? What value does it carry? Of what worth is it? If the market can destroy it, if the world, the humdrum world, can destroy it, then your silence is very impotent. If your silence is really potent, if you have attained it, nothing can destroy it. It is not very difficult to understand what I am saying about silence, but that is my attitude in every sphere of life. If you are the real Brahmachari, the real celibate, you can move into sex and it will not destroy your celibacy. This will be very difficult to follow. If sex disturbs your celibacy, it was nothing worthwhile. You carry the quality within. If you are really alive, full of energy, you can die happily. Only weaklings die unhappily, because they have never lived. They have never tasted the cup of life. They have always been hoping and hoping and hoping, and life never happened to them. That's why they are scared of death. One who has lived is always ready to die. One who has really lived is ready every moment to accept death. The word accept is not good. It would be better if we say to welcome death, to receive it happily, joyfully. Then death is an adventure. It should be if you have really lived. Then death is not the enemy, death is the friend. A deeper life allows death, a shallow life avoids it. This is so in every sphere of life. If you have known what friendship is, you will not be scared of enemies. You will not be. Then enmity has its own beauty. It is a sort of friendship, on the opposite pole. It is a love affair on the opposite pole. It is involvement. It is commitment. If you have known friendship, you will love the enemy. That's what Jesus means when he says, love your enemies. Not what Christians have been interpreting all these centuries. You cannot love your enemy. How can you love your enemy? But I say to you, if you have loved friends, you will love your enemies. Because once you know the beauty of friendship, you also come to know the beauty of enmity. It is a friendship in reverse order. Both give, both enrich your life. Opposites are not really opposites. Deep down, they have a great harmony. They are parts of one whole. This is what the Chinese say, yin and yang. They are part of one movement, part of one wheel. They are not two. They appear to because we have not looked deep down. It is because of our shallow eyes, non-penetrating minds, superficial consciousnesses. That's why they look like opposites. Otherwise they are not. Life and death are friends. They exist through each other. They contribute to the other. Without the other, they would not be there at all. Can't life exist without death? Man has been dreaming forever and ever how to destroy death. This is the attitude of the mind, the linear mind, the logical mind. How to destroy death. The logical mind says, if there is no death, there will be life in abundance. Simple logic. Even a child can understand the arithmetic. If there is no death, there will be more life. But I say to you, if there is no death, there will be no life. That's why simple logic is always fallacious. Apparently it looks so right. If there is no enemy, the whole world will be your friend. You are wrong. If there is no enemy, there will be no possibility of friendship. Logic says, if there is no hatred, love and more love will be there. So logicians have been trying to destroy the opposite. They cannot destroy it, because life is greater than any logic. It is fortunate that they cannot destroy the opposite, because they don't know what they are doing. If the opposite is not there, then don't go on believing that life will be more, love will be more, friendship will be more, happiness will be more. No, there will be no possibility, because the very ground has been destroyed. Dialectics says something quite the contrary, and dialectics is truer to life. Dialectics says, if you want more life, then be more ready for death. You may not be aware, but this happens. When you are driving a car and you gain more and more speed, you get involved in the speed. The point comes when any moment death can happen. Then you are alive. Then the flame of life burns fast, sharp. That's why speed is so attractive and magnetic, because speed brings you nearer death. When you are nearer death, life is more. It grows in proportion. That's why there is so much attraction for war, because in war death is at close quarters, always near you. You may think that soldiers fighting in the field must be very miserable. You are wrong. Otherwise no one would fight. They are not miserable. The real thing is quite the opposite. When they come back to the ordinary world they are miserable. When they are in the field, fighting on the front, they are not miserable. All misery disappears. They are so near death that they feel for the first time alive. And their aliveness becomes more and more the nearer death comes. When all around there is bombardment, shells are passing from here to there and any moment they can drop dead. At that moment they feel an ecstasy. They are in touch, in deepest touch with life. When death kisses you, it is also the kiss of life. That's why there is so much attraction to adventure, courage. If you are afraid, you will not gain life. I tell you that meditation is the greatest courage and the greatest adventure, because even on a warfield you are not so near death. Even if you feel you are near death, it is only physical death. Physical death means a superficial death of the shell, of the body. Your house is near death, not you. Your shelter is going to be destroyed, not you. But in meditation you are going to be destroyed, not only the shelter, but the host, not only the house, but the host. The ego is to be destroyed. So the greatest warriors are always interested in meditation. I would like to tell you about one phenomenon that has happened in India, that has happened in Japan, and that will happen to any country which gives birth to warriors. All the great meditators in India were kshatriyas, warriors, not Brahmins. This looks strange. Brahmins should be the great meditators. They have been writing commentaries on the Upanishads, the Gita, the Vedas. They have been creating metaphysics, and they are the greatest metaphysicians the world has ever known. Nobody, nowhere in the world, can compare with Brahmins as far as verbal expression is concerned, logic is concerned. They are very subtle, but they are not the great meditators. My way, the way of the white clouds. Osho. Chapter 11. You are the meeting point. Buddha is a great meditator. He is a kshatriya, a warrior. Mahavira is a great meditator. He is a kshatriya, a warrior, not a Brahmin. All the 24 Tirthankars of the Jainas are warriors. This seems strange. Why? In Japan, samurais have existed. Warriors, the greatest warriors the world has ever known. The samurai is the peak, the ultimate possibility of being a warrior. In every moment, the samurai is ready to die. For such trivial things he is ready to die. You cannot imagine. I have heard about one historical fact that happened 300 years ago. One samurai, one great warrior, was very, very drunk. Suddenly, he was called by the king for some purpose, so he went there. He tried to be alert, but he was too drunk. He forgot some trivial mannerism in how you have to bow to the king. How much? He bowed, of course, but it was not as exact as it should have been. The next morning when he became sober, he immediately killed himself. Harakiri is a word you must have heard. Harakiri belongs to samurais, warriors. The moment they feel something has gone wrong just in ordinary mannerism, and the king had not said anything. The warrior was so great that the king would not have mentioned it at all, but he killed himself. The next day, when the king became aware that the warrior had killed himself, he wept. The warrior had 300 disciples. They immediately killed themselves, because if the master has committed a wrong, the disciples should follow. And you will be surprised. It seems unbelievable that for 100 years continuously it continued, this small thing. More disciples, and disciples, because once a master. And it is never heard of a samurai going to the king drunk and doing something wrong. For trivial things, death seems so easy and at hand. These samurais created Zen, the greatest Dhyana tradition in the world. These samurais meditated deeply. This is my feeling, that unless you are ready to die you cannot be ready to meditate. War and meditation are synonymous in a deep sense. Wherever there is the possibility of your being destroyed, in that moment your flame of life burns in its totality. The full intensity comes to you. Opposites are already meeting. You need not try for any meeting, any synthesis of them. They are already meeting. They are in deep harmony. You are not in a harmony. That is the problem. So when you are healthy and you feel a well-being, carry that well-being when you are unhealthy and ill. I tell you that the feeling of well-being is not dependent on health. The feeling of well-being is an inner feeling. It is not dependent on the body. You can carry it even while ill. Ramana Maharshi was dying. He had cancer, throat cancer. and it was almost impossible for him to talk, almost impossible for him to eat anything. But all those who surrounded him on his last day were surprised. He was so happy. His eyes were filled with a subtle well-being. The condition of the body was just a ruin. The whole body was a ruin, but not Ramana. He was as healthy as ever. Once a master was dying. He was very old, almost 100. Disciples were there. They couldn't weep because he was laughing. They couldn't cry because it looked so absurd. The man was so happy, bubbling with happiness just like a child, enjoying his last breath. They could weep only when he was dead. Chapter 11. You are the meeting point. And somebody asked, when he was alive, why were you not weeping? They said, it seemed so absurd. Looking at his face, looking at his eyes, it appeared as if he was going to a higher realm of being, as if death was just a door to the divine, as if he was not going to die, rather as if he was being reborn. And he was not an old man. If you looked in his eyes, he was a child. His body was old. The well-being can be carried. Even when you are seriously ill, you can remain in the inner well-being. You know the other thing. Even when perfectly healthy, you remain in the non-well-being. You know it. So the other is possible. Perfectly healthy and you are miserable. Perfectly young and alive. And as if on your deathbed, somehow carrying the whole business of life as a burden. The dead weight on the heart. You are alive because you cannot do anything else. What can you do? You are alive. You have found yourself alive, so you carry it. But life is not an ecstatic phenomenon for you. You are not joyful about it, not celebrating it. It is such a great blessing to be alive. Even for a single moment to be alive and aware is too much. A long life is given and many lives and you are not thankful. Because unless you celebrate, how can you feel any gratitude, any thankfulness? Perfectly young, alive, but inside you carry the misery. Dying, a man who knows will carry the well-being. Laughter will be coming from his inside, from the very core of his being. Don't try to synthesize the opposite poles of life. Just be integrated. And when I say just be integrated, I mean whatsoever you feel in loneliness carry into the marketplace. Whatsoever you feel in your meditation, carry it into love. Because in love the other will be present. In meditation you are alone. Sooner or later things will settle of their own accord. You need not settle them. You simply settle yourself. Get settled yourself, and things will fall into their own arrangement. They always fall. They always follow you. Once you are settled, the whole world is settled. Once you are in harmony, the whole world is in harmony. Once the inner accord is reached, there is no discord in the world. My emphasis, total emphasis, absolute emphasis is, you get settled. Don't try to find any harmony in the opposites. You can't never find it. And if you try too much, you will get more and more disturbed, because it is impossible. Another thing also you have asked about, that while with me you feel well-being, you feel a silence, you feel everything is possible. That too can become a dependence. Then when you are not with me, things seem to be more impossible. Things seem to be not so much in accord. You are confused. While with me, you feel silence because you are less. while with me, sitting with me. For moments you become egoless. For periods you are not there. You are simply with me. The barrier is broken. The wall has disappeared. In that moment I am flowing in you. Everything seems possible. Away from me, you gather your walls again. You are there. Things are not so beautiful then. So just try to understand what is happening, and carry that understanding when you go away from me. What is happening? When everything seems possible, even the final enlightenment seems possible. What is happening? You are not there. Without you everything is possible. With you everything is impossible. You are the problem. Listening to me, you forget. If you forget, you are not there, because you're being there. The ego is just a mental phenomenon. You have to create it every moment. It is just like pedaling a bicycle. You have to go on pedaling. If you stop for a single moment, the cycle stops. There is a momentum, a little momentum. The cycle will go a few yards, and then will stop. If you want the cycle to continue, you have to go on pedaling. It is a continuous process. The cycle moving is not something permanent. It has to be created every moment. The ego has to be pedaled every moment, and you are pedaling it. When you are here, the pedaling stops. You are more concerned with me. Your total focus and attention moves. It is just like a small boy cycling. He is curious about everything. He looks at a tree with hundreds of parrots chattering there, and he falls from the cycle because the attention has moved. He stops pedaling. He forgets that he is on the cycle and that he is to continue pedaling it. Small children find it difficult in the beginning to cycle, just for one reason, because they are so curious about everything. No country allows driving licenses for children, only because they are so curious. They will forget. Any moment their total attention can go anywhere and they will forget that they are driving, that they have a dangerous tool in their hands and others' lives are in danger. They are unfocused. Their consciousness is flowing everywhere. While you are here, you are so much concerned with me, so much involved in it, you forget the pedaling. And for certain moments, when you forget yourself completely, silence descends on you. The bliss arises. Everything seems possible. You become divine. That's why everything seems possible. Only for a God is everything possible. For a God, nothing is impossible. In that moment you become God-like. Away from me, you return back. Your mind starts thinking. You start pedaling. And you pedal more because you have to compensate. You have not pedaled your cycle for a few moments, so you pedal more just to compensate. Intense ego comes back. You lose contact with yourself. With me, what is really happening is, you are more in contact with yourself. The ego is not there. You are in deep contact with yourself. Your inner source is available to you, flowing. There is no block in energy. Away from me, all the blocks come back. Old habits return. Then things don't seem so good. Then the whole phenomenon of being with me seems like a dream. You cannot believe it. It looks like a miracle. And you think that I may have done something. I have not been doing anything. Nobody can do anything to you. It happened because you allowed it. When you move away from me, carry this feeling. Whatsoever you are feeling here, carry it. Then I will be needed less and less. Otherwise, I can't become a drug. Then every morning you awake and you start hankering for me. Then you are getting ready to come to me. A deep urge. Then I can become a drug. Then you will become more and more dependent on me. That's not the way to reach satori, samadhi or enlightenment. That's not the way. If you become dependent on me, I am a drug, and I am destructive then. But this is you who can convert me into a drug. Whatsoever you feel near me, in my presence, with me, carry it with you. You must come to a point when whether with me or without me you remain the same. Then I am a help. Then I am not a bondage. Then I am a freedom to you, and I must become a freedom to you. And when I say I must become a freedom to you, it means you must come to a point when you are freed from me also. If it is a constant dependence and you are not freed, it is not helping, it is simply postponing things. The real master will always make his disciples free of him. That is the goal. Come to me, go away from me, but carry the feeling with you. You remain the same. Move in the polar opposites, always remaining the same. Then everything is possible, because you are the source of all the energies. You have the source of all life within you. All that is happening in life is happening from the same source from which you happened. You are related to it. You are one with it. If birds can be so happy and singing, you can be, because the same source supplies them with the happiness, the singing. The same source is available to you, but somehow you have created blocks. If the trees are so green, so at home, not worried, you can be the same, because the fact that comes to the trees is coming to you. You may have forgotten it, but it is there. All that has happened in life, all that is happening all around you, all this mystery, is your heritage. Claim it. It is wasting away unclaimed just by your side while you go on begging. The empire is there and the empire goes on wasting and waiting, and you go on begging. Claim it. This is the way it can be claimed. Remain the same while moving into opposites. This is what Krishna says in the Gita. In pain or pleasure, be the same. In success or failure, remain the same. Whatsoever happens, let it happen. You remain the same. This sameness will give you integrity. One thing more you have asked, that I say to you to live in the world, not renounce it, and yet be completely mad and ecstatic. It seems difficult, because how can you then live normally in the world, in relationship with people? Yes, I say this to you. One thing, renouncing the world is ugly to me, because that means renouncing the gift that God has given to you. You have not created life. You are not there because of your choice. It is a gift. Renouncing it is going against God. All renunciation is against God. It is saying no. That's why those who renounce become more egotistical. The moment you renounce, you say, I am wiser than life. I am wiser than the divine source from where everything comes. When you renounce, you say, I choose. When you renounce, you use your will, and will creates ego. When I say don't renounce, I am saying, don't be a will, don't be a chooser. Whatsoever is happening is not happening because of you. So who are you to choose this or that? Let it happen. What can you do? Let it happen. Don't be disturbed by it. Renunciation is just an escape. Because you get hurt, because you get disturbed, you renounce. You renounce the situation. You don't renounce the attitude that gets hurt. You don't renounce the heart that is with so many wounds that anybody can hurt it. You don't renounce the mind which is ill, which is always ready to get disturbed. You renounce the world, which is easier. You escape to the Himalayas, but all that was within you will be with you. It will not make any difference. This is a deception. Remain integrated. Remain silent. Remain happy and allow the world to happen. Who are you to renounce or not renounce? Wherever you find yourself, be there. Be integrated and silent and happy. Don't go to the Himalayas. Create a Himalaya within. That's what I mean when I say don't renounce. Don't go to the hills. Create that silence within. So wherever you move, the hills move with you. Relationship is beautiful because it is a mirror. But there are stupid people. They see their face in the mirror, and they see it is ugly, so they destroy the mirror. The logic is apparent. This mirror is making them ugly. So destroy the mirror and then you are beautiful. Relationship is a mirror. Wherever you are related with a person, a wife, a husband, a friend, a lover, an enemy, the mirror is there. The wife mirrors the husband. You can see yourself there. And if you see an ugly husband, don't try to leave your wife. The ugliness is in you. Drop that ugliness. This mirror is beautiful. And be thankful to this mirror. But stupid and cowardly people always escape and renounce. Brave and wise people always live in relationship, and use it as a mirror. Living with someone is a constant mirroring around you. Every moment the other reveals you, exposes you. The closer the relationship, the clearer is the mirror. The more distant the relationship, the mirror is not so clear. That's why all renouncing becomes, really, the renunciation of love. Wife and husband, that becomes the base for breaking the relationship, because 24 hours living with a person in the same house, 24 hours being related. Even when the wife is not talking, not saying anything to her husband, she is mirroring. Even when the husband is just reading his newspaper, he is mirroring. The way he is putting his newspaper, the wife knows that the newspaper is just creating a wall. He is hiding behind it. He may be pretending to himself that he is reading. He may be reading the same news twice, thrice. He may not be reading at all, but just going through the words mechanically. But the way he is hiding himself behind the newspaper becomes a mirror. He is avoiding the wife. He is fed up with the wife. He doesn't want her to be here. He doesn't want to look at her, to see her. Her presence, the very presence is heavy. He wants to escape somehow. When you are in love, language is not needed. Gestures ... even silence becomes eloquent. A constant mirroring goes on, and everybody is ugly because beauty is something which happens only by and by, when your inner being becomes revealed. Ego is always ugly. So only when the ego is not does one become beautiful. It is the ego that is mirrored. Whosoever continuously reminds you that you are ugly becomes the enemy you want to renounce. But is it wise to renounce the mirrors? It is foolish. Even if nobody mirrors you, you will remain the same. You may even grow more in the same direction when nobody reminds you. The mirror is beautiful and good. It helps you. And if you are alert, by and by you can drop the ego. Then, in the mirror of the other, your beautiful self will be revealed. Once you are at nothingness, a white cloud, then all the lakes of the world will reveal your whiteness. Then all the lakes of the world will reveal your floating let go. So I say there is only one thing to be renounced, and that is renunciation. Nothing else. Life where God is, or the whole. If you don't like the word God, there is no problem. It is only the word. So God or the whole, wherever you find the whole has placed you, be there. The whole never places anybody in renunciation. Never. The whole always throws you into relationship. Because nobody is born alone. Nobody can be. At least the mother, the father will be needed. A society, the family will be needed. The whole always throws you into relationship. That's why I say renunciation is going against God. Girl DJ has many insights. One of his insights is that all religious people are against God. This is strange but true. And I fully approve him. He is right. All religious people are against God, because they set themselves up as judges. This is wrong. That is right. And this should be done. That should not be done. And one should move away from the world. God throws you in the world, and so-called religious preachers, they teach you to renounce it. I am not that kind of a religious man. I am with God, with the whole. Wherever it leads you, move like a cloud, move with him, and give yourself totally to the whole. The only thing to remember is the opposites, the silence, the equilibrium, the balance, the integrity. You say it will be difficult. Yes, it will be difficult. If you are ecstatic, it will be difficult in a family which is pathological, and every family is pathological. It will be living just as if you are forced to live in a madhouse. It will be difficult, because everybody will be mad there. So what can you do? If you are thrown into a madhouse, you are not mad and everybody else is mad. What will you do? If you are really not mad, you will act madly. That's the only wise way there. So nobody comes to know that you are sane, because if they come to know, they will create trouble. In a madhouse, a really wise man will act more madly than any madman can do. That is the only safe state there. So in this life, where everybody is mad, what can you do? This whole planet is a madhouse. A big madhouse. Everybody is pathological, ill, disease, abnormal. What can you do? Act with people. When you feel, don't try to create unnecessary trouble. Just act, and enjoy the act. With people, acting for yourself. Be madly ecstatic. What do I mean? I mean, if somebody has died in the neighborhood, what will you do? Be madly ecstatic there. Then you will be beaten. Weep and cry. Act beautifully. Because that is what is needed in that whole pathological situation where death is not accepted, where death is evil. Don't create any trouble for anybody. If you are wise, act. and act so beautifully that nobody cries like you. Enjoy it. That is your inner thing. Make it an ecstasy. But for the outer, for people who are around you, act it beautifully. Be an actor in the world. When you are an actor, you are not disturbed, because then you know this is just acting. The whole of life is a great psychodrama. Be an actor there, and inside, remain in your non-egoistic blissfulness. Enough for today. My Way, The Way of the White Clouds. 113. Osho. Chapter 12. Whatsoever you do, be total. May 21, 1974. Ham in Buddha Hall. Question 1. Beloved Osho, you have talked to us about total surrender to the Master, but often our minds come up with reasons for not following the instructions literally. We say things like, the Master can't know that the situation has changed, or the Master doesn't realize what the practical conditions are in the West. Should we follow everything the Master says to the letter? Or are there times when we should use our own discretion? You should follow either absolutely, or not at all. No compromise should be made, because anything half-hearted is not only useless but harmful. Anything half-hearted divides you, that is the harm. You should remain in undivided unity. So either surrender totally ... then there is no need to think on your part. Follow blindly. I emphasize the word blindly, as if you have no eyes, somebody whose eyes is leading you. Then you will remain in undivided unity, and undivided, integrated, you will grow. Or, if you feel this is impossible and cannot be done, don't follow at all. Completely follow yourself. Then too you will remain undivided. To remain undivided is the end, the aim. Both will do. The ultimate result will be the same. If you can be alone, without a master, if you can't follow your own consciousness, wheresoever it leads, it is the same, the result will be the same. So it depends on you. But the mind always says, do both. The mind says, follow the Master, but think about it. Follow only those things which you think right. Then where is the following? Where is the surrender? If you are the judge, and you are to decide what to follow and what not to follow, then where is the surrender? Where is the trust? Then it is better to follow your own consciousness. But don't deceive, at least there should be no deception. Otherwise, you go on following yourself and you think that you are following the Master. If you are the deciding factor, if you have to choose, if you have to discard something, accept something, then you are following yourself. But you can create the impression around yourself and you can deceive yourself that you are following the Master. Then nothing will come out of it. You will not grow, because through deception there can be no growth. And you will get more and more confused, because if you are to decide what is to be done and what is not to be done, if you have to choose from your Master's guidance, you will create a chaos. Because whenever the Master guides you, his guidance has an organic unity about it. Every instruction is related to another. It is a compact whole. You cannot discard something and follow something. You will become a ruin, a wreck. Even if a single thing is denied, then the whole has been disturbed. You don't know how things are interrelated. So this is my suggestion to you. Remain a unit, undivided. Decide. If you have to decide, then decide. I will follow myself. Then don't surrender. There is no need either. This is what Krishnamurti has been saying for these 40, 50 years continuously. Don't follow. People can reach without following anybody, but the path is arduous and very long because you are not ready to accept any help which can be given to you or guidance, which is possible and which can cut many unnecessary difficulties on the path. This is what Krishnamurti has been saying. Nobody has done it. This is the problem of the mind. The mind can accept, don't follow, not because it has understood, but because it is very ego-fulfilling not to follow anybody. Nobody wants to follow anybody. Deep down the ego resists. So around Krishnamurti all the egoists have gathered. They are again deceiving themselves. They think they are not following anybody because they have understood the fallacies of following. They have understood that the path has to be traveled alone. They have understood that no help is possible. Nobody can help you. Nobody can guide you. Alone you have to travel. They think that they have understood this. That's why they are not following anybody. That is not the real thing. They are deceiving. They are not following because their ego won't allow. Still they go on listening to Krishnamurti. 4 years together they go again and again. If no help is possible, why do you go again and again to Krishnamurti? If nobody can guide you, what is the point of listening to him again and again? It is pointless. And even this attitude, that you have to travel the path alone, is not discovered by you. It has been revealed to you by Krishnamurti. Deep down he has become your master, but you go on saying that you don't follow. This is a deception. Chapter 12. Whatsoever you do, be total. The same deception can happen from the reverse side. You come to me, you think you have surrendered, and still you go on choosing. If I say something that suits you, that means it suits your ego, you follow it. If I say something which doesn't suit your ego, you start rationalizing, this may not be for me. So you feel that you have surrendered, and you have not surrendered. People around Krishnamurti think they are not following anybody, and they are following. You around me think you are following me and you are not following me. Mind is always a deceiver. Wherever you go, it can deceive you, so be alert. I say to you, you can reach without following, but the path will be very, very lonely, very long. It is bound to be so. One can reach. It is not impossible. People have reached. I myself have reached through not following. You can also reach. But remember that not following should not become an ego fulfillment. Otherwise you will never reach. The master or no master, that is not the basic thing. The basic thing is the ego. Your ego. No ego, then even without a master you can reach. With ego, even a Buddha cannot lead you. Either follow totally or don't follow totally, but be total. It is for you to decide. Remain undeceived by the mind and look deep within yourself. Be aware of what you are doing. If you are surrendering, then surrender. I remember, it happened once with a group in Guruji's life. He was working with a few disciples. Absolute surrender was needed, and Guruji had said that whatsoever he said, they had to follow. he was helping them to practice a certain exercise. He used to call that exercise the stop exercise. So whenever he said, "Stop," you had to stop whatsoever you were doing. You were walking, one foot was above the ground when he says, "Stop." You had to stop there. You were talking and your mouth was open, and he says, "Stop." You had to stop with an open mouth. You were not to change it. You were not to make your posture convenient, because that would be a deception, and you were not deceiving anybody except yourself. One day, suddenly in the morning, when people were doing some exercise outside the camp, and a few people were passing through a canal that was running by, he suddenly said, "Stop." He was inside the camp, so people stopped. 4 persons were crossing the canal. It was dry, the water was not running, so they stopped. But suddenly, somebody opened the canal and the water started coming. They started to think what to do. Girl DJ Beef is inside the tent. He doesn't know that they are standing in a canal and the canal is flowing. But they waited, because mind can wait for a moment. When the water came up to their necks, one jumped out. He said, "This is too much." Girl DJ Beef does not know. Then the canal was flooded more. 2 others jumped when the water came just near their noses, because now they would be drowned, and the rationalization was simple and easy. You would have also done the same. They are going to die. The master is inside the tent and he doesn't know. Only one remained. The water was flowing above his head and he was standing. Then Girly J rushed out of his tent and brought him out of the canal. He was almost unconscious. The water had to be brought out of his body. He was just on the point of death. But when he opened his eyes he was another man. The old man really died. This was a transformation. He was totally different. What happened in that moment of death? He accepted the master. He rejected his own mind and the rationalizations. He rejected his own life lust. He rejected his own innermost biological urge to survive. He rejected everything. He said, "When the master has said stop, I have stopped. Now nothing can move me." It must have been very, very difficult, almost impossible. But when you do the impossible, you are transformed. Dying, he would not allow the mind to interfere. Death was there, but he accepted death rather than his own mind and judgment. He was never the same man again. Nobody ever met the old man again. Then others realized that they had missed a great opportunity. The 3 who had jumped out of the canal missed a great opportunity. This is total surrender. It is not a question of whether it is appealing to your mind or not, whether your mind says yes or not. When you surrender, you have surrendered all possibility of saying no. Whatsoever the situation, you will not say no. The total yes means surrender. Difficult. That's why transformation is difficult. Not easy. That's why spiritual birth is not easy. But I don't say that you cannot reach alone. You can reach alone and you can reach with a master. You can reach in a group. You can reach as an individual. All the possibilities are open. I am neither for this nor for that. It is for you to decide, and decide without any deception. Remember, it is not a question of east and west. The mind is the same deep down. All the differences are superficial. Eastern and Western, these are just surfaces. Cultural, racial impressions, but they are on the surface. Deep down the human mind is the same. From where you come is irrelevant. Surrender or remain absolutely alone. But both the paths can be traveled only by persons who are total. Alone, Buddha reached enlightenment. Following the Buddha, many reached the same enlightenment. I am not partisan. I don't say, as Krishnamurti says, only this is the way. I don't say, as Meher Baba says, only this is the way. I know well they say, only this is the way, to help you. Because once you become aware that another can also be the way, confusion starts in you. Then you start swaying. Sometimes you think this. Sometimes you think that. That's why masters have been saying, only this is the way, just to make your mind unconfused. Otherwise, the opposite will also attract you and you will go on changing your standpoint. To make you total, masters go on emphasizing. But I say both are ways. Why? Because that emphasis has become old, and you have heard too much about, this is the only way. It has become a dead cliché. It doesn't help now. It used to help in the past. It cannot help now, because the world has become so much one. The earth has become just the global village, and every religion is known to every other religion, and all the paths have become known. Now humanity is acquainted with all the paths, all the paths, all the possibilities, all the alternatives. In the past, people knew only one path, the path into which they were born. It was good to emphasize that this is the only way, to make their minds confident about it, trusting about it. But now, this is not the situation at all. A Hindu reads the Quran. The Christian comes to India to seek guidance. A Mohammedan is aware of the Gita and the Vedas. All the paths have become known. Much confusion exists, and whosoever says that this is the only path is not going to help now, because you know other paths are there. You also know that from other paths people have reached and are reaching. Hence, I don't emphasize any path. You can't take my help if you surrender. You can't take my help if you don't surrender. But you have to be clear about it. If you choose the path of surrender, then you have to follow me totally. If you choose that you are not going to surrender, then decide it. I can't be a friend on the path. There is no need to make me a master. I can't be just a friend on the path, or not even a friend. You are searching and you meet somebody absolutely unknown, a stranger, and you ask him, where is the river? Which path leads to the river? When he is spoken, you thank him and you move. I can't be just a stranger. No need even to be a friend, because with a friend also you get involved. You can't take my help. My help is unconditional. I don't say, do this, then I will help you. I don't say, surrender, only then will I help you. But this much I must say, do whatsoever you like, but do it totally. If you are total, the transformation is closer. If you are divided, it is almost impossible. Question to beloved Osho. When Wakuan saw the picture of the bearded Bodhidharma, he complained, "Why hasn't the fellow got a beard?" Beloved Osho, why don't you have a beard? The tradition of Zen is really beautiful. Bodhidharma has got a beard, and a disciple asks, "Why has this fellow not got a beard?" The question is beautiful, but only a Zen disciple can raise it, because the beard belongs to the body, not to Bodhidharma. That fellow is beardless, because the body is just an abode. Apparently the question is absurd, but it is meaningful, and such questions have been asked many times. Buddha continuously talked, morning, evening, afternoon, in this village, in the village, moving, 40 years continuously talking. One day Sariputta asked, "Why have you remained silent? Why don't you talk to us?" Patently absurd. Buddha laughed and said, "You are right." And this man was talking. Nobody has talked as much as Buddha. But Sariputta was right, because this talking happened only on the surface and Buddha did remain silent. One Zen monk, Rinzai, used to say, "This man, Buddha, was never born, he never walked on this earth, he never died, he is just a dream." And every day he would go to the temple and bow down before Buddha's statue. Then somebody said, "Rinzai, you are just mad. Every day you go on insisting that this man was never born, never died, never walked on this earth, and still you go to the temple and bow down." Rinzai said, "Because this man was never born, never walked on this earth, never died, that's why I go and bow down." The questioner persisted, saying, "We can't follow you. Either you are mad or we are mad, but we cannot follow. What do you mean?" And Rinzai said, "The birth of this man was just a dream to him. Walking on this earth was just a dream to him. Death was not real to him, just an end to a long dream. And this man, the center of his being, remained beyond birth, beyond death." It is said that Buddha always remained in the seventh heaven. He never came down, only his reflection was here. And this is true. This is true for you also. You have never come down, only the reflection. But you have become so identified with the reflection that you have forgotten. You think that you have come down. You cannot come down from your being. There is no way to fall down. You can look into a river and you can see the reflection, and you can become so identified with it that you can think that you are underwater. You can suffer because of it. You can feel suffocated, and you can feel now you are going to die. And you are always standing on the bank. You have never come down to the water. You cannot come. So I say to you, not only Buddha, nobody has come down from the seventh heaven, ever. But a few people get obsessed, identified with their reflections. This is what Hindus call the world of Maya, the world of reflections. We remain in the Brahman. We remain in the ultimate reality, rooted there eternally. Nobody ever comes down. But we can get identified with the reflection, with the dream. So you are right in asking me. This fellow is also beardless. If you look at my body, you are not looking at me. If you look at me, then you will understand. The beard cannot grow on its own. The beard can grow only on the body. And this beard is really very symbolic. Soul is alive. Body is half dead and half alive. Beard is almost dead. Your hair is a dead part of your body. That's why you can cut it and you don't feel any pain. Cut your fingers. You will feel pain. Your hair is part of your body. but if you cut it you don't feel any pain. It is dead cells of the body. So sometimes it happens that in a graveyard if you go to a Mohammedan graveyard and dig up the body, the man may have died beardless but there will be a beard now. Even on dead bodies beards can grow, because beards are dead, just dead cells. It is good to grow a beard, because then standing before a mirror you can see all the three layers of you: the completely dead, the half dead, half alive, and the absolutely alive. Beard is material, matter. Body is matter and spirit meeting. The meeting is always difficult, but body is just a meeting ground of matter and spirit. Whenever the meeting breaks, the balance is lost. You are dead. Matter reabsorbed in matter. Spirit reabsorbed in spirit. This fellow is also beardless. The whole question is, why is Bodhidharma not matter? And the answer is, because spirit cannot be matter. Zen disciples ask in a peculiar way. Nowhere else can such questions be asked. You cannot ask the Christian Pope, why is this fellow Jesus beardless? The very question will be thought profane. You cannot be so intimate with Jesus. You cannot call him this guy or this fellow. That will not look holy. Your behavior will look insulting. But not so with Zen. Zen says, if you love your masters, you can laugh about them. If you love them, there cannot be any fear, even the fear of a man who is holy. If you love them, fear disappears. So when for the first time Christian theologians became aware of the tradition of Zen, they couldn't believe that such a religion could exist, because Zen monks go on laughing about Buddha. Sometimes they use such words, you cannot believe. They can say, this stupid fellow, for Buddha. And if you ask them, they will say, yes, he was stupid, because he was trying to say something which cannot be said, and he was trying to transform us who are impossible. He was a stupid fellow. He was trying to do the impossible. Zen masters have used terms and words that no religion can use. But because of that I say that no religion is so religious as Zen. Because if you really love, where is the fear? You can joke, you can laugh, and an enlightened man like Buddha will laugh with you. There is no problem. He will not feel hurt. If he feels hurt, he is not enlightened at all. And he will not say, don't use such profane language. Because for Buddha all language is profane, only silence is sacred. So whether you call him a stupid fellow or one who is awakened, both are the same for him. Language as such is profane. Only silence is holy. Whatsoever you say is the same. This disciple, Wakwan, is asking, why has this fellow Bodhidharma not got a beard? Bodhidharma is the first master of Zen. Bodhidharma created this ever-flowing, ever-renewing river of Zen. Bodhidharma went to China 1400 years ago. When he entered China, he was carrying one of his shoes on his head. One shoe was on his foot, one shoe was on his head. The emperor had come to receive him. He became embarrassed. What manner of man is this? He had been waiting so long, and he was thinking, the great holy man, a great saint and sage is coming, and this man is behaving like a buffoon. The emperor was disturbed. He felt uneasy. And the first opportunity he got, he asked Bodhidharma, what are you doing? People are laughing, and they are laughing at me also because I have come to receive you. And the way you have behaved is not a way to behave. You should behave like a saint. Bodhidharma said, only those who are not saints behave like saints. I am a saint. Only those who are not saints behave like saints. And he is true, because you care about your behavior only when it is not spontaneous. My way, the way of the white clouds. Osho. Chapter 12. Whatsoever you do, be total. The emperor said, I cannot understand this carrying one shoe on your head. You appear like a buffoon. Bodhidharma said, yes, because all that can be seen is buffoonery. Only the unseen. You're standing here like an emperor, robed in a special dress, crowned, is buffoonery. Just to say this to you, I was carrying one shoe on my head. All this is acting and buffoonery. The real is not there on the periphery. Look at me. Don't look at my body. This is very symbolic that I carry one shoe on my head. I say that in life nothing is sacred and nothing is profane. Even the shoe is as sacred as your head. I carry this shoe as a symbol. It is said the emperor was impressed, but he said, you are too much. Just one thing I wanted to ask you, and that is how to put my mind at ease. I am so impatient, so disturbed, uneasy. Bodhidharma said, come in the morning at 4 o'clock and bring your mind with you. I will put it at ease. The emperor could not follow. He started thinking, what does he mean, this man, bring your mind with you? When he was going down the steps of the temple where Bodhidharma was staying, Bodhidharma again said, remember, don't come alone, otherwise who will I put at ease? Bring the mind with you. Come at 4 o'clock, and alone, no guards, nobody else with you. The whole night the emperor couldn't sleep. He was thinking, this man seems to be a little crazy. When I am there, my mind will obviously be with me. So what is this insistence? Bring your mind with you. Sometimes he thought, it is better not to go, because, who knows, alone this man may start beating me or something. You cannot believe, you cannot predict this man. But at last he decided to go, because the man was really magnetic. He had something in his eyes, a fire which doesn't belong to this earth. He had something in his breath, a silence which comes from beyond. So the emperor came as if hypnotized, and the first thing Bodhidharma asked was, okay, so you have come. Where is your mind? And he was sitting there with a big staff. The emperor said, but when I have come, my mind has come with me. It is inside me, it is not like the thing I can't carry. So Bodhidharma said, okay, so you think the mind is within you. Then sit and close your eyes and try to find out where it is. You just point it out to me and I will put it right. This staff is here, and I am going to make your mind silent. Don't worry. The emperor closed his eyes and tried to look, and Bodhidharma was sitting just before him. He tried and tried and tried, and time passed, and then the sun was rising and his face was absolutely silent. Then he opened his eyes and Bodhidharma sitting there asked, could you find it? The emperor started laughing and he said, you have put it right, because the more I try to find it, the more I feel it is not there. It was just a shadow, and it was there because I never penetrated within. It was just my absence. I became present inside and it disappeared. This Bodhidharma is really a very rare being. His disciples could joke about him, laugh about him. He enjoyed it. An enlightened person is a continuous laughter. He is not a serious man, as ordinarily thought. Wherever you see seriousness, know well something is wrong, because seriousness is part of a diseased being. No flower is serious unless it is ill. No bird is serious unless it is ill. No tree is serious unless something is wrong. Whenever something is wrong, seriousness happens. Seriousness is illness. When everything is okay, laughter arises. Bodhidharma is continuously laughing, and his laughter is a belly laughter, an uproar. His disciples used to ask questions nobody except Bodhidharma can answer. And I tell you, that fellow was without a beard. And this fellow is also without a beard. Osho said, when you meet a Zen master on the road you cannot talk to him and you cannot be with him in silence. What are you to do? Beloved Osho, when we meet the Master of Masters on the lawn, what to do? Yes, it is true. When you meet a Zen master on the road, you cannot talk with him, because what can you talk with him about? Your worlds are so different. Your languages belong to two different dimensions. What can you talk with him about? What can't you ask? Is any question really worth asking? Is any question really meaningful? When you meet a Zen master, what will you talk about? All that you can talk about belongs to this world, this mundane world, the market, the house, the family. All that you can talk about, all that you are, is so futile. It is true. When you meet a Zen master on the road ... and you always meet the master on the road because the master is always moving. You never meet him anywhere else. Remember, you always meet the master on the road, because he is always moving. He is a river, never static, never standing. If you cannot move with him, you will miss him. He is always on his feet. You always meet him on the road. What can you talk to him about? And you cannot be silent either, because to be silent is almost impossible for you. You cannot talk, because the master belongs to a different world. You cannot be silent, because the world you belong to is never silent. Your mind goes on chattering. Your mind is a constant chatterbox. Consistent, inconsistent, thoughts go on and on and on, and there is no end to it. They move in a wheel. You cannot be silent and you cannot talk. Then what to do? If you start talking, it will be absurd. If you start being silent, it will not be possible. It is better not to decide on your part. Ask the master what to do. Tell him, I cannot talk because we belong to different worlds. Whatsoever I ask will be useless, and whatsoever you can answer I cannot question. Whatsoever I question is useless, it is not even worth answering. And I cannot be silent because I don't know what silence is. I have never known it. Silence has never happened to me. I know the sort of silence, the silence that comes between two thoughts, as a gap, the silence that exists between two words, just as a gap. Our silence is just like the peace which happens between two wars. It is not really peace. It is just preparation for another war. How can that be peace which bridges two wars? The war simply goes underground. That's all. It is a cold war. It is never peace. Our silence is like that. So tell the Master, I cannot be silent and I cannot talk. So tell me what to do. Don't start anything on your own, because whatsoever you start will be wrong. Talk or silence. Whatsoever you start will be wrong. Just leave everything to the Master, and ask him, what am I to do? If he says, talk, then talk. If he says, be silent, then try to be silent. He knows, and he will ask only that which is possible for you. Ultimately, he will ask the impossible, but never in the beginning. He will ask the impossible in the end, because then it will also have become possible. But in the beginning, he will ask only the possible. By and by, he will push you towards the ultimate abyss where the impossible happens. If he says talk, then talk. Then even your talking will be a help. But then you are not really asking, just talking as a catharsis. You are bringing your mind out. You are acting your mind out. You are opening yourself. You are not asking, but exposing. This exposure will help. You will be relieved of much burden. When a Master is near you, if you can be really frank and say all that comes to you, irrelevant, inconsistent, not bothering about yourself, not managing and manipulating it. When a Master is near you, you can say totally whatsoever comes to your mind. It will become a gibberish. If you don't manage it, it will be like a madman talking. But when a Master is near you, if you are frank, honest and true and bring your mind out, the Master will penetrate you from the back door. From the front door your mind is going out. From the back door the Master is entering you. So when near me on the lawn, be sincere and true. Don't bring questions which are intellectual. They are useless. Metaphysics is the most useless thing in the world. Don't bring any metaphysical questions. They are not true. They don't belong to you. You may have heard about them, read about them, but they are not part of you. Bring your nonsense out, whatsoever it is. And don't try to manipulate it. Don't try to rationalize it and polish it. Let it be as raw as possible, because before the Master, you must be naked. You should not wear clothes and you should not hide yourself. That is an exposure, and if you can't talk as an exposure, not as an inquiry, just opening your heart, not asking for anything, then silence will follow. Because when you have exposed your mind and you have passed through the catharsis, silence comes to you. This is a different type of silence. Not a forced silence. Not a controlled silence. Not a silence with any effort on your part. When you have exposed your mind completely, released all that is there, a silence comes, descends on you, overwhelms you, a silence which is beyond understanding, and a silence which is beyond you, a silence which belongs to the whole and not to the individual. Then you can be both. Now with the Zen Master on the road you can talk and you can be silent also. Enough for today. My way, the way of the white clouds. 123. Osho. Chapter 13. God is in search of you. May 22, 1974 Ham in Buddha Hall. Question 1. Beloved Osho, yesterday you told us very clearly that we need to follow the Master's word to the letter. But we cannot consult you on every detail. How can we choose the right path when the mind is always looking for the easy way? The real problem is not consulting the Master, but how to be more meditative, because the physical part of the Master is not the significant thing. If you are more meditative, you can consult the Master every moment. The physical presence is not necessary. It becomes necessary only because you are not meditative. Because you are identified with your body. That's why in your mind the Master is identified with his body. Because you think that you are a body, you also think that the Master is a body. The Master is not a body, and when I say this, that the Master is not a body, I mean that he is not confined in time and space. It is not a question of being in his presence. Wherever you are, if you are meditative, you are in his presence. Even when the Master is dead he can be consulted. Buddha is still consulted even today, and the answers are received. It is not that Buddha is sitting somewhere and giving you the answers, but when you are deep in meditation you are the Buddha. Your Buddha nature arises and your Buddha nature answers you, and now Buddha is no longer confined anywhere. That means, for one who is blind he is not to be found anywhere, but for one who can't now see it means he is everywhere. You can be in contact with your Master wherever you are. The way is not to go to the Master. The way is to go within. The deeper you reach into yourself, the deeper you have penetrated the Master. Answers will be coming, and you will come to know and feel that those answers are not given by your mind. There will be a total difference of quality. The quality changes so absolutely that there can be no confusion about it. When your mind answers, you feel you are answering. When the mind is not there, you are simply meditative. The answer comes as if from someone else, not from you. You hear it. That is the mystery of the Quran. Muhammad thought that he heard it, and he was right. And Mohammedans are wrong if they think that God was speaking. Muhammad is right when he thinks that he heard the Quran, and Mohammedans are wrong when they think that God was speaking. Nobody was speaking. But when your mind is silent, from the very depths of your being arises the answer. And it is so deep, so beyond your so-called mind, that you feel that you have heard it. It has come to you. It has been revealed to you. You are always identified with the surface, and the answer comes from the depth. You don't know your own depth. That's why you will feel God is answering, that the Master is answering. In a way you are right, because when the answer comes from your depth, it is from the Master. Hindus have always been saying that your real Master is within you, and the outer Master is just trying to bring your inner Master up, to make your inner Master functional. Whenever your inner Master has started functioning, the work of the outer Master is done. The outer is just a representative of the inner. I am your depth. Once your depth has started functioning, I am not needed. Once I feel your depth has started answering you, I will stop answering you. All my answers are not really concerned with your questions. All my answers are concerned with how to create the response within you so your inner depth starts speaking to you. So your own consciousness becomes your Master. Be more meditative. Be more silent. Allow more and more stillness to penetrate you. What is to be done? How to be more meditative? In a sense, nothing can be done directly, because whatsoever you do directly the mind comes in. If you try to be silent, you cannot be, because the mind is trying. Wherever mind is, disturbance is. Mind is the disturbance. Mind is the noise. So if you try to be silent, mind is trying to be silent. You will create more noise which is now concerned with silence. Now you will try, and think, and do this and that, and you will get more and more uneasy. Nothing can be done about silence. Silence is already there. You just have to allow it. It is just like sunlight. Your windows are closed and you cannot bring sunlight into your house in bundles, in buckets. You cannot do that. If you try, you will be foolish, and many are doing that. Simply open the windows, open the doors. Allow the breeze to blow. Allow the rays to come in. Invite and wait. You cannot force. Whenever you force, things go ugly. If a man forces himself to be silent, his silence will be ugly, tortured, forced, artificial, just on the surface. Deep down there will be turmoil. So what is to be done? Open your mind and wait. Look at the trees. Look at the parrots screeching. Listen to them. Don't do anything. Whatsoever is happening around you, just be a passive alertness. The light on the water, the river flowing, the noise, the children playing, laughing, giggling, you just be there, a passive presence. Open, listening, seeing, not thinking. The birds are there in the trees, making a noise, singing. You just listen. Don't think. Don't create a second series in your mind about what is happening. Just let it happen, and sooner or later you will feel the mind has disappeared and a silence has come to you. You will actually feel it descending on you, penetrating from every pore of the body, reaching deeper and deeper. In the beginning it will be only for moments, because you are such a habitual thinker, addicted to thinking like a man who is addicted to alcohol or some drug, that only for moments will there be a gap, and again you will start thinking. You may start thinking about this silence that is descending upon you. You may start thinking, oh, this is the silence that the masters have always been talking about, and you have destroyed it. You may start thinking, this is the silence the Upanishads say is the goal to be achieved. This is the silence that poets have been talking about, the silence that surpasses understanding. You have missed it. The poets have entered. The masters have entered. The Upanishads have come. You have missed it. You have lost it. Now you are again disturbed. Now you are not the passivity. Now you are not alert. Now those singing birds are no longer there for you. Your mind has come in. Now those beautiful trees have disappeared. The sun is no longer in the sky and the clouds are no longer floating. You are not open now. Closed. Your windows are closed. Your doors are closed. Thought, thinking, is the way to close the mind. Non-thinking, no thought, is the way to open it. Whenever you are not thinking, you are open. Whenever you are thinking, the wall has been raised. Each thought becomes a brick and the whole process of thinking becomes a wall. Then you are hidden behind the wall, crying and weeping. Why is the sun not reaching to you? It is not the sun, it is you who are creating walls around you. Be more meditative. Whenever you have any opportunity, any space, any time, just allow things to happen around you. Look deeply, attentively, but don't be active, because activity means thinking. Sitting quietly, allowing things to happen, you will become silent. Then you will come to know that silence is not a quality of the mind. Mind cannot be made silent. Silence is the quality of your inner soul, of your inner being. It is always there, but because of the chattering, the constant chattering of the mind, you cannot hear it. Whenever you become passive, non-thinking, you become aware of it. Then you are unoccupied. In that unoccupied moment, meditation happens. So whatsoever the situation, sitting in the marketplace, don't think that the singing of the birds is a must. It is not. The humming of a marketplace is also as beautiful as the humming of the birds. People carrying on their work, talking, chattering, noise all around. You just sit there passively. Remember this word passive, and another word, alert. Passive alertness is the key. Remain passive, not doing anything, just listening. And listening is not a doing. To listen to anything there is nothing to do. Your ears are always open. To see you have to open the eyes. At least that much has to be done. To listen, not even that much has to be done. Ears are always open. You are always listening. Just don't do anything and listen. And don't comment, because with commentary, thought starts. A child is crying. Don't say anything inside about why he is crying. Two persons are fighting. Don't say inside, why are they fighting? Should I go and do something so that they don't fight? No, don't say anything. Just listen to what is happening. Just be with what is happening. And suddenly there is silence. This silence is totally different from the silence which you can create. You can create silence. You can sit in your house. You can close the doors. You can't take a rosary, the mala, and you can go on turning its beads. A silence will come to you, but that will not be the real silence. It will be just like a child who has been given the toy to play with, so he goes on playing and becomes absorbed in his play. Then he is not mischievous. Parents use the toy as a trick just to make the child less mischievous. He sits in a corner and goes on playing, and the parents can continue their own work without the child being a continuous nuisance. But the child has not transcended mischief. His mischief has been directed towards the toy. That's all. The mischief is there. The child is there. Sooner or later he will become fed up with the toy. Bored, he will throw it away and the mischief will be back. Rosaries are old men's toys. Just as you give a toy to a child, children give rosaries to old men, so that they are not mischievous. They sit in a corner and they go on turning their rosary. But they also get fed up. They get absorbed, but they also get fed up. Then they keep changing rosaries. They go to another master and ask for another mantra, because the old one is not functioning. In the beginning, they say, it functioned. Many people come to me and say, we have been doing a mantra. In the beginning it was helpful, but it is not helping anymore. Now we don't feel anything. It has become boring. We do it as a duty, but the love has disappeared. If we don't do it, we feel that we have missed something. If we do it, nothing is gained. This is what addiction means. If you do it, nothing is gained. If you don't do it, you feel that something is missing. This is what a smoker feels. If he smokes, he knows nothing is gained. He is doing something silly, just a stupid thing, taking smoke in and throwing it out. But that, too, is just like a rosary. You take the smoke in, and then you throw it out. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. It becomes a rosary. You go on changing the beads. You can make it a mantra. When you inhale the smoke, say Ram. When you exhale, say Ram. It becomes a rosary. Anything that you can repeat continuously becomes a mantra. Mantra means a repetition of a certain word, a certain sound, anything. A mantra helps the mind to be absorbed. It is a toy. For a few moments you feel good because the mischief stops, and you are so absorbed that the mind cannot function. This is a forced silence. It is pathological. It is not good. It is negative. It is not positive. This silence is like the silence that happens in a graveyard, the silence of death. But the silence I am talking about is totally, qualitatively different. It is not a diversion of mischief. It is not a forced occupation. It is not a mantra hypnosis. It is a silence that happens to you when you are passive and alert, not doing anything, not even moving your rosary, totally passive, but alert. Remember, passivity can become sleep. That's why I emphasize the word alertness, because you can be passive and you go to sleep. Sleep is not meditation. One quality of sleep is there, one quality, that of passivity, and one quality of waking is there, that of alertness. Relaxed as if you are asleep, alert as you are awake. One thing is taken from sleep: unconsciousness. That should not be there, because meditation cannot be unconscious. And one thing is taken from your waking state: occupiedness. Because if you are occupied, then the mind is working. You are enclosed in thoughts. While you are awake, there are two things: alertness and occupiedness. While you are asleep, there are two things: passivity and unconsciousness. One thing from awakeness, one thing from sleep. Passivity and alertness, they make meditation. If you take the two other ingredients, occupation and unconsciousness, you become mad. Those two ingredients, occupied and unconscious, make madness, make the madman. Passivity and alertness make the meditative man, or Buddha. You have all four ingredients. Mix two and you will become mad. Mix the other two and you will become meditative. Remember this. I say again and again that silence, the bliss that pervades you when you are open, is not something to be done by you. It is a let go. It is a happening to you. It comes to you. People come to me and they say, "We are searching for God, how to reach Him?" And I tell them, you cannot reach Him and you cannot search for Him, because you don't know Him. How will you recognize that He is God? You don't know Him. How will you move? How will you choose the path? You don't know Him. How can you decide if this is His house, this is His abode? No, you cannot. You cannot search for the divine. but there is no need because the divine is always near you, within you. Whenever you allow him, he searches for you, he reaches you. God is in search of you. God has always been in search of you. No search on your part is needed. Seek, and you will miss. Don't seek. Simply remain passive and alert so whenever he comes you are open. Many times he comes and knocks on your door, but you are fast asleep. Or even if you hear the knock you interpret it in your own way. You think it is just the wind blowing fast and strong. Or you think some stranger has knocked and he will go by himself. There is no need to disturb my sleep. Your interpretations are your enemies, and you are great interpreters. Whatsoever is, you immediately interpret it. Your mind starts functioning and grinding it, and you change it immediately. You color it, you give it a different meaning that was never there. You project yourself into it. You destroy it. The reality does not need any interpretation. The truth does not need any thinking about. No one ever reaches the truth through thinking. That's why the whole of philosophy is false. It is bound to be false. No philosophy can be true. Philosophers go on fighting. They go on struggling to prove that their philosophy is true. No philosophy can be true. Truth needs no philosophy. Philosophy means thinking about, rationalizing about. Philosophy means interpretation of the fact. Religion says, that which is, allow it to happen. All that you can do is, please, don't disturb. Just allow it to happen. Remain alert and passive and then there is no need to come to me will come to you. Many times I have already reached you. Whenever you were silent. So this is not a theory, many of you even know it by experience. But you interpret this also. People come to me and they say, this morning, meditating, I suddenly felt you. But I thought it must be a projection of my mind. Or they say, last night suddenly I felt the presence. I became alert. And then I thought it must have been someone passing by. The wine may have entered the room and fluttered the papers. Or just a cat has passed. So what I am saying, many of you have already felt. That's why I am saying it. Otherwise, I would not say it. Don't interpret. When you feel the presence, allow it to happen. If you allow it to happen, it will materialize more and more. It is possible that I will be there, as real as I am here. Sometimes even more so, because it depends on you how much reality you allow to happen. And your questions will be answered. Be more meditative and then you are nearer to me. Once you are totally meditative, you are me. Then there is no difference. One thing more, the more you meditate, the less there will be to be asked. Questions will drop. Questions belong to a non-meditative state of mind. They arise in a non-meditative state more and more. One question is answered. 10 arise out of the answer. Mind is a great question creating force. It goes on creating questions. You give the answer and the mind jumps on it, tears it down, and creates 10 more questions. When you are meditative, less and less questions will be there. This will look paradoxical to you, but it is true and I have to say it. When there are questions, there will be no answers. When there is no question, the answer is there. The answer comes only when you are not questioning. Non-questioning will happen to you through meditation. Don't think that there are as many answers as there are questions. No, there is only one answer. Questions are millions. The answer is one. Diseases are millions. Medicine is one. Only one, and all is solved. But that one cannot happen to you because you don't allow it to happen. You are so afraid of allowing anything to happen. This has to be learned. This is the only discipline I want you to do. Losing your fears, dropping your fears, and allowing things to happen. The river is flowing. Don't push it. There is no need. It is flowing by itself. You just wait on the bank and let it float. If you are courageous enough, then drop yourself in the river and float with it. Don't swim, because swimming means fighting. Just float. Then of course, then you cannot follow any goal, because your goal and the river's may not coincide. Then there will be frustration. You can follow a goal if you are swimming, fighting. You can even swim upstream. Then there will be a great fight. And when you fight, your ego is strengthened. You feel alive against the river. But that aliveness is momentary. Sooner or later you will be tired. Sooner or later you will be dead, and the river will take you. On the banks of the Ganges, the villagers bring their dead and leave them in the Ganges. But when you are dead, leaving you in the river is useless. When dead, you will float with the river, but then there is no meaning because you are no more. What I am doing is dropping you alive in the Ganges. If you can't float alive, conscious, fully aware, you will become the river. And wherever the river reaches will be the destiny, will be the goal. Then you are not concerned where it reaches. Every moment, the very flow becomes ecstatic. Every moment, the very flow, the very aliveness, becomes the goal. Then every moment is the goal. Means become ends. The moment becomes eternal. Yes, you have to follow the Master totally. There may be times when you cannot consult him physically, and sooner or later the Master will disappear from the body. Then there will be no possibility to consult him physically. It is better to get attuned to him non-physically. Otherwise, you will be crying and weeping. My body can disappear any moment. Now there is really no need to carry it. It is being carried for you. If you don't get attuned to my non-physical existence, sooner or later you will get very much depressed, sad. Much anguish will be there. Then it will be very difficult to be attuned to me non-physically. So I go on dropping physical contact with you more and more, just to make you alert and aware that you have to be attuned non-physically. You can get attuned. It is not difficult. Be more meditative and it will start happening to you. Question to beloved Osho. We have quite a few questions about female energy. Some women say that since they've met you, although their physical desires continue, the mortal man is no longer satisfying enough for them. Other women say that since they have met you they feel more loving. GURDJIBFF is reported to have said that a woman cannot attain except through a man. Would you talk to us about female energy? Yes. Girl DJ has said that a woman cannot attain except through a man, and he is right. He is right because female energy differs from male energy. It is just as if someone says that only a woman can give birth to a child. A man cannot give birth to a child. he can give birth to a child only through a woman. The physical structure of the woman carries a womb. The physical structure of a man is without a womb. He can have a child only through a woman. And the same in reverse order happens in spiritual birth. A woman can get enlightened only through a man. Their spiritual energy differs also, just like their physical part. Why? Why is this so? And remember, this is not a question of equality or of inequality. This is a question of difference. Women are not lower than men because they cannot attain directly. Man is not lower than woman because he cannot give birth to a child directly. They are different. There is no question of equality or inequality. There is no question of evaluation. They are simply different, and this is a fact. Why is it difficult for woman to attain enlightenment directly? And why for man is it possible to attain enlightenment directly? There are two ways. Only two. Basically only two, which lead to enlightenment. One is meditation and the other is love. You may call them jnana yoga and bhakti yoga, the path of wisdom and the path of devotion. The basic ways are only two. Love needs another. Meditation can be done alone. Man can achieve through meditation. That's why he can achieve directly. He can be alone. He is alone deep down. Loneliness comes naturally to man. For a woman, to be alone is difficult. Very difficult. Almost impossible. Her whole being is a deep urge to love. And for love, the other is needed. How can you love if the other is not there? You can meditate if the other is not there. There is no problem. Woman, the female energy, reaches the meditative state through love, and the male energy reaches love through meditation. The Buddha becomes a great loving force, but through meditation. When Buddha came back to his palace, his wife was very angry, naturally, because for 12 years he had not shown his face. One night he had simply disappeared, not even saying anything to her. While she was asleep he escaped like a coward. The wife of Buddha, Osho, would have allowed him. She was a brave woman. If Buddha had asked, she would have allowed him. There would have been no problem about it. But Buddha would not ask. He was afraid something might go wrong. She might start crying and weeping or something. But the fear was not because of her. The fear was deep down in himself. He was afraid it would be difficult for him to leave Yashodhara weeping and crying. The fear is always of oneself. It would be very cruel and he could not be so cruel, so it was better to escape while his wife was asleep. So he escaped, and after 12 years he came back. Yashodhara asked many things. One of the things she asked was, "Tell me, whatsoever you have attained there, could not you attain it here, living with me? Now that you have attained you can tell me." It is said that Buddha remained silent. But I answer, Buddha could not have attained, because a man deep in love ... and he was deep in love with Yashodhara. It was a very intimate relationship. If there had been no relationship with Yashodhara, if she had simply been a Hindu wife, no love relationship, then Buddha could have attained even living with her. Then really there is no problem. The other is there on the periphery. You are not related. If you are not related, the other is not, only a physical presence moving on the boundary. But Buddha was in deep love. and it is difficult for a man to attain meditation when he is in love. This is the problem. Very difficult. Because when he is in love, whenever he sits silently, the other arises in the mind. His whole being starts moving around the other. That was the fear. That's why Buddha escaped. Nobody has talked about it before. But Buddha escaped from that house, from the wife, from the child, because he really loved. And if you love a person, then whenever you are occupied you may forget him. But when you are unoccupied the other will come to the memory immediately. And then there is no gap for the divine to enter. When you occupied, working in a shop, or Buddha was on his throne and looking after the affairs of the kingdom, then it was okay. He could forget Osho. But whenever he was not occupied, there was Osho. The gap was filled by Osho and there was no passage for the divine to enter. Man cannot attain to the divine through love. His whole energy is totally different from female energy. First he should attain to meditation, then love happens to him. Then there is no problem. First he must reach the divine, then the beloved also becomes divine. After 12 years, Buddha comes back. Now there is no problem. Now in Osho the God is. Before, Osho was too much, and it was difficult to find the God. Now the God is totally there. There is no space left for Osho. The totally opposite happens to a woman. She cannot meditate because her whole being is an urge towards the other. She cannot be alone. Whenever she is alone, she is in misery. So if you say, to be alone is bliss, to be alone is ecstatic, a woman cannot understand it. This emphasis on being alone has existed all over the world because of too many seekers who are men. A Buddha, the Mahavira, the Jesus, the Muhammad. They all went into loneliness, and they only attained in loneliness. They created the milieu. A woman, whenever alone, feels anguish. If there is a lover, even in her mind, she is happy. If someone loves, if someone is loved, if love exists around a woman, it nourishes her. It is a nourishment. It is a subtle food. Whenever a woman feels that love is not there, she is simply starving, suffocating. The whole being shrinks. So a woman can't never think that loneliness can be blissful. This female energy has created the path of love and devotion. Even a divine lover will do. There is no need to find a physical lover. Krishna will do for Mara. There is no problem, because for Mara the other exists. He may not be there. Krishna may just be a myth, but for Mara he is. The other exists, and then Mira is happy. She can dance, she can sing, and she is nourished. The very idea, the very notion, the very feeling, that the other exists and there is life, and a woman feels fulfilled. She is happy, alive. Only with this love will she come to a point when the lover and the beloved become one. Then meditation will happen. For female energy, meditation happens only in the deepest merger of love. Then she can be alone. Then there is no problem. Now she can never be alone. The beloved has become merged. Now it is within. Mira or Radha or Teresa. They all achieved through the lover, Krishna, Jesus. This is my feeling, that whenever the male seeker comes to me he is interested in meditation. and whenever a female seeker comes to me she is interested in love. She can be made interested in meditation if I say that love will happen through it. But her deep desire is for love. Love is God for a woman. This difference has to be understood, deeply understood, because everything depends on it. And Girlie J. Beef is right. Female energy will love, and through love will flower the meditative state, the samadhi. Satora will come, but deep down in the roots will be love and Satora will become the flower. For male energy, Satora will be in the roots, samadhi will be in the roots, meditation will be in the roots, and then love will flower. But love will be a flowering. When female seekers come to me, it is bound to happen. They will feel more love, but then a physical partner will be less satisfying. Whenever there is deep love, a physical partner will always become unsatisfactory, because the physical partner can fulfill only the periphery. He cannot fulfill the center. That's why, in ancient countries like India, we never allowed love. We allowed arranged marriages. Once love is allowed, the physical partner is going to be unsatisfactory sooner or later, and then there will be frustration. Now the whole West is disturbed. Now there will be no satisfaction at all. Once you allow love, then an ordinary man cannot fulfill it. He can fulfill sex, he can fulfill the superficial, but he cannot fulfill the deep, the depth. Once the depth is functioning, once you have disturbed the depth, only God can fulfill, nobody else. So when female seekers come to me, their depth is shocked. They start feeling the new urge, the new love arising. Now their husbands or their boyfriends, their partners will not be able to satisfy it. Now this can be satisfied only by a much higher quality being. This is going to be so eager your boyfriend, your husband, has to become more meditative, create higher qualities of being ... Only then will he be fulfilling. Otherwise the relationship will break. The bridge cannot remain. You will have to find a new friend. Or, if it is impossible to find a new friend, as it would have been for Mara, difficult, then you have to learn the divine. Then just forget the physical part. Now it is not for you. The same happens to male seekers in a different way. When they come to me, they become more meditative. Then they become more meditative. The bridge between their old partners is broken, becomes shaky. Now their girlfriend or their wife has to grow, otherwise the relationship is on the rocks. It cannot be maintained. Remember this, that all our relationships, so-called relationships, are adjustments. If one changes, the adjustment is broken, for the better or for the worse. That is not the point. People come to me and they say, if meditation brings higher qualities, then why is the relationship broken? That is not the question. The relationship was an adjustment between two persons as they were. Now one has changed, the other has to grow with them. Otherwise there will be trouble. Things will become false. Whenever a man is here, he becomes more meditative. The more meditative he is, the more he wants to be alone. The wife, the beloved, will be disturbed by it. If she is not understanding, then she will start creating trouble. This man wants to be more alone. If she is understanding, then there is no problem, but that understanding can only come to her if her love grows. If she feels more loving, then she can allow this friend to be lonely, alone, and she will protect his loneliness. She will try to see that it is not disturbed. This will be her love now. And if this man feels ... if Buddha feels that Yogeshadhara is protecting, safeguarding, seeing, caring, that his meditation is not disturbed, that his silence is helped, then there is no need to escape from this Yogeshadhara. But this happens only if Yogeshadhara's love grows. When a man's meditation is growing, a woman's love should grow. Only then can they keep pace, and a higher harmony will arise, and it will go on, higher and higher. And a moment comes when the man is totally in meditation and the woman is totally in love. Then only the perfect meeting, then only the real, supreme orgasm between two persons. Not physical, not sexual, total. Two existences meeting into each other, dissolving. Then the lover becomes the door, the beloved becomes the door, and they both reach to the one. So whosoever comes to me should come perfectly aware that it is dangerous to be near me. Your old arrangements will be disturbed, and I cannot help it. I am not here to help your adjustments, that is for you to decide. I can't help you grow in meditation, grow in love. To me, both words mean the same, because they reach to the same end. Enough for today. My way, the way of the white clouds. 134. Osho. Chapter 14. Both are needed. May 23, 1974, in Buddha Hall. Question 1. Beloved Osho, you said every child is born a god, yet my two children were very different right from birth. One is very serene and godlike, but the other seemed disturbed before she was influenced by any conditioning. How should we deal with the difficult one? This raises a very basic question. Existence itself is divine. Then from where does the evil come? From where does the bad, the immoral, the unacceptable come? The good is okay because we have made it synonymous with God. Good means God. But from where does the bad come? This has puzzled humanity for centuries. As far back as we can go, this problem has always been there in the mind of man. The logical solution, the solution that the mind can find, is to divide existence, to create the duality, to say that there is God, which is good, and there is evil, the devil, Beelzebub, Satan, which is bad. Mind thinks the problem is solved. So all that is bad comes from the devil, and all that is good comes from God. But the problem is not solved. The problem is only pushed back a little. The problem remains the same. You have pushed it back a step, but nothing is solved. Because from where does the devil come? If God is the creator, then he must have created the devil in the beginning, in the first place, or God is not the supreme creator. 1. The devil has always been there, just as an enemy, the antagonistic force. Then both are eternal. If the devil is not created, then the devil cannot be destroyed, so the conflict will continue eternally. God cannot win. The devil will always be there disturbing. This is the problem for Christian theology, Mohammedan theology, Zoroastrian theology, because all these three theologies have followed the simple solution that mind suggests. But mind cannot solve it. There is another possibility which doesn't come from the mind and will be difficult for the mind to understand. That possibility is risen in the East. particularly in India. And that possibility is that there is no devil. There is no basic duality. Only God exists. There is no other force. This is what Advaita, the non-dual philosophy, means. Only God is. But we see the evil is there. Hindus say that the evil exists in your interpretation, not in itself. You call it bad because you cannot understand it or because you are disturbed by it. It is your attitude that makes it bad or appear bad. There is no evil. Evil cannot exist. Only God exists. Only the divine exists. Now I will take your problem against this background. Two children are born. One is good. One is bad. Why do you call one good and why do you call the other bad? Is it really reality or your interpretation? Which child is good? And why? If the child is obedient, the child is good. If the child is disobedient, the child is bad. One who follows you is good. One who resists is bad. Whatsoever you say, the one accepts it. If you say, sit silently, the one sits. But the other tries to disobey, tries to be rebellious. The other is bad. This is your interpretation. You are not saying anything about the children. You are saying something about your mind. Why is the obedient one good? In fact, the obedient ones have never been brilliant, have never been very radiant. They have always been dull. No obedient child has been a great scientist or a great religious man, or a great poet. No child who is obedient. Only disobedient ones have been great inventors, creators. Only the rebellious one transcends the old and reaches to the new and into the unknown. But for the parent's ego, the obedient one feels good, because it helps your ego. When the child follows you, whatsoever you say, you feel good. When the child resists and denies you, you feel bad. But a really alive child will be rebellious. Why should he follow you? Who are you? Why should he follow you just because you are a father? What have you done to be a father? You have been just the passage, and that too very unconscious. Your sex is not a conscious act. You have been pushed by unconscious forces to move into it. The child is just an accident. You were never expecting. You were not consciously aware to whom you were giving an invitation to come. The child has suddenly come as a stranger. You have fathered it, but you are not the father. When I say you have fathered it, it is a biological thing. You were not needed. Even a syringe can do that. But you are not the father because you are not conscious. You have not given the invitation. You have not asked a particular soul to enter the womb of your wife, your beloved. You have not worked for it. And when the child is born ... what have you been doing to it? When you say the child should follow you, are you confident enough that you know the truth that he should follow you? Are you confident enough, certain that you have realized something that the child should follow? You can force yourself on the child because the child is weak and you are strong. That is the only difference between you and your child. Otherwise, you are also childish, ignorant. You have not grown. You are not mature. You will get angry just like the child. You will get jealous just like the child. And you will play with toys just like the child. Your toys may be different, a little bigger. That's all. What is your life? Where have you reached? What wisdom have you gained so that the child should follow you and should say yes to you whatsoever you demand? The father will be conscious of it. He will not force anything on the child. Rather, he will allow the child to be himself. He will help the child to be himself. He will give freedom to the child, because if he has known anything, he must know that only through freedom does the inner grow. If he has experienced anything in his life, he knows well that experience needs freedom. The more freedom, the richer is your experience. The less freedom ... there is no possibility to experience. If there is no freedom at all, then you can have borrowed experiences, imitations, shadows, but never the real thing, never the authentic. Fathering a child will mean giving him more and more freedom, making him more and more independent, allowing him to move into the unknown, where you have never been. He should transcend you. He should go ahead of you. He should surpass all the boundaries that you have known. He must be helped, but not forced, because once you start forcing, you are killing, you are murdering the child. The spirit needs freedom. It grows in freedom and only in freedom. If you are really a father, you will be happy if the child is rebellious, because no father would like to kill the spirit of the child. But you are not fathers. You are ill with your own illnesses. When you force a child to follow you, you are simply saying that you would like to dominate someone. You cannot do it in the world, but this small child, at least you can dominate him, possess him. You are being a politician to the child. You want to fulfill some unfulfilled desires through the child. Domination, dictatorship. At least you can be a dictator to the child. He is so weak. He is so young and helpless. And he depends on you so much that you can force anything on him. But by forcing you are killing him. You are not giving birth to him. You are destroying him. The child who follows will look good, because he is dead. The child who is rebellious will look bad because he is alive. Because we have missed life ourselves, we are against life. Because we are already dead, dead before death, we always want to kill others. Subtle are the ways. In the name of love, you can kill. In the name of compassion, you can kill. In the name of service, you can kill. Beautiful names we find. Deep down, the murderer is sitting. Realize this, then you will not think in these terms, that this child is good and that child is bad. Don't interpret. Every person is unique. Every person is different. The divine creative force is such that it never repeats. So only say this much, that this child is different from that child. Don't say this is good and that is bad. You don't know what is good and what is bad. This child is obedient. That child is disobedient. But no one knows what is good. And don't force. If this child by his own spontaneity is obedient, then it is good. This is his nature. Help it to grow. And if that child is rebellious, disobedient, this is his nature. Help him to grow. Let one grow to be a deep yes-sayer. Let the other grow to be a deep no-sayer. But don't interpret, because the moment you interpret, you start destroying. This is his nature to say yes, and that is his nature to say no. Both are needed. Life will be very flat and dull if there is nobody to say no. If everybody is a yes-sayer, it will be absolutely dull and stupid. The no-sayer is needed. That is the polar opposite. Obedience will be meaningless if there is nobody to rebel. Don't choose, simply feel the difference and help. And don't force yourself on them. Don't be violent. Every father is violent. Every mother is violent. And you can be violent because you are violent in the name of love. Nobody is going to criticize you because you say you love your child so much that you have to beat him. You love him so much that you have to put him right. You say because you love him, that's why you are trying to put him right. He's going wrong. Are you certain what is wrong and what is good? Nobody is certain. Nobody can be certain, because the phenomenon is such that a thing which is good this moment becomes bad the next. The direction that seems bad in the beginning turns out to be good in the end. Life is a flux, every moment changing. So a real father or a real mother will give his or her children only awareness, not morals, because morals are dead. You say, this is good, follow. But the next moment the thing becomes bad, and what is the child supposed to do? The next moment life changes. It is changing. It is a continuum of change, and your morals are fixed. You say this is good, this has to be followed. Then you become dead. Life goes on changing and you go on, fixed with your morals. That's why religious persons look so dull, their eyes vacant, superficial, with no depth, because depth is possible only if you move with the river of life. So what should a father or a mother give as a gift to their children? Only awareness. Make the children more aware. Allow freedom and tell them, be alert and move with freedom. Even if you have to err, don't be afraid, because life learns through errors also. One becomes alert through errors also, so don't be afraid. It is human to err. And if you err with alertness, only one thing will happen. You will not commit the same mistake again and again. Once you commit the mistake, you will experience it. You will become alert about it, and it will disappear. It will make you richer, and you will go ahead, unafraid. Just remember one thing, that whatsoever you pass through, be more conscious. If you say yes, say it consciously. If you say no, say it consciously. Don't get hurt when a child says no, because who are you to fix a child? He comes through you. You are just a passage. Don't become the dictator. Love never dictates, and if you never dictate, then this goodness and badness will disappear. Then you will love both. Your love will flow unconditionally. That's how God's love is flowing to this world, unconditionally. I have heard somebody said to Junaid, the Sufi mystic, a very evil man comes to listen to you and you allow him too much closeness and intimacy. Throw him out. He is not a good man. Junaid said, if God does not throw him out of existence, who am I to throw him out? If God accepts him ... I am not superior to God. God gives him life. God helps him to be alive. And that man is still young and fresh and he will live long, longer than you. So who am I to decide? God is showering on both the good and the bad. The situation is absolutely clear, crystal clear, that for God there is no good, no bad. When I say God, I don't mean the person sitting somewhere up in the sky. That is an anthropocentric attitude. We conceive of God in our own image. There is nobody sitting there. God means the whole, the totality of existence. A bad man breathes as beautifully as a good man. A sinner is as accepted by existence as a saint. Existence makes no differentiation. But because of dualistic thinking, Christian, Mohammedan, Zoroastrian, we think in terms of conflict. There is a story. There was a town, Sodom, in old Israel. The people were very much perverted in that town, sexually perverted, homosexuals. So it is said that God destroyed the town. The whole town was destroyed. A great fire descended and everybody was killed. After many, many centuries, one Hasidic saint, one Hasidic mystic, was asked, when God destroyed Sodom there must have been at least a few good persons in the town. All were destroyed. So the questioner said, we can accept that the bad were destroyed because they were bad, but why the good? Now look at the cunning mind. The Hasid thought it over and said, he destroyed the good also so that they could be witnesses that these bad people were bad. This is a cunning calculation. This is just saving face. The real thing is, for God, there is no good, no bad. When He creates both. When He destroys both, unconditionally. This is really foolish. This attitude of good and bad. A person smoking cigarettes becomes bad. The person enjoying alcohol becomes bad. The person who has fallen in love with somebody else's wife becomes bad. We think God is sitting there and calculating. This man smokes. This man is an alcoholic. This man has fallen into adultery. Let this fellow come and I will see. This is foolish if God is calculating about such trivial things. This is our tiny mind. For existence, there is no interpretation and no division. Good and bad are human conceptions, not divine. Every society has its own conceptions of good and bad. Every age changes and has its own conceptions of good and bad. There is no absoluteness about good and bad. Good and bad are relative, relative to society, to culture, relative to us. God is absolute for Him. There is no distinction. And if you are deep in meditation where thoughts disappear, then there is no distinction, because good and bad are thoughts. When you are silent, what is good and what is bad? The moment the idea arises, this is good, that is bad, the silence has been lost. In deep meditation there is nothing, no good, no bad. Lao Tzu is reported to have said, the hair's distinction, and heaven and hell are set apart. In the mind of a meditator, if even a slight distinction arises then the whole world is divided. Meditation is non-distinction, no distinction. You simply look, and you see the whole and don't divide it. You don't say, this is ugly, that is beautiful, this is good, that is bad. You don't say anything. You simply are. You don't say anything. You don't make any division. The non-dual is there. In meditation you become God. People think in meditation they will see God. This is wrong. There is nobody to be seen. God is not an object. In meditation you become God, because all distinctions disappear. In meditation you become one with the whole because in meditation you cannot divide yourself from the whole. All divisions have fallen. You are so silent that no boundary is there. Every boundary is a disturbance. You are so silent there is no I, no thou. You are so silent that all boundaries have blurred and disappeared. One exists. Unity exists. This is what Hindus call the Brahman, the One, the Unity, the ultimate unity of existence. It is mind that divides, makes distinctions, says this is this, that is that. In meditation there is isness, undivided. You are God when you are in meditation, and only in meditation will you come to know unconditional love. If you are a father, both your children will be just children, strangers, coming from an unknown world, moving into an unknown existence, growing, maturing. Out of your love you give to them. You share your life, your experiences, but you never force anything. When you don't force, then who is obedient and who is disobedient? When you don't force, how can you decide who is good and who is bad? Now I come to the last point. When you don't force, how can one be obedient and another disobedient? The whole phenomenon disappears. Then you accept the other, the child, the wife, the husband, the friend, as he is, as a fact. If we can accept each other as facts, without any thoughts, shoulds, without any good and bad, life will become paradise this very moment. We reject. Even if we accept somebody, we accept in part. We say, your eyes are good, but everything else is just dirty. Is this acceptance? We say, this act of yours is good, but all else is bad, cannot be accepted, and I accept only that which is good. That means, I accept only that which is according to me. You may not know how you are destroying each other, because whenever the parents say to the child, we accept only this part, not anything else. When the wife says to the husband, I accept only this in you, not the other, what are you doing? You are creating a division in the other's mind also. When the father says, don't do this, I don't accept this, I am angry about this. When he punishes a child because he thinks he has done something wrong, what is he doing? When he appreciates the child, gives him a toy, brings flowers for him, sweets, and says, you have done well, you have done something good which I approve, what is he doing? He is creating a division in the child. And by the child will also reject the part that the parents have rejected, and he will be divided. He will become two eyes. You may have observed little children. They even punish themselves. They even say to themselves, Bobby, this is not good. You have done a bad thing. They start rejecting the part that has been rejected by their parents. Then a division is created. The rejected part becomes the unconscious, the suppressed part, and the accepted part becomes the conscious, the conscience. Then their whole life will be a hell, because the rejected and the accepted will go on fighting continuously. There will be a turmoil. The rejected cannot be destroyed. It is you. It is there. It is always working within you. You may have put it in the dark, that's all. But once you put part of you in the dark, that part becomes more forcible because it works through darkness and you cannot see it. You cannot be aware of it, and it takes its own revenge. Whenever there is a weak moment and your conscious part is not very strong, it will come out. You may be good for 23 hours, but for 1 hour, when the conscious is tired, the unconscious asserts itself. So even saints have their sinner moments. Even saints have to give leave to their sainthood. They are on holidays. Sometimes they have to be. So if you catch a saint on his holidays, don't be disturbed too much. Everybody is to have a holiday. Everybody gets tired, unless one is whole. Then there is no tiredness because there is no other part which is constantly fighting, creating trouble, asserting itself, taking revenge. So we have two words. One is saint, the other is sage. The saint always has the sinner hidden within him. Sage is the whole. Sage cannot be on holidays because he is always on holidays. There is no rejected part. He lives as a whole totality. He moves moment to moment as a whole. He never rejects anything. He has accepted himself completely. The rejection is created by the parents, by the society. A small child is always a great discoverer. And of course he begins his discovery with his own body. That is the nearest existence to him. He cannot go to the moon. He cannot go to Everest. They are very far. Someday he may go. But right now the nearest part is his own body. He starts discovering it. He touches his body. He enjoys it. Observe a little child touching his toes. Happy as you can never be even if you go to the moon. He has discovered his body. He touches his toes, enjoys it, brings it to his mouth because these are the ways he discovers. He will taste it, smell it, touch it. But when he comes to his sexual parts, parents become disturbed. That disturbance is in the parents, not in the child. He does not make any distinctions. The toe or the sexual organ are the same. There is no division in his body up to now. The whole body is there. Fingers, eyes, nose, sexual organs, toes, are one float. There is no division of lower and higher. Hindus have a division. All over the world, all the cultures have divisions. Hindus say, never touch with your right hand below the navel, because that part below the navel is dirty. Touch below the navel with your left hand. Touch above the navel with your right hand. The body is divided, and the division has gone so deep in the mind that by right we mean good. We say you are right. By left, we mean bad. So if you want to condemn somebody, just say he's a leftist, a communist. The left is bad. A child doesn't know which is left, which is right. The child is whole. He is a unity. He doesn't know which is lower, which is higher. The body is undivided float. He will come to discover his sexual parts, and parents become disturbed. Whenever the child, boy or girl, touches the sexual organs, immediately we say, don't touch. We remove the hand. The child is shocked. You have given an electric shock to him. He cannot understand what you are doing. And this will happen many times. You are hammering into the child that something in his body has to be rejected. The sexual part of the body is bad. Psychologically, you are creating a complex. The child will groan, but he will never be able to accept his sexual organs. If you cannot accept your body in its totality, there will be problems. There will be trouble, because the child will make love. He will move into the sexual act, but there will be guilt. Something wrong is going on. Something basically wrong is happening. He is condemning himself. Making love, the most beautiful thing in the world. He is condemning and is guilty. He cannot make love totally. He cannot move totally into the other, because he is holding back. Half is moving, half is being controlled. This creates a conflict and love becomes a misery. This happens in all dimensions of life. Everything becomes miserable because in everything the parents have created a division. This is good and that is bad. This is why you are miserable, because of your parents. The society. Don't do the same to your children. It will be very difficult because you are divided. You would like to divide the child. It is unconscious. But if you become alert. If you are really meditating, you will become alert. Don't create the same schizophrenia in your child. Don't divide. Don't make a split. You have suffered enough. Don't create the same suffering for your child. If you really love, you will not divide him because division creates suffering. You will help him to remain whole, because wholeness is holy, and wholeness gives ecstatic possibilities, opens doors for the peak experiences. How can you help a child to remain whole? One thing: remain alert so you don't divide him unconsciously. Don't condemn the thing. If you feel it is harmful, tell the child that this is harmful, but don't say this is bad, because when you say harmful, you are stating a fact. When you say bad, you have brought a valuation into it. Parents have to say many things to children, because children don't know. You have to say, don't go near the fire, but say, this is harmful. If you get burned, you will suffer, but then still it is up to you. Say, this is my experience, that whenever I was burned, I suffered. And I tell you my experience. But even if you want to do it, you can do it. This is harmful. Say what is harmful. Say what is beneficial. But don't say good and bad. If you are alert, you will drop the words good and bad from your vocabulary, because with good and bad you are bringing your valuation to things. Say harmful, and still allow freedom, because your experience cannot become the children's experience. They will have to experience themselves. Sometimes even harmful things will have to be done, only then can they grow. Sometimes they will have to fall and get hurt, only then will they know. They have to pass through things, get hurt and scarred, but that is the only way one grows. If you protect the child too much, he will not grow. Many people remain children. Their mental age never grows beyond that of a child. They become old. They may be 70, but their mental age remains near about 7, because they have been so much protected. Look at very rich families. Their children are protected too much. They are not allowed any freedom to err, to experience, to go astray, to go off the road. Almost every moment somebody is following them. The servants, the tutor, the governess. They are never left alone. Then look what happens to them. Almost always, rich families produce mediocre children. Stupid, silly. Great minds have never come from rich families. It is difficult. Innovators never come from them. Adventurers never come from them. They cannot. They are so much protected. They never grow. For growth, unprotectedness is needed. Protectedness is also needed. Both are needed. Look at a gardener working with his trees. He helps them. He protects them. But still he gives them freedom to move in the sun, in the rains, in the storms. He will not take those trees inside the house to protect them from the storm and from the sun and from the dangers that are always there outside. If you take the tree inside, it will die. The hothouse plant is unnatural, and we all become hothouse plants because of overprotective parents. Don't protect the children. Don't leave them unprotected. Follow them like a shadow. Look after them. Be careful and create a balance, so whenever it is so dangerous that they may die, you protect them. But whenever you feel that it is not going to be so dangerous, you allow them. The more they grow, the more you allow. By the time a child becomes sexually mature, you should give him total freedom, because nature has made him a man now. Now no need to be too much worried. Sometimes accidents will happen, but they are worth it. Give the child a wholeness. Make him infectious to your awareness. Love him. Tell him what your experience is, but don't try to make him follow your experience. Don't force. If he follows of his own accord, it is good. If he doesn't follow, wait. There is no hurry. It is difficult to be a father or to be a mother, the most difficult thing in the world. And people think it is the easiest. I have heard. One woman was coming in a taxi to her home from the market, and the taxi driver was just crazy. He was going zigzag. Any moment there would be an accident. And he was going so fast. The woman was very nervous, sitting on the edge of the seat, and many times she said, "Don't go so fast, I'm scared." But he wouldn't listen. Then she said, "Listen, 12 children are waiting for me at my house. If something goes wrong, what will happen to the 12 children?" So the driver said, "And you are telling me to be alert?" Difficult to follow it. He is saying, you have given birth to 12 children. You were not alert, and you are telling me to be alert in driving. It is easy to give birth to many children. There is no problem. Animals do it easily. But to be a mother is very difficult. The most difficult thing in the world. To be a father is even more difficult, because to be a mother is natural. To be a father is not so natural. Father is a social phenomenon. We have created the father. It doesn't exist in nature. To be a father is still more difficult, because there is no natural instinct for it. It is difficult because this is the most creative act, to create the human being. Be alert. Give more freedom. Don't make distinctions of good and bad. Accept both, and help both types to grow. Soon this helping the children to grow will become a deep meditation for you. You will also grow with them. And when your child flowers into a yes-sayer, or a no-sayer ... because there have been beautiful no-sayers. Nietzsche is a no-sayer, but beautiful. His genius to say no is such a wonderful and beautiful phenomenon that the world would not be so rich if there were not people like Nietzsche. He cannot say yes. It is difficult for him. No is his whole being. Buddha is a no-sayer. He said, "There is no Brahman, there is no soul, there is no world." You cannot find a greater no-sayer. He left nothing. He says, "There is nothing." He goes on saying no, goes on eliminating. It is very difficult to find a yes from him. Impossible. But what a beautiful being evolved out of that no. That no must have been total. There have been yes-sayers, the devotees, the Bhaktas, Mira, Chaitanya or Jesus or Muhammad. These are yes-sayers. And there are two types of religion, of course, one which is around a no-sayer, the other religions which are around a yes-sayer. You also will belong to one or the other. If you are a no-sayer, then Buddhism will be a great help to you. If you are a yes-sayer, then Buddhism cannot help you at all. It will be destructive. Christianity can help. Hinduism can help. Both are needed. When I say this, I mean they always exist in a proportion, just like men and women. Almost always the number is the same. The whole world is divided, half men, half women. And how nature keeps this proportion is a miracle. In every other dimension the same proportion is maintained, always half no-sayers and half yes-sayers in the world. Always half who can't follow the path of knowledge and half who can't follow the path of love. Love is yes-saying. Knowledge is always no-saying. And this proportion is maintained by nature always. So if you have got two children, one is a yes-sayer and the other is a no-sayer, this is the proportion. This is good that you have got both in your home. You can create a harmony out of them. Don't try to destroy the no-sayer. Don't try to push and help only the yes-sayer. Create a harmony between the two. These two children are representative of the whole world. The yin and yang, the opposites, the poles. Create a harmony between them and your family will really be a family, the unit, the harmonious unit. But don't interpret, don't condemn, don't be moralistic. Just be a father, a mother. Love them and accept them and help them to be themselves. This is the base of all love, to help the other to be himself. If you want to pull, manipulate, you are not in love, you are destructive. Question to be loved Osho. In the West, most of our growth methods tend to be group-oriented, like encounter groups and psychodrama. In the East, although there are ashrams where seekers live together, the stress seems to be on the individual. Would you tell us about the two approaches? There are two types of growth methods. You can pursue your spiritual growth alone, or you can work through a group, through a school. Both types have always existed even in the East. Sufi methods are group methods. In India also, group methods have existed but were never so prevalent as in Islam or Sufism. But this is a new phenomenon as far as quantity is concerned, that the West is totally group-oriented. Never before have there been so many group methods alive, and so many people working through them as exist now in the West. So in a way we can say that the East has remained with individual efforts, and the West is now growing towards group methods. Why is this so and what is the difference? And why this difference? Group methods can exist only if your ego has come to a point where it is a burden to carry it. When the ego has become so burdensome that to be alone is to be in anguish, then group methods become meaningful, because in a group you can merge your ego. If the ego is not very evolved, then individual methods can help you. You can move to a mountain, you can be isolated, or even living in an ashram with a master you work alone. You do your meditation, others do their meditation. You never work together. In India, Hindus have never prayed in groups. With Mohammedans, group prayer entered India. Mohammedans pray in groups. Hindus were always praying alone. Even if they went to the temple, they would go alone. It is a one-to-one relationship, you and your God. This is possible if the ego has not been helped to grow to a point where it becomes a burden. In India, it has never been helped to grow. From the very beginning we have been against the ego. So you grow an ego, but the ego remains vague, blurred. You remain humble. You are not really an egoist. It is not a penetrating peak in you. It is flat ground. You are egoistic, because everybody is to be, but not absolute egoists. You always think it is wrong and go on pulling yourself down. In certain situations you can be provoked and your ego becomes a peak, but ordinarily it is not a peak, it is flat ground. In India the ego is just like anger. If someone provokes you, you become angry. If nobody provokes you, you are not angry. In the West, the ego has become a permanent substance. It is not like anger. It is now like breathing. There is no need to provoke it. It is there. It is a constant phenomenon. Because of this ego, the group becomes a very helpful thing. In the group, working with a group, merging yourself in the group, you can put your ego aside easily. That's why not only in religion, but in politics also, a few phenomena can exist only in the West. Fascism, for example, could become possible in Germany, which is the most egoistic country in the West, the most Western. There is nothing like the German ego all over the world. That's why Hitler could become possible, because everyone is so egoistic. Everybody is in need of merging. Nazi rallies, millions of people marching. You can lose yourself. You need not yourself be there. You become the march, the band playing, the music, the sound, the hypnotizing Hitler, a charismatic personality. Everybody looking at Hitler, the whole mass around you like an ocean. You become just the wave. You feel good. You feel fresh. You feel young. You feel happy. You forget your misery, your anguish, your loneliness, your alienation. You are not alone. Such a great mass is with you and you are with it. Your individual private worries drop. Suddenly there is an opening. You feel light, as if you are flying. Hitler became successful not because he had a very meaningful philosophy. His philosophy was absurd. It was childish, immature, not because he could convince the German people that he was right. That was not the point. It is very difficult to convince German people, one of the most difficult things, because they are logicians. They have logic in their minds, rational in every way. It is difficult to convince them, and to have been convinced by Hitler would have been impossible. No, he never tried to convince them. He created a hypnotic group phenomenon that convinced them. It was not a question of what Hitler was saying. It was a question of what they were feeling when they were in the group, in the mass. It was such an unburdening experience that it was worth it to follow this man. Whatsoever he was saying, wrong or right, logical, illogical, foolish, it was good to follow him. They were so much bored with themselves they wanted to be absorbed by the mass. That's why fascism, Nazism and all types of group madness became possible in the West. In the East only Japan could follow. because Japan is the counterpart of Germany in the East. Japan is the most Western country in the East. The same phenomenon was there, so Japan could become an ally to the Hitler right madness. The same is happening in other fields also, in religion also, in psychology also. Group meditation is happening, and only group meditation will happen for long period to come. When 100 people are together, you will be surprised, particularly those who don't know the Western mind. They will be surprised, just holding hands. 100 people, sitting, just holding hands, feeling each other, and they feel elated. No Indian will feel elated. He will say, "What nonsense! Just holding hands with 100 people sitting in a circle. How can it be an elation? How can you become ecstatic? You can feel at the most the perspiration of the other's hand." But in the West 100 people holding hands are elated, ecstatic. Why? Because even holding hands has become so impossible because of the ego. Even wife and husband are not together. The joint family has disappeared. It was a group phenomenon. Society has disappeared. In the West now, no society exists really. You move alone. In America, I was reading the statistics. Every man moves within 3 years to another town. Now a man in a village in India remains there. Not only he, his family has remained there for thousands of years. He is deeply rooted in that soil. He is related to everyone. He knows everybody. Everybody knows him. He is not a stranger. He is not alone. He lives as part of the village. He always has. He was born there. He will die there. In America, every 3 years on average people move. This is the most nomadic civilization that has ever existed. Vagabonds. No house, no family, no town, no village, no home really. In 3 years how can you get rooted? Wherever you go you are a stranger. The mass is around you but you are not related to it. You are unrelated. The whole burden becomes individual. Sitting in a group, in an encounter group or in a growth group, touching each other's bodies, you become part of the community. Touching each other's hand and holding each other's hand, just lying near each other, or lying on top of each other in a pile, you feel oneness. The religious elation happens. 100 people dancing, touching each other, moving around each other, become one. They merge. The ego is dissolved for a few moments. That merger becomes a prayerful thing. Politicians can use it for destructive ends. Religion can use it for very creative phenomena. It can become a meditation. In the East, people are in the community too much. So whenever they want to be religious, they want to go to the Himalayas. Society is too much around. They are not fed up with themselves. They are fed up with the society. This is the difference. In the West, you are fed up with yourself and you want some bridge. How to be communicative with the society, with others. How to create the bridge. How to move to the other, so you can forget yourself. In the East, people are fed up with the society. They have lived with it so long, and the society is all around so much that they don't feel any freedom. So whenever somebody wants to be free, to be silent, he runs to the Himalayas. In the West, you run to the society. In the East, people run from the society. That's why lonely methods Individual methods have existed in the East. Group methods are in existence in the West. What am I doing? My method is a synthesis. In the first steps of dynamic meditation, you are part of the group. In the last part, the group disappears. You are alone. I am doing this for a particular reason, because now East and West have become irrelevant. The East is turning towards the West. The West is turning towards the East. By the end of this century there will be no East and no West. One world. This geographical division has existed too long. It cannot exist anymore. Technology has already dissolved it. It is already out of existence, but because of a habitual attitude in the mind, it continues. It continues only as a mental phenomenon. It actually exists no longer. By the end of this century there will be no East, no West, just one world. It is already there. Those who can't see, they can see it is already there. A synthesis will be needed, group and individual both. You work in a group in the beginning. In the end, you become totally yourself. Start from society and reach to yourself. Don't escape from the community. Live in the world but don't be of it. Be related, but still remain alone. Love and meditate. Meditate and love. Whatsoever happened before is not the question. Whatsoever follows is not the question. Meditate and love if you are a man. Love and meditate if you are a woman. But don't choose. Love plus meditation is my slogan. Enough for today. My way, the way of the white clouds. 148. Osho. Chapter 15. Share through your being. May 24, 1974, in Buddha Hall. Question 1. Beloved Osho, you said to us this week that we should not concern ourselves with others. But most of us from the West have friends and relatives with whom we would like to share what we've found. What should we tell them about SANNYAs? What should we tell them about you? How can we explain the unexplainable? There are things which cannot be told. You cannot share them verbally. But there is a way to share them, and that is through your being. Be a sannyasa. That is the only way to tell others what sannyas is. If you are a sannyasa, your whole being will say that which cannot be said. Then your whole way of life will tell stories which cannot be conceptualized. Language is impotent. It cannot say that which is alive. It can say only dead things. You can say something about sannyas, but it will not be true. How can you say anything about sannyas? It is an inner flowering. It is an inner freedom. It is an inner ecstasy, a benediction. You can share it, of course, but the sharing will be through your being, through your very being, the way you walk, the way you sit, the way you look, your eyes, your body, your very breath. The silence that surrounds you, the bliss that goes on and on being thrown all about you, the vibrations of you, they will tell, and only they can tell. Be a sannyasa. That is the only way. And what is sannyas? It is a freedom from the mind. It will be difficult to understand sannyas if you don't understand what mind is. Mind is the accumulated past. All that you have experienced, all that you have known, all that you have lived through is accumulated in the memory. That accumulated past is the mind. So mind is always dead because it belongs to the past. Mind is always dead, never alive. Whenever a thing has become dead, it becomes part of the mind. It is just like dust that a traveler gathers. You are here and now, and mind is always in the past. Mind is your shadow that follows you. Sannyas is getting free from the past, living in the moment, not carrying the past in the head, not being burdened by it. Moment to moment, die to the past, as if it never existed, as if you are born anew. Every moment be fresh and young. Put aside the past. Don't gather the dust. If you gather the dust, you will get duller and duller every day. Your consciousness will be covered. Your mirror-like being will not be able to mirror anything. The longer you have lived with the past, the more the mirror will be covered. It will not reflect. You will become less and less sensitive. This is what has happened. Sannyas means the breakthrough. Looking at the past, understanding that it is useless because it is no more, understanding that it is useless, the burden, you put it aside. Then you are here and now, this very moment, in the present, in the plenitude of the present. Sannyas means living without time, not being influenced by the past, and not being carried by the future. No burden of the past, and no desire in the future. Sannyas is a goalless, purposeless life. If somebody says that sannyas is a means to achieve God, he is talking nonsense. Sannyas is not to achieve anything. Sannyas is to live in such a way as if you have achieved everything. It is not a desire, because it makes no difference whether you desire wealth, power, prestige, or you desire God, moksha. It makes no difference. The basic mechanism remains the same. You desire, and whenever you desire, the future comes in. Whenever the future is there, it is nothing but a projection of the past. Whenever the future is, it is nothing but the modified known. It is never the unknown. How can you desire the unknown? That which you don't know, how can you desire it? God cannot be desired. If you desire, it is something else. God is the unknown. How can you desire it? God is the unexperienced. How can you desire it? You can desire sex. You can desire power. You can desire the ego, because you have known them. You have known them for many, many lives. But how can you desire God? How can you desire love? How can you desire ecstasy? You have never known them. Desire is impossible. That's why all the scriptures and all the Buddhas say, God happens to you when you are desireless. Moksha comes to you. You never go to moksha. You cannot go because you don't know. Nirvana happens to you when you are desireless. Sannyas is desirelessness, and desirelessness means living in the now. And remember, now is not part of time. Now is beyond time. Time comes in only when you think in terms of the past, in terms of the future. This very moment is not part of time. This very moment is not recorded on your watch, because the watch is always moving in the future. It is always moving in the future, never here and now. It is coming from the past and moving into the future. The watch is representative of your mind. It is never here. The moment you say it is here, it has moved. The moment you see where it is, it has become past. From past to future it is jumping. If you look minutely at your watch, you will see it is not moving, it is jumping. The minute hand looks as if it is moving because the jump is very slow, but the hand that records seconds, you can see it is jumping. It jumps from the past to the future. It is never here and now. And this is the way of the mind. Now is beyond time. It is timeless, or you can call it eternal. You never leave it. It is always there. You never go into it. You never come out of it. It is there. If you can't live in such a way that your whole life is surrounded by the now, you are a sannyasa. You are desireless. You don't desire even God. The moment you desire God, you have made God into a commodity. Then you will be exploited by the priests because they sell that commodity. Then you will be exploited by temples and churches and mosques, because those are the shops where that commodity is sold. The sannyasa has nothing to do with temples and churches, because God is not a commodity. What happens when you are not desiring? It doesn't mean that you kill yourself, suppress yourself. It doesn't mean that you kill your desires. The point has to be understood deeply, because this has happened. Scriptures say, those who have known say, when you are desireless, the divine happens to you. Then the mind jumps, just like a cat jumping on a mouse, catches hold of this desirelessness and says, okay, if God can be attained through desirelessness, then I will desire desirelessness. Now this becomes the desire, and again you have missed. Then sannyasins try to be desireless. So this state of desirelessness becomes the thing to be achieved in the future. So what can you do? You can kill desire and think that you are desireless. Desirelessness is not the death of desire, because when desire dies, you are also dead. This will look very subtle and difficult. If there is no desire, if you have killed all desire, you will also be dead. That is not the way for desirelessness to happen. It is not the death of desire but a transformation of the desire. Desire moving into the future is one way of desire. Desire remaining here and now and enjoying the present is another way of desire. The second way is desireless, because it is not moving into the future. A man who is desireless is not dead. He is more alive than you because his desire is concentrated here and now. If he is eating his food, you cannot even conceive how happy he is, eating his ordinary food, just bread and butter. His whole being is here. He is not just throwing things inside. A man who lives in the future never eats well. He is just throwing food inside. He is not concerned with eating because his mind is concerned with the future. He lives in ambition. He cannot eat well. He can think of what he will eat tomorrow, but he cannot eat this moment. He can imagine what type of foods, where he is going to eat tomorrow, but today is vacant and empty. And every tomorrow, unfortunately, becomes today. He will miss his whole life. While he is making love he doesn't feel anything. He is frustrated, but he thinks of other women that he is going to capture in the future. And the same will happen again with every woman, with every man, because the meeting is here and now and the mind always moves. He will not be able to make love. He will not be able to eat well. He will not be able to enjoy the bliss that nature gives, continuously showers all around you. As in autumn when leaves are falling down from a tree silently, The bliss is showering every moment silently without making any noise around you. Everything is beautiful. Everything is a benediction. But you are not present. So the sannyasa doesn't mean a man who has killed his desires. The sannyasa means a man who has brought all his desiring force here and now. He lives totally. Whatsoever he is doing, he is totally absorbed in it. Nothing is left standing behind. He is not divided. While eating, he becomes eating. While making love, he becomes love. While moving, he becomes movement. Buddha has said, and very few have understood what he means. When you move, only movement exists, not the mover. When you talk, only talking exists, not the talker. When you listen, only listening exists, not the listener. When you observe, only observation exists, not the observer. This is what a sannyasa is. The activity becomes so total that the actor is lost in the activity. There is nobody standing behind. No division. You have moved completely. You have flowed into the activity. Whatsoever the activity, then enjoyment becomes perfect. So the sannyasa, a man who is desireless, is not a man with dead desires. He is a man whose desiring forces, all the energies that can desire, have turned upon the present moment. They are not running in the future. They have turned upon the present moment. His desires are concentrated here and now. He has become a world. Everything moves back into him. Nothing goes into the future, because future is false. It is non-existential. If your desires move into the future, it is as if the river is moving into a desert. It will be lost. It will never reach the sea. It will never enjoy the ecstasy that comes to a river when it meets the sea. When a river reaches an ocean, the orgasm is felt all over the river, the dance, the ecstasy, the blessing. It will not come if the river moves into a desert and is lost. It will evaporate. It will die. There will be no communion with existence. When desire moves into the future, the river of desire has moved into the desert. Future is nowhere. It is always the present. Future is a creation of the mind. It is false. It is a dream. The sannyasa lives in the reality, not in the dream. He enjoys the reality. So remember this. I insist again and again that a sannyasa is not a man who is against life. Really, he is the man who is for life. And a sannyasa is not a man who has killed all his being and desires and has become a dead thing. He is life in abundance. He is a great source of aliveness. What happens? Because this is subtle, what happens? What will be the difference? You feel hunger. You start thinking about food. You never feel the hunger in its totality. Otherwise it has its own beauty. The person who cannot feel hunger is already dead. When hunger is there, hunger is in the present. But you start thinking about food. When food is there, you start thinking about some other food that you are going to get tomorrow. The sannyasa, a man who lives in the present, enjoys hunger when hunger is there. He is totally hungry. He becomes hunger. Every cell of the body waiting for food as if it has not rained for many days and the earth is waiting for the rains. Every port praying, waiting, inviting, the whole body waiting, inviting, enjoying the hunger. Then food is there. Then he enjoys the food and satisfaction comes to the whole being, spreads all over the body and mind and soul. He enjoys this contentment. One Zen master was asked, "What is meditation?" He said, "When I am hungry, I am hungry, and when I feel sleepy, I fall asleep." The questioner could not understand. He said, "I am asking about meditation, not about you." The master said, "This is all that we know meditation to be. When I feel hungry, I feel hungry. There is no division. When I eat, and when I feel sleepy, I go to sleep. No fight with life, no resistance, surrender, floating, becoming a white cloud." The sannyasa is a white cloud moving in the blue sky, enjoying every moment that God has given, enjoying every grace that comes to him. If this is possible, and this is possible, this has happened to many, this can happen to you. Only a deep understanding is needed. Then no karma is accumulated. Then you don't accumulate anything. You eat, you love, you do everything. But you do it so totally that there is no ego to accumulate any memory out of it. You never say, "I did this." How can you? When the doing was there you were not there. So who can say, "I did this"? If you say to a sannyasa, "You were hungry and you have taken your food," he will say, "I was not hungry. I have not taken the food. Hunger was there and the hunger has taken the food. No action on my part. I was not there." If you are not there, if the actor is not there, who will accumulate karma? That's what Krishna says to Arjuna. Do whatsoever happens to you, whatsoever the situation demands, do it, and forget the doer. Don't think, "I am doing," rather, think, "God is doing through me." This is another way of saying the same thing. God is doing through me. I am just the NIMITA, an instrument, the passage, the vehicle. I am just the flute, hollowed within, nothing substantial. God goes on singing and bringing new tunes, creating new songs. I am just the passage, a bamboo flute. The sannyasa is a bamboo flute, a passage. He is not there. Much happens around him, much happens through him, but he is not there. Become the sannyasa, because this is beautiful. This must come to your mind, that you have to share. You are here. Your mother will be waiting at home, your wife, your husband, your children, and love always shares. You will go back. You will not be taking any visible thing with you, not a present to your mother or your wife, some ornaments or something from this country. You will be taking something invisible. This invisible cannot be talked about because you are not taking a philosophy with you. I am not giving you a philosophy. I am not giving you any ideology. I am giving you a different type of life, the way of being. It will be difficult to tell them. If they ask directly, it will be difficult. Don't try to say anything, because that will not be of any help. That may create more problems. Rather, be open to them so they can share. Rather, be vulnerable. Be with them. Laugh, enjoy, eat, meditate, and tell them to share your being. A new way of life that has happened to you. Your very presence, your being which is laughing, enjoying, will become infectious. It becomes and they will feel it. This will take time. It will not be easy. it will be difficult. So before you go, be prepared. Be ready to share. They will not always understand. In the beginning, there is going to be misunderstanding, more possibility of misunderstanding, because they have never thought about it. This is something unknown, and whenever the unknown knocks at the door, the mind feels scared, because the mind cannot categorize it, the mind cannot tackle it. It is shattering and shocking. Mind always feels happy if it can categorize a thing, put it into a corner and say, this is this, label it and be finished. Mind is always happy if it can analyze a thing, divide it, cut it, look into it, and be finished with it. But sannyas cannot be categorized. It is not a category. It is such an altogether different quality of being. There exists no category for it. It cannot be analyzed. It cannot be broken into fragments. It is not a mechanism. You cannot break it. Take the pieces apart and put them together again. No, it is an organic unity. If you analyze it, it is no longer there, and you can never put it back together again. It is impossible. Sannyas is a live force, organic, just like a flower. Analyze the flower, take each petal away, break it, look inside it, be satisfied that you have inquired, then try to put it back together. By that time, the flower is gone, the petals are dead and they can never be put back again in the same way, because it was in organic unity. It was not the mechanism. Sannyas is a flowering, the flowering of human consciousness. Just as flowers coming on a tree show the tree has come to a completion, and sooner or later, fruits will follow. Flowers are just indications that the tree is ready to give fruits. The tree is ready. It is fulfilled. Flowers are just the ecstasy of the tree before it starts giving fruit, because fruit means the fulfillment. The tree has come to its peak, its climax. It has achieved the crescendo of its being. It is happy. It enjoys it. Its life has not been futile. Now fruits are going to come. The tree is ecstatic and gives flowers. Sannyas is a flowering, and moksha is the fruit. Sannyas means now your inner being, your inner tree, has come to a point where the jump, where the explosion is going to happen. Before it happens, the whole being enjoys it. You are fulfilled. It has not been a waste. Many, many lives you waited, and it has come now. So long the waiting, so much patience ... but it has been meaningful. Now you have achieved, you have reached. The whole being flowers. Hindus have chosen red, orange, ochre, as the color of sannyas because of flowers. Green and red are the basic colors in nature. Green is the tree, red is the flower. Your being has come to a flowering. Soon the fruits will follow. Soon the seeds will be coming. Take this flowering with you. It is good that you think how to share with loved ones, with friends, with wife and husband, with the family, how to share it. It is beautiful. It is good. It is virtuous to think of sharing such a beautiful thing, but you can share only if it has happened to you. If you have been only listening to me, thinking about flowers and you have not flowered, you cannot share. If you take my words, they will not be real flowers, because words cannot be real, they will be plastic flowers. You can carry them, you can give them to your friends, but there will be no fragrance in them. They will not say what I have been saying to you. They will not convey anything. There will be no communication through them. So if you want to share sannyas, meditation, be meditative, become more and more deeply involved in this way of life. Desireless. Still enjoy every desire when it comes. Whatever happens, keep enjoying it as a gift, as a grace, but never asking for it, never demanding it, never planning for it, never thinking about it. Live totally, and not through thought. Thought is the corrupting force. It corrupts everything and corrupts absolutely, because thought is cunning. It is cunningness personified. The more you think, the more you will become cunning. You will think it is cleverness. You will think it is intelligence. It is not, because if there is intelligence, then thought is not needed. Intelligence is enough. Thought is not needed. You need thought because intelligence is not there. If intelligence is there, then you respond moment to moment. You need not think about what you should do next, because when the next moment comes, intelligence will be there and you will respond. The mirror never thinks. When another man comes in front of me, what am I going to do? There is no need. The mirror is there, so it mirrors. If intelligence is there, you never think about the next problem, because when the problem is there, the intelligence will respond. You can rely on it. Because we don't have intelligence, we think about it. Thinking is a substitute. Greater intelligence, less thinking. When intelligence is perfect, no thinking. A Buddha never thinks. There is no need. Whatsoever life brings before him, he responds. You think because you cannot rely on your intelligence, so you have to plan beforehand. When the moment comes, then you will follow the blueprint that you prepared in the past. What type of living is this? You live out of the past. That's why so many errors are unnecessarily committed, and everything goes stale and dead, because you always act out of the past. Life goes on, new every moment, river-like, changing. The change never stops, but you have stopped in the past. You carry the blueprint. Whenever life gives you a problem, you look in your memories, the blueprint, the planning, and then you act out of it. You have missed. Life is always new. Blueprints are always old. Life is just like birds flying in the sky. They never leave any mark. There is no path. When they have flown, the sky is as vacant as it was before. It is not like Earth where people walk, and through their walking, through their footprints, paths are created. Life is like the sky. No paths are created. The sun is like a bird flying in the sky, following the no footprints, following the no paths, because no paths exist. He moves, moment to moment through his present intelligence, not through his past memories. Look, we have done something quite the contrary. We have made everything a planning. Even a husband coming back from his office, from his work, thinks how he is to meet his wife. He plans inside, talks with himself. He will say this. He will touch her hand this way. He will give her a long kiss, or something. What is the need to plan it? Don't you have any love? If love is not, then planning is needed, because you cannot rely on yourself. You may completely forget. If you have not planned it beforehand, You may reach home and you may completely forget that your wife has been waiting the whole day, preparing food for you, washing your clothes, just surrounded by you, by your love. She has been waiting and waiting and waiting, and getting impatient. And now you have come, and you don't even look at her. You sit in your chair and you start reading your paper, or you put on your radio or TV, as if the wife does not exist. You are afraid of this. You can't do this, so you plan. You make it a point to remember. You have to remind yourself how to behave with your wife, with your beloved. What type of love is this which cannot respond without planning? If love is there, there will be no thinking about it. The same is true about intelligence. If intelligence is there, there will be no thinking about it. Thinking is a substitute. Thought is very clever and cunning. It can create the illusion of the real. That is the cleverness. You can smile without smiling. A smile comes to your lips, but it is only on the lips. Just a painted smile, not related to you at all. There is no bridge. It is not bubbling from the center of your being. It has not come from you. You have just put it on. It is a mask. Thought can do that, and then by and by you go on becoming more and more false. Cunningness means creating a pseudo-life around yourself. The Sun is real. If he smiles, his smile comes from his being. If he is angry, anger comes from his being. If he loves from his being. He is not pseudo, he is not a phony. He is real and authentic. You can rely on him. If he loves, he loves. If he is a friend, he is a friend. If he is not, you can rely on him. He is not. But he is not deceptive. This is what I mean by a really virtuous man. Authentic, reliable. Whatsoever is really there. He wears no masks. He uses no false faces. He lives with the real. And remember, you can come to the real only if you are real. If you are false, you can't never come to the real. If you are unreal, then the world that you see is going to be unreal, because the unreal can be connected only with the unreal. You are unreal. That's why the world is illusory. Maya. If you are real, the world disappears. It becomes divine. It becomes real. The word Maya is beautiful. It means that which can be measured. Maya means that which can be measured. Mind is the measuring phenomenon. Mind goes on measuring things, mapping out, analyzing. Mind tries to measure everything. That's why Hindus have called the world Maya, that which can be measured by the mind. What is your science? Nothing but measuring. Hindus call science avidya. They call it not knowledge but anti-knowledge. It is not real knowing, because that which is real cannot be measured. It is immeasurable. It is infinite. It has no beginning and no end. The real is immeasurable. The unreal is measurable. And with measure comes reason, logic. With the immeasurable, logic drops, reason drops. Mind is very clever and cunning. It has created the world of illusion. Then what is a Sun? He is not the mind. On the contrary, he is innocence. He is innocent, like a child just born, with no past, with no idea of the future. The Sun, every moment, is a child just born. This is the process. Every moment he dies to the past. Whatsoever has passed, he throws it away. He renounces it, because it is a dead thing, dust, no need to carry it. He cleanses himself. His mirror becomes again fresh. He goes on cleansing the mirror. This cleansing I call meditation. People ask me, when will we be able to drop meditation? You will not be able to drop it. It will drop one day when you are not, but you will not be able to drop it, because you will need cleansing. You become continuously dirty. Every moment the dirt gathers. It's the nature of life. Every moment you need a bath, a cleansing. When you are not there, then nothing. There is no problem because there is no one who can get dirty. But you are there, so meditation has to be continued. It is an effort to remain innocent. Look. If you are innocent, there is nothing you are lacking. If you can't look with innocent eyes towards the sky, you become the sky. With mind you start measuring. You say, this is beautiful or not beautiful, or today's sky is clouded, or tomorrow's sky will be better, or yesterday's sky was more beautiful. You start measuring. But if you are innocent, not a mind, but just a being looking at the sky, there is nothing to say, nothing to think. The sky is there, and you are also like the sky. The inner and the outer meet. Both the spaces become one and there is no boundary. The observer becomes the observed. That's what Krishnamurti goes on saying. The observer becomes the observed. The outer and the inner lose their boundaries, become one. If you look at a tree with innocence, with no mind measuring, what happens? There are not two, the tree and you. Somehow, the tree has entered you and you have entered the tree. Only then do you come to know what a tree is. You look at the stars. You look at a river. You look at a line of birds flying against the blue sky. Boundaries go on merging. All differentiation is lost. All distinction is lost. Unity arises. It is not a unity put by thought. It is not a unity of philosophers. It is a totally different unity. You don't think that it is one. You suddenly know that it is one. You don't say inside your mind, this is one because the Upanishads have said so, because the Vedas have said so. It is one. If the Vedas are in your mind and the Upanishads, you are not innocent. You are gunning. Measurement is continuing. You are measuring, applying mind and thought, comparing. You are clever and cunning. You are not intelligent, and howsoever clever you are, a clever mind is mediocre. Intelligence is needed. A child is born intelligent, not clever. He looks at the world with clear eyes. His perception is absolutely clear, unclouded. When I say innocence is sunniness, I mean your perception should be clear, with no thoughts to become barriers. You should look. You should become a look. You should observe, but there should be no observer behind you manipulating. This innocence is possible and only this innocence goes beyond time and space. Innocence reaches to the ultimate, to moksha, the absolute freedom. Become the sannyasa, an innocent one, reborn, cleansing, moving moment to moment into the unknown. Then you will be able to share. The whole process of human education, culture, conditioning, is just the opposite. It teaches you how to be cunning and clever. It teaches you the mind that never teaches you the innocence. It teaches you automatization. This word has to be remembered. It makes you more and more automatic. Because if you are more and more automatic, you are more efficient. You learn driving. In the beginning it is difficult. The difficulty is not in the driving or in the car or in anything else. The difficulty is in you, because you have to be alert. In the beginning you have to be alert. The danger is there. You have to be continuously conscious of what you are doing. You have to be alert to the traffic, to the people passing, to the mechanism. You have to be alert to the clutch, to the gear, to the wheel, and everything. You have to be alert to so many things that your mind cannot continue its routine inner chattering. It has to be alert. That creates the trouble. Later on, after a few days, you become automatic. Now the hand goes on working, the legs go on working, the car and you have become one mechanism, and your mind can continue its inner chattering. There is no problem. Your mind is not needed. This is what I mean by automatic. Now your body is a mechanism. It functions. You will be needed only in certain rare cases. If there is going to be an accident, suddenly you will be needed. Then your thinking process will have to stop. Suddenly there will be a shock. Your whole body mechanism will shiver, and you will have to be there. You will have to be alert. But these are rare moments. Otherwise you can continue. You can smoke. You can sing. You can even talk with somebody. You can listen to the radio or you can continue your inner talk. The inner dialogue. There is no need to be there. You have become automatic. But this is more efficient, because if you need to be continuously aware, you cannot be very efficient. You cannot go very fast, because you don't know how to be aware. Because of this factor, because people are not aware, they live unconscious lives. Society has learned the trick. Make everybody more and more automatic. The whole of schooling is nothing but making you automatic. Language, mathematics, everything becomes automatic. You can do it without being worried about it. It becomes mechanical. When I say become innocent, it means a de-automatization. It means, whatsoever you do, do fully conscious. If you are driving a car, then drive only. Become driving. Don't do anything else. Don't continue the inner talk. Just become so deeply involved and alert that there is no driver. Only driving. Fully conscious. It will be difficult. That's why societies have not bothered about it. Only individuals can pass through such an arduous path. Do everything consciously. By and by, your body automatism will dissolve. You will become de-automatized. Then innocence will flower. A child is innocent because nothing is automatic yet. He has not learned anything. He is not conditioned yet. Sooner or later we will condition him. He will learn things. Then more and more mind will be there and less he himself. Less and less being and more mind will be there. Then he will become just an automaton, the mechanism, efficient, working well, serving the society, but dead. Serve, help the society work, but don't become automatic. As you have already become automatic, de-automatize yourself. By and by, bring more and more consciousness. Whatsoever you are doing, bring more consciousness. because whatsoever you are doing, if you are less conscious it becomes automatic. That is the way of automatization, being less and less conscious, doing things like a mechanism. More and more conscious doing, not like a mechanism, but a presence. Then innocence will flower in you. And that innocence is the greatest thing that can happen to a human being. Innocent, you are divine. Innocent, you have become gods. My way, the way of the white clouds. 159. Osho. Article recorded on March 28, 2023 by Sybil Mann Baylor for educational sharing at Flor de Ouro Malik Cosa Nova. Like and share. The right to share for the visually impaired. Non-profit according to the law number 9.610 of February 19, 1998. Chapter I. The limitations to copyright art. 46. It does not constitute an offense to copyright I. reproduction d. of literary, artistic or scientific works, for the exclusive use of the visually impaired, whenever the non-commercial reproduction is carried out using the Braille system or any other procedure on any support for these recipients. Law number 13146 of July 6, 2015 establishes the Brazilian law for the inclusion of persons with disabilities Statute of the Person with Disabilities. Chapter I. Assistive Technology. Art. 74. Persons with disabilities are guaranteed access to assistive technology products, resources, strategies, practices, processes, methods and services that maximize their autonomy, personal mobility and quality of life. Chapter IB. The right to education. Art. 27. Education is a right of persons with disabilities, ensuring an inclusive educational system at all levels and lifelong learning, in order to achieve the maximum possible development of their talents and physical, sensorial, intellectual and social abilities, according to their characteristics, interests and learning needs. Also for update, the Commission on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities approved a proposal that requires, in public libraries, the provision of publications accessible to people with visual impairments, such as audiobooks, and technologies that allow access to written text by alternative means. Source: Câmara de Notícias Agency. Chapter IX. The right to culture, sport, tourism and leisure. Art. 42. Persons with disabilities have the right to culture, sport, tourism and leisure on an equal basis with other people, with guaranteed access to I. cultural assets in an accessible format. II. television programs, cinema, theater and other cultural and sports activities in an accessible format, and III. monuments and places of cultural importance and spaces that offer services or cultural and sporting events. 1. It is prohibited to refuse the offer of an intellectual work in an accessible format for people with disabilities, under any argument, including under the allegation of protection of intellectual property rights.